And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. I am here. Hope you are. So the session starts, and your company required. So Gava, come and join. That thing that we do round about this time is happening exactly at this time. So if you are not otherwise engaged, then spend the time. Surrender your time to the session, however long it lasts. Your only contribution is to click on the thumbs up and the subscribe button, and you're good to go. So the session commences. I am in situation. Situate yourself with me. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, has risen up now. Oh, and it's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there you heard it. The voices from the east, the Igbotics, are holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior, they insist. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Nigerians should not blame us for fuel scarcity, Buhari regime. So now, man and boy, these guys have been in charge of the Nigerian space for 6, 7 years now, going on 7 years now. So a bit of a stretch now to continue to blame good luck Jonathan, but I suspect that the tonality that we're about to hear is to pass the buck. Hold on. All right, sorry, I do beg your pardon. I just had a message come in. Nigerians. So rather than oh, I lost my train of thought. So rather than pass the buck, they should own up fully and wholly to this now. So fuel scarcity is a decimal that was present in Nigeria when I was even a youth, even myself in 1802, as far back as when I was a youth in 1802, which always has fuel scarcity. Fuel scarcity in the seventh largest oil exporting country in the world. So that's a dichotomous situation. The two statements do not marry. Fuel scarcity in the seventh, top 5 to 7, certainly top 10 largest oil exporting country in the world. Excuses for failure. Nigerians should not blame us for fuel scarcity Buhari regime. So if we don't blame you, maybe I will knock on the door to blame Mr. Gbadebo, who is my neighbor, or Mrs. Amaka, who is the neighbor to the other side. So who gets the blame? The petroleum minister, your own daddy, Buhari, 6 years, 7 years in government, and you continue, you either adulterated fuel or no fuel at all. But it is not your fault, oh, it is my fault. So there it is right there, passing the buck as ever, the Fulanis, passing the buck, but the Fulanis soon to be replaced. And if Alaafin for your had it his way, it is only going in one direction. Alaafin invokes Yoruba ancestors for Tinubu's presidency. So the voters card for Shokwana and Ogun, Ayilala, Obatala, Yemoja, all of them now to their voters card as the arole of the deity speaks to them that it is time to take action. Alaafin invokes Yoruba ancestors for Tinubu's presidency. So quite what is in place there, we'll find out just shortly. Still staying in the palace with the palace, our presidency 2023, Alaafin Olubadan designate endorsed Tinubu. So it looks as though the Tinubu campaign train now in Oyo State. So still with Tinubu, you can only be president after I become one. 69-year-old Tinubu tells Nigerian youth. So Turn by Turn Nigeria Limited, Issa Fantao once told us that's not the case, but that indeed is the case. So we're not having a youthful president this time around. So disabuse your mind from that entirely, because there's no youthful player in the space. And please don't insult intelligence by conjuring up names like Mogalu Showore, etc. These are non-persons within the political high end of Nigeria. So these are just non-entities. These are just talkers mainly. In terms of serious politics, there's no name under the age of 60 that is in contention. So forget youth presidency in 2023, and Tinubu advises that you wait your turn. You can only become president after I become one. 69-year-old Tinubu tells Nigerian youth. So yay or nay to that, let me hear what your thoughts are. Click on the hyperlink, which is in the comment section. Someone was saying I did not put the hyperlink in the comment section yesterday. I did put it because I have a list of things that I post in the comment section before the session even starts, and it always lands on that. But it is there now if you want to come on, come on. Still with Tinubu, I am ready to get dirty with anyone that tries to intimidate me. So Tinubu warns, and we know where that warning is going to. It's going to Osun State, and it's knocking on the door of a certain Ogbeni So to be clear, don't disabuse your mind that I'm busy. If you step out online, I will beat you down. Essentially, what this reads. I am ready to get dirty with anyone that tries to intimidate me. Bola Tinubu wants. So that is Tinubu. From Tinubu, we go on to next. I lost confidence in Nigeria. I lost confidence in the way Nigeria was being run by President Buhari as far back as 2017, 2018. Tambuwal, but then so say all of us, and what took you even so long? Nobody had confidence in him coming in, and as soon as he took power, people had reasons to justify that lack of confidence and abject categorical failure. They talk a good talk, but they don't play a good match. Niger Delta deserves considerable developmental gains. Oshibanjo speaking, trying to woo the creeks. So if Niger Delta deserves considerable developmental gains, if that is the thought of Yemi Oshibanjo, the obvious next go-to question is then, what developmental gains have you put in the Niger Delta in the 7 years that you've held sway in the Nigerian space? So talk a good talk, but don't play a good game. Niger Delta deserves considerable developmental gains, a headline attributed to Yemi Oshibanjo. So from Yemi Oshibanjo, we land now on this human interest story. Man returns empty-handed 42 years after he left home in search of greener pastures. So what's the story and how does that chime with the lives that people live? So all of that in play. So kick back, lean back, as I said, take it easy, surrender yourself to the session. Click on the like button because that helps propel us in the YouTube algorithm. Click on the subscribe button as well if you're doing the clicking and you're not subscribed. If the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then you're not doing the right thing. So as you go about doing the right thing, let me bring you now via still the eastern quarters, and let me take you to the dance floor as we partake, not in the tango, but another Python dance. Another Python dance.
iPod, o meriwo n'izu olile ya. Abakare, mama dawora, unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi bu onye du aimo. O meri wone nizu mbiro ya. Abakare mamanda ora. Unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unapuri meri nandi.
And there you heard it, the sons of the rising sun, voices from the east. Nnamdi wins the war, they continue to insist, in the east. So Nnamdi wins the war, as guys, I bring you this. Nigerians should not blame us for fuel scarcity. Buhari regime, uh, the Buhari regime says the hardship being suffered due to fuel scarcity. The Buhari regime says the hardship being suffered due to scarcity of petroleum. Sorry, let me start that again. The Buhari regime says the hardship being suffered due to scarcity of premium motor spirit (PMS) was regrettable, but called for patience in finding lasting solutions to the problem. TIMIPRE SILVA, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, who made the appeal on Sunday in a statement by his media uh, by his media aide, Horatius Agua, said it was not time to blame the government for fuel scarcity. It is not time to trade blames, as is customary in Nigeria. It is therefore not a time to query anyone, but a time to come together to salvage the plight of the average Nigerian, Mr. Silva said. He blamed the scarcity on inspection failure, which allowed adulterated fuel into the country. Nonetheless, the minister said it was regrettable. Let me once again appeal to Nigerians to be patient with the government in finding lasting solutions to the crisis, Mr. Silva said. He appreciated the NNPC for showing so much concern to the plight of Nigerians by coming forward with an apology. This is unprecedented and shows that we on the government side are not afraid to take responsibility, he added. The minister also said the midstream and downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority had been out on the street, fuel stations, to ensure that the situation normalized quickly. So it's just a ridiculousness, isn't it? Because you have to think that this is not a new problem, and this is not a problem that happens sporadically. It happens routinely. So, as I said, the top seven oil exporting country in the world and routinous oil scarcity, but the government not to blame. So there it is. The blame is yours, according to TIMIPRE Silva. From TIMIPRE Silva, we go to the royal stools of Oyo. Alaafin invokes Yoruba ancestors for Tinubu's presidency. A paramount ruler in Yoruba land, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, had summoned the help of his progenitors to assist Bola Tinubu to become Nigeria's president in 2023. Mr. Adeyemi, so I don't know who wrote this in. Let me see what the name of the person is. Who wrote this in referring to the Oba as Mr. So let me just see who the rascal is. Who's this rascal? Let's see. He did not even append his name. This is attributed to the news agency of Nigeria, referring to the Oba of the Alaafin of Oyo as Mr. This is it. This is there's no name attached to this thing, so nobody is taking ownership of this. But there it is. A paramount ruler in Yoruba land, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, has summoned the help of his progenitors to assist Bola Tinubu to become Nigeria's president in 2023. Mr. Adeyemi, the Alaafin of Oyo, offered his prayers when the former Lagos State governor and APC chieftain called at his palace in the ancient Oyo town on Sunday. All you the chiefs and traditional rulers, all you the chiefs and traditional rulers, you have heard what our visitor said. He said our prayers are needed, the traditional ruler told his chiefs. Are all the ancestors in Yoruba land, get up and assist your son, the Alaafin then invoked. Mr. Tinubu has been traveling around the country to seek the buy-in of political, religious, and traditional rulers for his presidency project, which he described as a lifelong ambition. Mr. Adeyemi expressed confidence that the Yoruba ancestors would make Mr. Tinubu become the nation's president in 2023. If I check my list now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the first presidential aspirant to visit me, he noted. Earlier, Mr. Tinubu said at the palace that his visit to the traditional ruler was to seek his blessing, cooperation, and prayers on his ambition. All I came for today is to seek your blessing, cooperation, and prayers for me to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he said. So did gods have it, and who goes against Tinubu then goes against the gods of Yoruba land. That is the assertion of the Alaafin. Presidency 2023, Alaafin Olubadan designate endorsed Tinubu The Alaafin of Oyo, His Imperial Majesty. So now this is somebody, and I'm pretty sure this person attached his own name. So this is Raji Adebayo who wrote this piece. So I'm not sure if it's Mukhtar or Okechukwu that wrote the first one, calling the Alaafin Minister. The Alaafin of Oyo, His Imperial Majesty Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, has thrown his support towards the presidential ambition of the national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As Asiwaju Tinubu on Sunday afternoon visited the palace of Alaafin of Oyo in the historical city to intimate the first-class imperial majesty about his ambition. The consultation visit to the palace of the Alaafin of Oyo is one of the many to traditional rulers in the southwest. The former Lagos state governor, whilst speaking at the palace, intimated the foremost monarch his desire regarding the 2023 presidential election and seek for blessing and endorsement, whilst appreciating the shares from that should be chairs, but they wrote shares here, SHEERS. So let me see, that might all be a typo. This is what this is lazy. Anyway, let me just leave that. Whilst appreciating the cheers from the youths who stormed the palace to declare their support for Jagaban of Bagu, Ashwaju Tinubu prayed for them that they would become elders as well as president, but after he becomes president of Nigeria. Addressing the Alaafin, Tinubu said, I came to seek for your royal blessings, prayers, and support to become the president of Nigeria. I am happy to see you. You have done your 51st anniversary on the throne and you are looking fine. We thank you as you are leading us and caring for us. I thank all of you, leaders from other parts of the state. I thank you, the Oyomesi, and other traditional leaders. May you never betray our father. I also thank you, Bishop Ayo Ladigbolu Kabiesi. You are always telling the truth, and you have always been my advisor. This is why I can't take a step to become president without seeking your support. We are still using the wisdom you taught us. We are still applying the same wisdom you gave us, and that is what brought us to where we are today. We can't void it. We came together to form a government, and that is what we are still doing today. We have not regretted this government. All I came for today is to seek for your blessing, cooperation, and prayers for me to become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. According to the Alaafin, so it goes on to repeat essentially. Okay, let me see how much of this. Let me just give you the fullness of it because there are elements to it that are not in the one that I just read. Bear with me. The traditional ruler prayed for the realization of Tinubu's ambition, expressing confidence that the Yoruba ancestors would make him become the nation's president in 2023. Oba Lamidi Adeyemi said he is confident that Yoruba ancestors will grant his desires. According to the Alaafin, if I take my list, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is the first presidential aspirant to visit me. All of you chiefs and traditional rulers, you have heard our visitor. He said our prayers are needed. All the ancestors in Yoruba land, get up and assist your son. We have given you our real prayers because you came first. And note this, so please note this. You don't even have to be from that region to understand what is being said. We have given you our real prayers because you came first. And my ancestors have heard this today. The desire of your heart, come 2023, will be realized. So listen to that. We have given you our real prayers. You see, when you go to people of power and they want to grant you something, they don't have an inexhaustible well to grant from. We're talking about the shamanism, the traditional worship. even the religion of our diasporic, all these Arabian religions that we now have in Nigeria, Christianity, Islam, etc. So they don't have an inexhaustible pool. So there's just one potent prayer that they can give at a particular time that chimes with that moment and holds true. And that is what the Alaafin is saying. We have given you our real prayers because you came first. So the ashe that is in his mouth, he has granted it. Others will come and will pray for them equally, but he has already stated that the prayer has already been given. So you have to, this is Agidigbo drums, you have to be in the know to understand it. Agidigbo drums. After the visit to Alaafin Palace, Asiwaju Tinubu flew to Ibadan to pay homage to the Olubadan designate, Senator Lekan Balogun. In his remark, Balogun lamented the unsavory state of the nation's unity, just as he called for a leader that will pull the country back from the brink come 2023. Balogun, who spoke through his brother and senator representing Oyo South Senatorial District, Dr. Kola Balogun, at his Alarere residence, noted that the country is badly divided. Kabiyesi has known you for a long time as a progressive politician, as well as your antecedents as the governor that laid the foundation for the present Lagos state. Yorubas are the leading light of Nigeria. Our people contributed a lot to make Nigeria what it is, and without the Yorubas, Nigeria cannot be where it is today. But it is very sad to note that your tent but it is very sad to note that to your tent, O Israel, has recently become the song of the people. Nigeria is badly divided today, and we're looking forward to a Yoruba president that will unite this country come 2023. We need a leader that has a national focus and acceptability. The road may be rough, but by the grace of God, you will triumph, Balogun said. Tinubu, who was accompanied by top members of his campaign group, said he was ready to fight in his quest to become the president, adding that he visited the Olubadan designate and by extension Ibadan people to solicit their support. The former Lagos State governor said he was honored to be in Ibadan, noting that the visit was to appeal to the monarch and Ibadan people to pray for him in his quest to become the country's president. He described this period as a historical moment and a reminder of history, recalling that each time a Yoruba wants to be president, issues are raised, questions are asked, and all sorts of gang up are encountered. I came here to request your prayer for me and the Yoruba race. We are at a crossroad, and please pay attention to what is being said because he's speaking to the totality of the politics of the space as well as seeking the blessing of this monarch. So listen, because there are undercurrent layers to everything that is being said. So just listen in staggered stages. Don't listen verbatim. Listen with prejudice. So listen with prejudice. I came here and that prejudice to be an understanding of politics. So you don't hear what somebody is saying to you, you hear what is being said. Don't be one of those people that just listen to words. So don't listen to words, listen to what is being said. I came here to request for your prayer for me and the Yoruba race. We are at a crossroad. People are volunteering to confront me when they were asked who would confront the lion of Bodilion. Tinubu stated, expressing his readiness and determination, the APC presidential hopeful said, I am out to become president of Nigeria. No intimidation, no blackmail can stop me. I have read about a Greek philosopher that if you want to fight a pig, you must be ready to be smeared, and I am ready to get dirty. Tinubu congratulated the Olubadan for the grace to ascend the throne, which he said would give the ancient city a new outlook, considering the robust background of Balogun as an educationist politician of progressive leaning and a humanist. He prayed for a long life and sound health for the Olubadan designate. The leader of the campaign group Prince Tajuddin Olusi, in his opening remark, traced the historical link between Ibadan and Lagos, saying that if a Lagosian is seeking the support of Ibadan people, as they had come to do, it is not out of place. We both own Ibadan. We have been working together before. We bring Asiwaju Bola Tinubu to you and Ibadan. It will be a great thing for Ibadan and the Yoruba race if we can produce the country's president in 2023, he added. In attendance to support Balogun uh, and, and Olori Olufunmilayo to receive Tinubu, and his entourage. So he goes on to give a list of greats and goods. So there it is right there. You can only become president after me. You can only become president after I become one. 69-year-old Tinubu tells Nigerian youths. National leader of the All Progressive Congress and former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu has told Nigerian youths that they can only become president of the country after he becomes one. The 69-year-old politician said this during his visit to the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, on Sunday. Tinubu's scheduled visit to Oyo town was part of his engagement with traditional rulers across the 6 geopolitical regions in respect of his 2023 presidential ambitions. Speaking in Yoruba, he said, "You won't give room for the elders to pass, and you haven't become president. If you want to become president, you will chase us out." Sorry, let me reread that. Speaking in Yoruba, he said, "You won't give room for the elderly to pass, and you haven't become president. What if you become president? You will chase us out of town. You will grow old, you will become president, but I will become president first." So there you have it. You are not ready yet. You are still in apprentice, however you pronounce that word. That word is a contention for me. Apprenticeship. So apprenticeship. So there it is. I am ready to fight dirty with anyone who tries to intimidate me. We're still with Bola Tinubu. Presidential aspirant and national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has warned those thinking of intimidating him that is ready to get dirty. The former governor of Lagos State gave the warning while speaking during his consultation with the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, and Olubadan designate Oba Lekan Balogun. Tinubu stated that no matter the intimidation he faces, he won't halt his 2023 presidential ambitions. So the Yorubas are noted for treachery, and they always often use our own to subvert our ambitions. So this is it. Their Afonja narrative is not just peculiar to Kwara State. That is the narrative of the Yoruba race. There's always a treacherous person within the Yoruba space. Speaking at the Olubadan designate palace in Ibadan, he noted that succeeding Buhari is a lifelong ambition, adding that no one can stop me. Tinubu said, "No amount of intimidation can stop me. I am ready to get dirty. I am out to become president of Nigeria. We are at a crossroad." Speaking earlier at the Palace of the Alaafin, the Jagaban said he cannot embark on the project presidency of such magnitude without seeking prayers and cooperation of traditional rulers. "I am here to inform our fathers of my decision to run for the position of president of this country in 2023. I need from our highly revered traditional rulers what I need from our highly revered. So that should be revered, but they wrote referred, so I'm not quite sure. So let me read it as it should read. What I need from our highly revered traditional rulers are their prayers and cooperation. Today, by the special grace of God in Yoruba land, unlike before, we have the Vice President, the Minister of Works, Interior, and Sports, but we still need more," Tinubu said. Reports had emerged claiming that governors elected on the platform of the APC are divided over Tinubu's ambition. While some are asking him to remain a kingmaker and back the ambition of Yemi Oshibanjo or someone else, others are asking party stakeholders to reward him with the presidency for helping their careers and supporting Buhari. So that is the Tinubu narrative right there. So from Tinubu, we go on to Buhari and to the north. So to the Buhari and to the north, I lost confidence in the way Nigeria was being run by President Buhari as far back as 2017-2018 Tambuwal. So bear with me. It's one of those that is clustered with adverts. So let me just click them off so we can get a full go at it. The Sokoto State Governor, Aminu Tambuwal, has expressed disappointment in the administration of President Mohamed Buhari. Though Tambuwal was instrumental to the emergence of Mohamed Buhari as president in 2015, the governor has come out to say he lost confidence in the way the Buhari government was running the country affairs as far back as 2017. He made his position known while speaking on why he has joined and dumped several parties in the course of his political sojourn. The Sokoto state governor said most of his defections were forced and circumstantial as he had to stand for what he believes is right. Well, my change in political parties has been circumstantial right from my first election, which I contested on the platform of the All Nigeria People Party, ANPP. He said in an interview with correspondents. Tambuwal said Buhari's government came with a lot of expectations, but a faulty start and refusal of the president to heed advice set a bad trend of worse things to happen in his administration. He added that some of them thought that the coming of Professor Ibrahim Gambari as the chief of staff will make things better, but it has not been the case. The governor highlighted the squabble amongst politicians who formed the All Progressive Congress APC, the failure of the president to quickly appoint his cabinet, and eventually choosing the wrong persons, as well as not having a proper consultation with other stakeholders as some of the issues that affected the takeoff of his administration. He pointed out that with a faulty takeoff that has not been rectified, it has been difficult to record much progress. In his words, we participated in that process and had a very clear understanding of the need for change, and God bless our effort, and President Buhari became president. Unfortunately, in the process, because of the way and nature the government was formed, some of these problems began to manifest right from the nomination and proclamation of the National Assembly and the emergence of its leadership and all of that. Suddenly, the differences of the political parties that formed the coalition to form the government became manifest and there were squabbles. On the side of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, President Buhari was at the helm of affairs. Whilst Yemi Osinbajo was the vice president, the new PDP was able to get the president of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. You could see that there was clearly a major disagreement between the legislature, mainly the Senate and the executive arm of government. That somehow impacted on the takeoff of the administration. The delay by Mr. President in appointing his ministers also impacted negatively. He came with a very heavy goodwill and all of that. The support was there, but that delay really didn't give him a good start. The expectation was that the president would come up with a very fantastic team of ministers. But by the time the list finally came out, people wondered why there was a delay. Again, in the process of forming the cabinet, there was not much consultation with other stakeholders to form the government. So, with all this, takeoff really affected the administration. Tambuwal accused Buhari of failing to heed the initial advice by some state governors for him to appoint economic and political advisors in 2015-2016, only for him to later appoint an economic advisor in 2021. I remember very well that a number of governors met Mr. President and advised him, I think in 2015-2016, to appoint economic and political advisors, but he clearly told us that he did not need any of them. But today, the end of 20, but rather not today, but towards the end of 2021, the president decided to appoint an economic advisor. You can see that, honestly, from the takeoff, there were so many mistakes. I don't like mentioning names, but some of the principal officers of his administration had no public service experience. However, some of them were good in the private sector. They did not also have democratic governance experience, and the dynamics of democratic governance are fundamentally different, even from serving under a military dispensation, not to talk of the situation where most of them at that closer quarters, not to talk of the situation where most of them at that closer level are controlling power. They had no public service record at all, so it was a fundamental mistake. He added, I went against the tide in the Northwest in 2018-2019 with Buhari as a sitting president. I took the risk against the tide and decided to pitch tent with the PDP because I lost confidence in the way Nigeria was being run by President Buhari as far back as 2017-2018. I had made my position known and campaigned on the basis of that here in Sokoto and nationally. So there it is right there, a well articulated, there's very little you can disagree with in that. So we're hurtling fast towards the end of the readouts. Niger Delta deserves considerable developmental gains. Yemi Oshibanjo. One of the key objectives of the Buhari administration is ensuring inclusive prosperity, which is why the federal government is collaborating with state governments and increasing efforts towards ensuring wholesome development of communities in the Niger Delta region and across the country. This was stated by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo SAN on Saturday in Bayelsa State at the construction flag off of the Angiama Okoroma Bridge on the Yanagawu Okoroma Ukubia Road. During his visit to the state, where he was received at the airport by the state governor, Senator Diri, the vice president also paid a courtesy call on the traditional ruler council of the state ahead of the flag off and drive through on the Yenagoa XYZ road. Speaking at the flag off, where the vice president remotely pressed the button that spurred the construction, he observed that for a country with a population and geopolitical span of Nigeria, guaranteeing inclusive prosperity is a mandate for the government. He added that this is especially so with the rapid urbanization of the last 2 decades, the consequent pressure on cities, and the difficulties of allocating scarce resources faced by government at all level and across the country. So essentially, you know what the rest of it says, so I'm not going to bore you with that. So I'll go to the last one and then I'll just read this out. This is a human interest story. A man returns empty handed 42 years after he left home in search of greener pastures. A 94-year-old Kenyan man has been reunited with his family in Majengo village, county, after being away for 42 years. Haltan says he left home for Tanzania in 1980 to look for fortune in the neighboring country, leaving behind his wife and 7 children. I left home in search of greener pastures because I wanted a good future for my children. Unfortunately, I was unable to come back home because I did not get the money I expected to get to feed my family, he told correspondents. According to the senior citizen, life at the border town of Mororoni, where he first worked as a gemstone miner, did not, however, turn out as he envisioned, forcing him to try his luck at livestock herding. We did not get any breakthrough. What we used to get was only enough to sustain us, Kulugu said. By this time, Kulugu says he had refused to remarry and was yearning to return home. It took a Kenyan pastor who had visited the area to share Kulugu's story on social media and reunite him with his family. Ulugu's son, I'm not going to attempt his name, said after unfruitful searches for their father over the years, he was called by the pastor to inform him that he had been found in Tanzania. Recently, I received a call from a pastor telling me my father had been traced in Tanzania. He came with him to Mombasa, where we went to meet him, the son said. Kulugu returned home last week to find that his wife had died in 2007, as did two of his other sons. I feel so sad that some of my family members are not here to witness the reunion. I had longed to see my wife and all my children. So there you have it. That is a tale and a half right there. So we land on that and we come into the room to say Wagwan. So Wagwan to the room. Flash Mankind, I see you. Charlie Boy, I see you. Sam, oh, I see you. Tony, uh, Tony, I'm keeping an eye on you. I see you and I'm keeping an eye on you today, Tony. So Charlie Boy, I think, I'm not sure if you are doubled up, but that's Charlie Boy again. Ola, I see you. Thomas, I see you. And the might that is Ajanle Koko, I see you. Good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me start off with Flash Mankind, a new voice to the space. So Flash, good to have you. Are you ready to go, Flash?
No, I'm not ready. I'm not. I just want to put my case
I'm
to bed.
Okay, so we come to you then. Let's not come to you, Charles, because okay, let us come to you then, Charles. So Charles, then the narrative of the Kenyan man. What are you making of that? He left home 42 years for greener pastures. Those pastures were not green, but then the home he left behind was completely ravaged by the time he came back. A sad tale, Charles.
Yeah, it's sad. It's told that's the issue with us in that spell. Your homeland's no more safe. Some could take you home.
No, that's not the no. Okay, forget it. You don't on that. No.
No,
That can't be the answer to everything, no, because
no. Okay, no. I think yeah. I believe it's a sad story. It's sad. It's very sad.
All right, but the answer to everything is not
I'm not gonna say that.
Fulani attacking.
I won't be fair today.
Oh, you want to be fair today? So
Yeah.
this will be a record then, Charlie boy. So Charles, let me then take you to the government then exonerating themselves from the blame of our fuel scarcity, with the president being the minister of petroleum, haven't been in charge, by the way, of that petroleum since Obasanjo military administration. So he's been in charge of that department for 40 years, and he still says he doesn't know what is going on. What are you making of this excuse that they don't get the blame for fuel scarcity in Nigeria? Do we have you, Charles? Oh, goodness me. All right. Sorry, Charles. I must move on. Are you there, Charles? Okay. Let's go from Charles to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, are you there? Okay, let's go from Ajanle Koko to Ola. Ola, are you there?
Yeah, one man.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Good to have you. Ajanle Koko, did you hear the rendition about the narrative of the Kenyan man? And if you heard that, what is your take? A sad story all the way through.
It's a sad story. But according to the report, I think he abandoned his wife and children or
He
he
did
left
not
them. Let me
abandon
say
them.
he
Oh.
abandoned. He left
Yes,
them for like almost 40 years.
42.
And he has to share part of the blame too.
Ajale Koko, the reason why I brought that story is that is the story of so many people. They live in search of greener pastures. So if they don't achieve what they set out to achieve or much from where they have gone to, the shame cannot let them come back home. But then they cannot really achieve much where they are. And that is the story of just so many people. Just talk away out of shame. But then the home they left behind is not as they left it behind. It would have changed. This man's wife had died by the time he came back, and 2 of his sons died too. The people he thought he was going to fight for.
Because the report, according to the report, it was looked for by the children before he was finally found in somewhere by one pastor, right?
Yeah, in Tanzania. Yeah.
So that tells us that the man did not look back at all. He didn't look back. He didn't make any effort, to look back. You left wife and 7 children. No matter what the situation, I mean, he's supposed to maybe one time or sometimes go back, look at them, and shuffle between here and there. If that is what the situation might have, if that is what he might have resorted to, but to completely abandon them, you didn't even look back. It's sad.
Is it abandonment
he did that?
Ajale Koko, is it abandonment or shame? Is it abandonment or Ajale Koko?
Bless him that one of his son or the daughter or children rather could finally discover him and brought him back home. It's just the story is sad that he left them for over 40 years and he didn't look back at all. He should share part of the blame. He didn't make a right decision. That woman, the wife he left behind, did a lot. Who knows what that woman will have been through or went through, to raise those children. It's supposed to be part of the life of the children, but for greener pasture and abandon them and didn't look back, that was not good enough on his part. It's just telling us a message.
But it's not
this is telling us that
you can't hear
outside
me,
our country,
can you hear
a
me?
message that no matter what, we know why we are outside the country.
Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Can you hear one man? He's trying to speak to you.
Oh, okay.
No. I was just saying that it is not an uncommon story, the narrative of this man. People who live for greener pastures, that green, they can't find it, but then they've gone away. Let's say, for instance, somebody leaves Nigeria the whole community gathers money to send him off abroad, and he goes to abroad, he can't make it. He's just suffering there. He can now go back to Nigeria now, to that community that gathered money to send him off. So he'll be hiding away, telling false tales. The shame of it, I think, is UK. Yeah.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah,
well, I have somebody like that. That guy, the man, he came with he's my relative. He's my he's my uncle. My father and him, they came to US in 1980. Do you know that the man, when he came here, they were working. Then when they got their paper, my father told him, "Man, let's enter school." They enter school. He go 1 or 2 semesters. He drop out. Then, as he drop out, he couldn't do anything again. My father was trying to pressurize him, so that he can follow him. Both of them will struggle and, make the greenest pasture. But do you know that this man died here? He visited Nigeria only once. He was here. The father died. He was here. The mother died. And when he died here, nothing for him. Do you know that we contributed money to bury him here? We bought the this thing, what they call it.
You know a lot of people build houses in Nigeria just as a vanity project. A lot of it vanity projects, just to say that I've been abroad and this is what I've done. Because Nigerians are very quick to, after all this year, but what have you done? What have you achieved?
Yes.
They say that, but then they don't want to hear that you have 10 houses there. They'll look at your village and say, your mommy is still rolling around in that mud. What are you talking about?
So let me finish now. So the man died here. The man died. This thing I'm telling you, the man just died 2 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. He was buried there. Nobody talk about him till today. We contributed money here. We wanted sending him. There's no need of sending him to Nigeria now. They just bought a plot of land, then bury him there. That was it. This is the person that came with my father. I mean, the achievement my father have done, but sometimes life is just what it is. One man.
All right. Thank you. You okay? So Adale Koko, let me move you on to real politics.
Let me complete on that story.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. So it's just the story of this man is just telling us that no matter what the situation we are going through in a foreign land, we should always, get in touch with our family and let them know the problem that we are confronting. You should not abandon them. You should not communicate. I mean, you shouldn't stop communicating with them. Yeah, people can run into hardship in a foreign land, but make efforts to get in touch with your parents or with your family some kind of way, so that sometimes your problem could be somehow spiritual. Sometimes they could pray for you. They could do things for you. I mean, to help you as well. So whoever that is abroad, please do not abandon your people. Try as much as possible, communicate with them and let them know the situation you are going through. So
all right. All right, thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So speaking on matters spiritual, do you believe then in the potency of the spirits of the ancestors of Yoruba land? Obatala, Ayelala, Shango, Ogun, Yemoja, all of these deities. Do you believe in their potency? Yeah.
Please, let me just make a comment.
Yeah.
This thing I want to make, like my grandmother in the village. I remember before when I got my visa, when I was about to leave. As a matter of fact, they wanted me to leave, as soon as I got my visa, the following day, they already bought the ticket. But I told them, they have to wait. Let me go and see my grandmother. So I have to leave that night to East. I took night bus to go and see my grandmother and explain that I've gotten this visa. Okay, before I left, he gave me a chalk. We call it Ruzu, but that thing is still in my bus as I'm talking to you. The woman said, wherever thing I do in America, that is going to go well with me. That was the blessing. And she's still alive. As I'm talking to you now, maybe I can go. Maybe next time I'll bring the Ruzu. I'll show you.
Is it that white thing that you guys paint on your face? This white chalk?
Yes. She gave it to me. She said she doesn't have anything, but this thing she's giving me. That this thing will go well with me.
Native chalk.
Yeah, native chalk. Yeah, it's still in my box. It's still in my box. I don't mess with that thing. It's still in my box.
Keep it there, Leo.
Yeah. So whatever thing in this land that I'm gonna prosper, whatever thing I touch is gonna go away with me. I will never suffer in this country.
If you believe that, that's half the story. It may well be. Do you know what you're a medical man, so you know what a placebo is. You know what a placebo. So it could well be a placebo, but because you have vested so much confidence in it, hold on to it tight. You never lose that thing, because if you lose it, you will.
I'll never lose it. Yeah. So next time we'll do this thing, I'll go and look for, because by the time he's gonna okay. What you guys are doing, let me go and check for it. Then I'll show you. I'll show you.
All right. So in the spirit of conjuring up the spirits of the ancestors, the Alaafin of Oyo, the custodian of the ancestors, conjures up the spirits of the Yoruba ancestors to then just to come to Tinubu's aid. He said that is his first prayer and the real prayer. So unless somebody is going to defeat Obatala and Shogo and Shokbono, President-elect Tinubu, according to the Alaafin. What are you making of the Alaafin's prayers for the Jagaban?
Well, the Alaafin did what he ought to do as a traditional leader. If one of your son or prominent son visit you and pay homage, you have to bless them, him or her, whatsoever. So it's the prayer is a personal prayer. All Yoruba.
It's not your personal though. That's the other. So it's the Yoruba race that is endorsing this guy.
One man.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Look at that. The spirit of Ndegudu.
Yeah, look at it.
Also, all of us that are saying it now, we are sharing in that good fortune.
That's it. That's a blessing. That's a blessing given to you by your grandma. Keep it well.
And pass it on from generation to, if you have to break it up for your children, break it up. So pass it on.
Yeah, see it. So this thing.
You know what they call that? They call that a heirloom. So that's a family heirloom right there.
Kayamata.
That's your Kayamata.
You see, anywhere I throw it, they walk.
Yes. This is it.
God bless
well done. Yes. So yes.
So Alaafin is a traditional leader. Is a friend to politician. Yeah, it could bless them. But we, Yoruba people, on our own, our own prayer is to have Yoruba nation, and we pray to Obatala and all our ancestors too, that gave us that land, that our ancestral heritage. Our prayer is that we will not lose it for invaders. So Alaafin is praying. I regard it as a personal prayer. It's not on behalf of us. It's just for him as a friend to Tinubu.
No, you can't say that now. Alaafin for
why will you say that?
Alaafin for you. It was not only speaking for us. It was speaking for the on behalf of the deities, us and the deities of Yoruba land. Is surrendering our support to
Ajani Koko don't speak for me, so I know speak later.
That should be the work of Oni now. It's all
it's also a custodian of the deity. It's not the sole cause. But let's not, because we do that, we open that space a lot. But it's saying the ancestors. The Alaafin invokes it doesn't do that casually, It's not something it does casually.
It's just a political talk. It's not a prayer. It's not a prayer on behalf of Yoruba people.
All right.
Because he knows, Alaafin knows that Yorubas are not in one political party. We are in different political party, and a candidate of one party cannot be the candidate of all Yoruba people. So,
hold on. Ajale Koko, you are not right in what you say. There's the best chance the Yorubas have is Tinubu. That's the best chance.
Hey, God forbid, God forbid.
No, that's the best chance. Is it not?
No, I disagree with you completely.
Really? What's a better chance? Don't say Yomi and Shibajo.
I disagree as well.
Okay, don't say. Let me just this little anecdote. I wanted to bring it yesterday, but I forgot. There was a survey done on change.org. That people that were advocating Yemi Osinbajo asking for signatories to support pressure to persuade him to be president. Do you know that they struggled to get 500 people to sign up in 24 hours? Yemi Osinbajo. The desire is not there, and it wasn't. Nobody wants. It's a nonsense now, Yemi Osinbajo. So there's no Yoruba person. The only hope we have is Tinubu. Otherwise, it goes to the north or east.
No, Lalayo. I mean, I kind of. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, bring up a name then that counters Ayo.
Osinbajo is definitely.
Don't forget Osinbajo. People are not after.
I mean, you can say that out of your own. You can say that out of your own personal sentiment, but I'm certain that most Yoruba people who are not sort of like on this Tinubu train would prefer Oshibajo to Tinubu. I mean, Tinubu is a joke. Come on, man. The guy is, I mean, he's done. I mean, what does he have to offer? He doesn't have anything to offer. And you don't want to just elect someone into a position that can pretty much determine the next 20, 30 years of the trajectory of the country just because he's a Yoruba man. At this point, I would vote for an average Igbo leader over Tinubu. I mean, the guy is, we know what he's going to do. There's no mystery there. We know exactly what Tinubu is going to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on now. I'm going to pop a link into the comment section now. I'm not even sure when this was started. This would have been, I think, a couple of days ago. Let me see. Hold on, carry on. Let me just actually I'll just pop it in the comment section. This is a link on change.org canvassing for Yemi Osinbajo to run for president.
But
this has been going for a couple of days. They wanted 1,000 signatures. They only got 600 and a bit. Nobody wants Yemi Osinbajo. It's just a talking point for people like us who are a bit somewhat.
But the thing is,
you know,
I think we all know that Osinbajo is not going to come out with his full chest until Tinubu steps out, until he steps away, which is likely going to happen. We know Tinubu, we know Osinbajo is not going to come out with his full chest and say, "Listen, guys, vote for me. I want to run for president," because that's who everyone wants. Everyone who is lurking behind the.
All right. So please go check that. Go check that link that I've just put up. Hold on. Yeah, it was put up 2 days ago, wanting 1,000 signatures for Osinbajo to run, and it's only 800 and something now. You know, just 2 days.
Okay,
they can't get 1,000 signatures to back to. Nobody.
So someone should put up. Someone should put up a link for Tinubu, and let's do side by side. The thing is, because
I don't know. Tinubu is already in the game now, so you know
he's already in the game because he's recognized in the media, and he has a lot of sycophants who are pushing his agenda. It doesn't necessarily translate into people actually wanting him to mount the presidency, because we know what he's going to do. There's no mystery there. Tinubu has nothing to offer anyone. He has nothing to offer Yoruba people. He has nothing to offer Nigeria.
Well, so says you. Nothing. So says you, though.
It's true. I mean, if we want to be logical and practical about this, Tinubu is done. He has nothing. He's too greedy and too self-absorbed. He's a narcissist, and everyone knows this. There's nothing he has to offer anyone. Osinbajo at least is able to play the game. He hasn't rocked the boat. He has at least the mystery of a possibility, the mystery of him possibly doing something credible. We know that if Tinubu gets in there, we know exactly what is going to happen. He's not going to do anything. He's going to mess the place up and try to personalize and arrogate every single entity that he can to himself and his family, like he did with Lagos. There's no mystery there. No one needs Tinubu in power. He needs to just step away and retire with dignity.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, UK.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Tinubu, that killing that happened in Ibarapa, for the fact Tinubu did not make any, he did not come out and make a speech,
Osinbajo did not make a speech. The Alaafin did not make a speech. The Oni did not make a speech. What about the Oni? What did the Oni say about it?
So, for the fact that man didn't come out,
the Alaafin.
I didn't, like, in my own opinion, that's where I didn't like at all, which means he's not even...
He's obliged to say anything. What do you mean?
Excuse me. What do you mean? What of when fire was it fire that caught in Sokoto, or which part of this thing? I think he gave them 50 million or 100 million. What are you talking about?
He can use his money.
What are you talking about? No, don't say that. Don't say that. Let's call a spade a spade. Don't say that.
You are absolutely right.
Why would you say like that? You mean like in my house now? If my people, let's say if my sister or my brother have a problem, then I didn't settle my sister. Then I go and see, let's say one man, then instead of me giving my sister first, then I'll go and give one man. So is there a proper way to address something?
You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So,
Tinubu
so
has
what
a
I, so
demonstrated
that's
agree
why
with you, King.
that's my own. That is my own my own view on that area. That is why I don't like the man to go.
And it's a solid view. I agree with you, really.
Well, it's a prejudiced
Tinubu,
view. That's your prejudice. It doesn't hold true.
Tinubu has already demonstrated he's willing to
But UK,
sacrifice anyone in the south
UK,
and his people.
one man mentions some
He's
name
shown
now.
that over and over again.
Ayo and UK, one man mentions some name now that they didn't say anything, and you guys are not castigating them. So why are you castigating them?
Two different things. So
No,
don't easy.
it's not different.
Who is more obliged? The
Can I say
Alaafin,
something?
the Oni, or the
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
See, this presidency Tinubu is pushing for, is it not for the interest of Yoruba? Or is it for his own interest? One man answer me that question.
Well, it's for the Yorubas, but the way people like Ayo go after him, the lack of gratitude, it's just
gratitude.
Tinubu presidency.
What the hell has Tinubu done for me or anyone? Why should I be grateful to that?
It's a one-chance slot. If Tinubu doesn't get it,
who cares?
If Oshibajo gets it, it'd be a nonsense.
I would prefer Peter Obi, Ngalu. I would prefer almost anyone over Tinubu. Yeah. I would prefer almost anyone in that country. Maybe even Buhari again over Tinubu.
Are you rational mind? Where's this hatred for this guy coming from? I don't get it.
It's not hatred.
Now he says he would prefer Buhari over Tinubu. That is hatred now.
It's not hatred. We are fighting for our survival as a country. Look at that guy. Look at his status, for example. Look at his health status. Assuming everything they are talking about.
What is his health status? Assuming on assumption. What are you talking about? You are saying look at his health. What is known? What is known? You are saying look at his health status, and then you are saying
the guy was incontinent in public. What else do you need?
He wasn't incontinent in public, but even if he had a senior moment, so what?
What if he had a senior moment? So what? He's going to be representing Nigeria on the international scale. You said
you think Atiku doesn't have senior moments? You think Buhari doesn't have senior moments? Do you think Joe Biden is not incontinent?
We have not seen it in public. We have not seen it in public. Don't defend what is indefensible. It's not healthy. You know that yourself.
It's not healthy, and it's traveling around the country at Dobale to all the Obas. In a brisk, sprightly manner.
One of the traveling round is what we saw that wet here now. What are you talking about?
No, I don't know. This is your language. I didn't say any wet here.
Now, do you know one thing is this? Nigeria took a very huge risk on Buhari, and congratulations and thank God for his life. He's able to sustain it. Good. Now, with what Buhari has done to that country, knowing quite well that another Fulani is going to be vice president to Tinubu, and we know what the nation can bring upon us. Will you say you can tolerate another period of Fulani? That's a grudge against him from there. Now with his distance, so his deputy is going to be Fulani.
You're making. Hold on. I think. Look, I have a good idea who his vice is likely to be, because he needs a Christian and he needs a strong name, and the strongest Christian name within the APC is Babachir Lawan. So it's likely to be Babachir Lawan. So but you are making a lot of leap to land at that point you are trying to make. You are presuming a lot on this guy's health status, which you know nothing about. So
but we saw him pee on himself.
Both age and health. Both age and health. Both age and health.
How old is he? How old is he?
Oh, he says 69, right? But we've calculated that we know that
his children is something.
So his daughter is exactly. His daughter is in her 60s, so he's obviously in his 80s. And it's not even about
in his 80s. Come on, man! In his 80s,
why should we invite him?
Is he Obasanjo's age? Is this what you're saying?
Listen, it doesn't matter even if he's not.
Come on, man! Let's be fair now. Let's be fair.
He's not.
Even if you don't like the guy, don't be fair.
The guy is incoherent. He can't speak.
Is incoherent? What do you mean he's incoherent?
Why would any normal human being want this guy to be their representative? Come on now.
Wow.
Why?
Wow.
Can I come in?
One man.
You see, in Yoruba land, we're the ones that are always stabbing ourselves in the back.
This
Let's
is
hear
not
from
stabbing
Sam.
ourselves. We're
If this is not stabbing ourselves in the back, then what is it? Let's hear from Sam.
Why aren't you rooting for Oshibajo? He's Yoruba now. He makes more sense.
Because he's a nonsensical sort of a person. He'll just go there and be speaking big grammar. Because
why not Fashola?
Okay, Fashola. I will go for Fashola. Yes, I will go for Fashola because Fashola has backbone. But
in another word, he's not the only Yoruba man that is competent. That's what we are saying.
Thank you.
It's the most possible. It's just what we are saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, Ayo. Hold on, Ola. Let's hear from Sam. Sam, you wanted to say?
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Perfectly.
This is my first time joining. I've been listening for almost a month now, and I really appreciate everyone.
Are you subscribed?
I
don't
think
lie,
so.
Don't lie.
No, I think so. I can't remember. If I have not, I'll do that after.
Do that after. Okay, carry on. Yeah, good to have you.
Yeah, so I'm in the UK, somewhere in Dartford. So
wow.
I've been. Yeah, I remember the other day you mentioned you're in Kent, but I don't know what part of Kent you are. Maybe we're very close by. So say let's stop attacking people's personality. Yeah, that's what I will say. Number one. Number two, and let's not try and be forcing our opinion on one another here. I know we have different biases about what should be and what should not be. Some of us have been away from that country. Like the last 11 years, I've not been to Nigeria, but I watch and follow the news every day conscientiously. And I mean, it's not something that brings hope to anyone. Like say, okay, I've got friends that went to settle home and then start business and everything flopped and they came back again. So there's no like light at the end of the tunnel. It's not promising. So when people are putting themselves forward, for example, Tinubu is putting himself forward. I don't have any problems with him. What you guys are not realizing is, what if he gets there and he puts the right people in place? Everyone is shouting,
and he almost certainly will from his antecedents.
We don't get
exactly.
And that is half the battle.
Listen,
the problem we have is Buhari putting. If we heard what Tambuwal said, even his man from Sokoto said the guy, he just ruins the country by appointing incompetent people.
Listen, guys, he has already he already installed someone. He installed Buhari. I don't think anyone is going to disagree with that.
It didn't single-handedly install Buhari now.
You see, and they say this is hatred of what you're hearing. God, man. I thought
you said we shouldn't be personal, so let's just stick with the facts.
Well, you are being personal with him, though. Yeah, you are calling him. You are querying his health.
You
are impugning on him.
Some questions, Sam. See, we are sending an opinion to start with. We are not enforcing our opinion on any person.
No,
you said this guy can appoint the right person. Good. I'm not arguing that personally. Yes, I've said that he can appoint the right person. But you see, one thing there is that a good leader should not necessarily be the one to be there, but just to make sure that he can get someone among those people that he has brought up and still achieve whatever he wants to achieve. So getting there.
No. What you are saying is wrong. A good leader leads from the front. He doesn't lead remotely because leadership is instinctual. It's instinctual and of the moment, and you have to have the authority to manifest it.
Leading from the front doesn't mean you have to install
No. Ideally, if you are equipped, then then that is the first route.
Let me finish my thought.
Hold on. And that's theory yours as well. Difference of opinion, but Sam, let's hear from you.
So as I was saying, he's been the one going around. Like today I saw on YouTube, he's been to Oyo State. He went to see the he went to see the Alaafin. Someone I've met when I was doing my NYC in Oyo State as well. So if he's putting himself forward and every other pretender, I'm not saying they're contenders, they're pretenders, are not coming forward. Some of them are just doing some audio declarations. Some friends of friends are calling people out to come and declare. I mean, you don't know what you want. Nigeria is it's not a meat pie. It's not beans. It's hard work. So if this guy has been a governor in Lagos State for 8 years, and he's putting in. So it's very strategic. That's one thing I need to let you guys know as well. Out of all the governors in 1999 till date, is the only one that is still relevant politically and has planted people in every strata. They are trying to change the constitution of APC now to disfavor Bola Tinubu, and I know it's the work of these governors. They are trying to make all the super delegates and the statutory delegates not to be part of those that will vote for him when the time comes for their presidential. So, see, they are scheming against him, but he doesn't care. He went to meet one of those Yoruba guys the other day. I've forgotten that elderly man's name. He called him to his bedroom and said, see, Tinubu, people you want, if I mean, I'm sorry I'm speaking Yoruba, I will interpret in English. That they won't give this thing to you. The same way they did to Abiola is what they will do to you. Do you know what he said to this man? He said, see, I'm not if that's what they want. I will spend my last couple on it. He is ready for it. All of these politicians, Fashola is a good person. All of the other, they will not spend their own money. Bola Tinubu is ready to spend whatever. I don't care where he gets this money from. They are ready to spend the last card to get to this position and get the right people in place. Everyone that is shouting change of constitution, you can only get Bola Tinubu is very, very soft in the heart.
Hold on, Sam. Do you think they'll try to kill him?
No, come on now.
No, that's to Sam.
Let's not get that far. I'm not sure they will kill him. No, we have gone past that stage now. Nigeria is not. It's not a banana.
No one is advocating violence.
No.
We're not advocating him, but you know, if he's unstoppable and their intent on stopping him, let's force that so that they don't force it.
One thing with him is he's a very forgiving person. There's this guy that died recently, Yinka Odumakin. I don't know if you know him. His wife is Joe Odumakin. They're both activists. See, I'm privy to this one because I lived in Alaafin too. So I'm not very close to politicians, but I move with people that talk politics. Joe Odumakin was almost dying. Bola Tinubu sponsored this guy to India, corrected whatever was dysfunctional in him. And this guy came back to life, functioning again. And I see this guy later, some years later, castigating and always talking against Tinubu on AIT.
Sorry, not Joe. Joe is his wife. It's Yinka.
I'm talking about Yinka.
Yeah, Yinka, not Joe. Joe is his wife. Okay.
I know them both.
Listen, I'm not sure.
Hold on. Let him speak.
Let me finish now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this guy was very sick. Bola Tinubu sponsored this guy to India. This guy was well. He came back. Whatever happened between them, something similar to this Aregbesola and Tinubu's case. I know a lot of things have gone wrong between these politicians. He started castigating. Bola Tinubu was not vexed at all. He knew, he is a forgiving person. He has a very, very tender heart.
I want to do what we normally do. Sam, if you don't have any evidence of anything, please don't say it. So what you are saying now, what you are saying now, if you put a disclaimer before saying it, I will accept. You are sounding more. That's my opinion now. Don't hold me for it. It's my opinion. You can discuss. You are sounding more as a PR for Tinubu.
Exactly.
How could you have leveled this thing? What's the evidence? Who are those people in the camp of this guy that have come up openly?
You find it difficult to believe that.
Hello.
Come on, man.
Let me finish my statement.
I want to be petty on this one. If you
let me finish this statement, please. See, all of us, we are just met on this platform. We don't know who is who. I'm telling you first-hand information. Believe it or not. I've already said before I started out, this is our opinion. Let's share it, whether we believe it or not. If you don't believe that, I will tell you about Dr. Percy. Dr. Percy ran calumnious campaigns against Bola Tinubu, Bodillion of whatever, during the last two, because he was trying to support Buhari. Bola Tinubu took him to court. He was going to sue him for everything that Dr. Percy was worth. Dr. Percy came back calling and begging, and Bola Tinubu pardoned and he forgave him. That guy has a forgiving spirit. That's what other politicians do not have. I'll rest my case here. See,
one man.
My case here. I'm not.
Do you know that Dr. Percy and Tinubu are friends too? Do you know that?
That's what I'm telling you, sir. That
what is the forgiving you're talking about there?
What if he didn't withdraw the case from court?
What is the forgiving? They've been long-time friends. They've been friends for over 40 years. What is the forgiving you are talking about?
And he's allowing PDP to use his station to campaign against Bola Tinubu if he was genuinely his friend.
all this campaign for Tinubu and all this thing, we should just stop.
No, hold on, Sam. Please, I know that the platform is verulously anti-Tinubu. We know that, but as people are so opposed to Tinubu, there's people that are for him. So if he's not accusing you of campaigning against Tinubu, they don't accuse him of campaigning for Tinubu if he believes that Tinubu has what is required, which a lot of people do. I myself, not too far, I'm not a Tinubu fan, but if we are going to pick from the very worst, and I want a Yoruba man, that we can do a lot worse than Tinubu, but I know that not everybody agrees with me. But, let's not...
But the thing is, if I may just say something real quick. So I don't believe in coincidences. And this guy seems very well versed in Nigerian politics. All of a sudden, he shows up on a platform with very detailed info about... listen, let me just finish out here. Let me finish now. Stop filibustering me, please. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Carry on.
Okay, so we have a guy who said he's been listening to the platform for the last couple of weeks. All of a sudden, he decides to make an appearance. He's super pro Tinubu, and it's not like he has some fringe-based information. He has very detailed knowledge about Tinubu and
like what?
Like everything he just said. Anyone who's in doubt can just rewind 5 minutes and listen to what he said. But we are supposed to believe this is a civilian coming off the street to participate. You see, these people are not. They're not even. Maybe they just think every single.
You are a dangerous man, You're a dangerous man.
Oga, make a comment more now.
Already, we had who did we have earlier on? Was it BBC?
No, we had. He's a plant. Tinubu was campaigning in London.
Okay.
Wasn't he campaigning in London with posters all over the place in London? Tinubu is smart. No one is saying this guy isn't politically savvy. He is.
All right.
But this guy, Sam, is a plant. He's an obvious plant.
All right. Well, you stand accused, Sam, but I think I'm standing accused too, because they are now saying, one man don't collect money. So this is the thing.
No,
if you hold an opinion.
Opinion
contrary to
that's
part of it. So
I want to speak.
Hold on. One man has collected money, but my bank manager is not aware of it. From all the texts, he's always harassing me for overdraft. So maybe that money has not hit my account. Maybe
can I just say this quickly?
Yeah, say it quickly, and then we go back to Ajan Lekoko. Yeah.
All right. There's this saying.
I want to contribute to
hold on now, Tony. Now.
Okay.
There's this saying that all is fair in love and war. That's the way you guys should see politics. Politics is not for fickle-hearted people. You need to go the long haul. So forget all of these emotions and these things. Our Igbo brothers. I don't want to. Maybe when I got the chance to speak again, let me let other people contribute. Other people contribute. There's no emotion.
Only 1 minute.
Hold on, Tony. Now, okay. Thank you, Sam. Let's go to Tony, and then we go back to Ajan Lekoko. Thank you, Sam. Good to hear from you.
Okay, thank you very much. So yesterday, yesterday I was online. So you didn't post a link, and then you just finished your introduction, and then suddenly just shut it up like that, there was no link, so you probably forgot to post the link.
No, I did not forget. The link was on the screen right there. Nobody clicked on. You have to scroll up, to get to the link. But that's yesterday. This is today. Did you have anything to? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry then for that, for the reminding. Okay. So now back to the point. So very briefly. So I really like the way Ola has contributed today. Ola has contributed with Ajan Lekoko because so let's not forget that these two men were also pro Tinubu like myself, because we were thinking that we want our man to be there, so he can be able to change things, because we know that the guy is a strong guy, But at the end of the day, like for example now, I don't know what is the weather situation, at your various locations, right? Because for me now in Germany, for the past 7 days or let's say 1.5 weeks, it has been very terrible. So many roofs, are falling down, and then fences, everything is being damaged. So now you see, politicians are coming out to tell the people, okay, take it easy. We are going to take care of that. Both politicians, in government, and then all the various political leaders, the political party leaders that are not in government, they are all coming out, to speak to the people, to encourage them, and then also regarding so regarding the Ukraine war.
Okay. Oh no. Thank you. No. Tony, please now, for goodness sake.
Just very important.
No. Enough.
This is really
Enough.
mad.
No. Please,
Yeah.
enough.
Okay. I know the government is trying to make this easier.
Okay, Tony. Enough. Please. Don't do this now. Just go straight to the point. We're not interested in German politics. You have good government in Germany. They don't have it in Nigeria. Speak to what we're talking about and let us move the conversation on. Please, Tony, enough. So just make the point and then...
Okay,
please,
sir.
Just to the point now. Don't stress me out now.
Okay, sir. Okay, let me go to the point now, if you allowed me. So Tinubu did not come out when we are in, we say when we are in trouble. So that's why Ajani Koku says that he did not come out. That's why Ola said that he did not come out to encourage people when our people are being attacked or whatever, from the sky, not from the north. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So the people have to show some kind of sympathy or the empathy and say, okay, we are taking it easy, whether I'm in government or not. They should come out. So sorry, they should have come out that time, both to Sibajo and all of them. So anyway, no election. So Duduwa Republic is the best way out.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Tony. So back to Ajale Koko. Thank you, Tony.
So one man, the ancestors of Yoruba land will not support a fraudulent candidate. The ancestors of Yoruba land will not support the most treacherous politician against the interests of Yoruba. And the ancestors of the Yoruba land will always be on the side of Yoruba people that are calling for their nation. So what Alaafin was saying, Alaafin was praying for his friend, his political friend, who is not a friend of the people. Tinubu did not show up when Yoruba needed him most. When people were killed in the Gogon, we didn't see his face. When
that's a bit of a red herring, and that's almost a politically naive stance that people take. The guy's ambition. So why would he then come out in that space to sacrifice his ambition to a criminal act that happened in a satellite space?
So his ambition is bigger than the life of his people.
What do you mean his people? Who are his people? Don't do that now. The Alaafin did not come out. The Oni did not come out.
They did.
No, they did not. No senior voices came out.
No, they did not.
They did not.
Can I tell you what? Can I tell you? Can I remind you?
No,
let me remind you one man. Let me remind you.
All right. Okay.
Let me remind you. Alaafin of Oyo wrote a very strong letter to BUHARI on the situation of insecurity in Yoruba land, the way they are killing people. Oni went personally to visit him and tell him.
Okay. No. Let's not go on a long journey.
You know that is true. You know that is true.
Well, I don't know that is true.
Well,
but he's
I
under
believe
no
everybody
obligation.
knows.
He's under no obligation to speak to what happens in Ibarapa. And
he has obligation if he's positioning himself. If he's parading himself as a leader of Yoruba land. As a leader of Yoruba people.
Come on, man.
Come on, one man.
No, come on.
Then that means that will tell you if he's not speaking for the interest of Yoruba people, if he cannot stand up and speak, that means the ancestor of Yoruba land will never support him in his pursuit.
Right. Well, it's not you don't have that say though. It's the custodians of the deity that will have that say. You don't have the determination that hold on, Ola, please. You don't have the determination that he's not supporting the Yoruba people just because he did not speak on some satellite incident. So you don't have that determination. No.
So we Yoruba people, we should not speak to a situation that we know particularly somebody that always stand against the interest and never stand for our interest.
Who stands against the interest and not for?
Tinubu. And I will give you instances.
Go on.
I'll give you instances.
Go on.
Okay. When we had Alliance for Democracy, he is the one behind the killing of that party. He went, it took a treacherous political move just for him to establish his own political empire, and he killed that party. You understand what I'm saying? So he killed that party. So, and what that party stood for then was primarily to promote and defend the interests of Yorubas in the national political arrangement of Nigeria. But he killed that interest, and he was able to build his own political his political empire. Just for everything that man has done is to promote his own.
Adele Coco, we are losing you. We are losing you.
Okay, hold on. I think my speaker. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better. Carry on.
Okay. A bit better.
Yeah, no, Thomas, settle down. Yeah, or Adele Coco, carry on.
So all he has done to kill that party, what he did for killing that party is not his personal.
Adele Coco, you are dipping in and out. Your system is dipping in and out. Oh, okay. I think we've lost that now. Yeah, okay, you've come back on. Yeah.
So the killing of AD is for him to build his own political machine, his own political empire, to promote his ambition that is pursuing now, what he regarded as lifelong ambition. So he never stand. That man never stand for the interests of Yoruba people, but only for his own interest, political interest. And he has demonstrated it time and time and time again, all the time. He did it in the time of Igogon. He did not even show. Look, showing up is one thing. Sending emissary is another thing. Sending money is another thing. Sending material is another thing. Issuing a statement for peace is another thing. This man did not issue all of these things. All we did is the promotion of his own political agenda, this presidency ambition. He went to the north and donated money every year. The palace of Onigogon was burned down. This man never go there. He never send money. That is not the man that the ancestor of Yoruba land will stand behind, because he will go up there and kill our interests. He will never be there for us, just for himself and his political associates.
But the Alaafin of Oyo has said the ancestors stand with him. Yeah.
Let me tell you this. What he's trying to achieve, becoming the president, is to build a stronger political empire around the country, all for his own political interest and not for the interest of Yoruba people.
And what is that interest? What is that interest? What is his political interest? More money, Abi?
Would you say that is not part of it?
More money. This is it. This is what it's all about. More money.
Hold on.
Do you know what you really think that is more money?
Hold on. He has not achieved. He has not been able to penetrate the entire federation,
right,
with his political machine. He was successful. He has been able to establish that in the Southwest. But going these routes now, if he becomes the president, he will be able to, establish a strong political empire across the country. That is
to what end? What? To what end?
I mean, it's part of his political dream. He wanted to do so.
But to what end? To what end? To achieve what?
I have just told you, to become the most powerful politician in the Nigerian political space. having a political machine, and he'll be able to have his own political party, control a political party with its experience in politics. Man, that power will be too strong. An
but to what end, though? To what end?
Oh, to many ends. Economically and politically, financially, and
more money.
Yeah, it's part of it. Have you not been making money from Lagos State?
Right. So more money.
Have you not? You know the issue of Alphabeta now.
Okay,
you know about Alphabeta
all the time now.
Yeah, and you know about
it. I find it I find it somewhat uninspired to think that Tinubu's this whole journey narrative is just about money.
No. I'm not saying primarily for money. No, that is not what I'm saying. You are the one that putting that up. You are the one that putting that up. It is not primarily.
I'm asking, I asked you to what end?
I have told you to become the most powerful politician in the history of the country. That is what
that itself is not an end now. So to what end?
Don't you know that when you become the most powerful politician, the president, with structure around the country, that gives you every other thing. Forget about to what end you are talking about. You will get every other thing. Every other thing is secondary.
You've not identified what is looking to achieve.
I don't need to be telling you that. What I'm telling you,
why are you asking us to be in fear of him if you're not sure what he's after? What are you asking us to be in fear?
I am telling you that what I'm telling you, one man, that we are trying to relate these ambitions.
Are we creating a bogeyman here? Are we creating a bogeyman?
We are not creating. Let me tell you, we are just. It's not fear. We are not. No, we are not creating fear. We are not creating bogeyman. But we are saying, we are talking to the truth that what this man represents is only for his same interest and not for the interest of the Yoruba people.
But what is that interest? You are saying he wants to be powerful, but to what end?
The political interest of Yoruba, this man never stand for it. He killed the interest of Yoruba people. I have just given you instances the way he killed the Alliance for Democracy, the party that was created to promote the interest of Yoruba people.
All right.
And I have told you what he did in Igogon. We all saw what he did, that he never stood up for the people. And you said because of the political ambition, he doesn't need to do so. So Yoruba, these people should be killed and to keep quiet. Buhari did not keep quiet when there was fight.
Can you hold on, please, Ola, please?
Buhari did not fight. Buhari did not keep quiet. Didn't keep quiet when there was fight in Ibadan. He stood up and he still became the president of Nigeria. What is his fear?
No, it's a different narrative for Buhari. It's a different narrative for Buhari and a different time. Look,
I'm
not sure that we're having. No, I'm not. Hold on, Ola, Ayo, please. I'm not sure that we're having this as a conversation. As sophisticated as we all are here, as sophisticated and as knowledgeable and as politically savvy as we all are here, that we're having it as a conversation that the expediency of a greater purpose prevailed in that Ibarakwa space. So for him to narrow to a parochialism and then surrender a greater ambition that would be of greater use. Is this what we're asking?
So I guess if I may just ask you a quick question. What you're saying is that if he supports his people and
what do you mean support his people? The language is wrong. The language you're already starting off with is wrong.
No, well, I mean, okay, let's not say support. But if
he speaks to the Ibarakwa space, that would be political. Would that be political suicide?
So if he sympathizes,
I'm asking you.
I don't think anyone is in doubt about whether the Ibarakwa situation was a detriment to Yoruba people. Clearly, it was. So what you're saying is, if he stands or if he sympathizes with his own people, somehow that is detrimental to his political ambition. Is that someone you would really want to be empowered?
No, but I'm saying the premise is already, and that's a leading position, by the way. You are leading because you've already established the prejudice. We're not talking about his people, we're talking about an incident. So, look, there's a greater purpose for his people through expediency than thumping to something that happened in Ibarakwa.
One man. An apples to apples comparison would be when the Hausa people were chased out of Saki Market. And then he went to the north to donate money to them. He sympathized with them. And no one is blaming him for that. There's no problem with that whatsoever. I'm not saying there is. So why is it a big deal for him to sympathize with his own people when they were
okay. Let me speak to that.
Can I chime in?
Who's that?
Ovie.
Oh, don't do Fulani, please. Ovie.
No. Today I'm actually once again I support what you said about Tinubu. The problem Tinubu has is that his people. I totally agree with you there. I'll make my point regarding that. But what Ayo is saying that in that narrative of Ibarakba, you should understand what they try to turn what happened to, as if it's a Fulani against Yoruba. And you, if you are in Tinubu shoe, the best way to do is to stay out of it, because they've actually politicized this already. So going there, you don't have a choice than to take a side, and the side that will go and urging whatever, apart from the fact that they are seeking to be a president with the position he occupies. I don't expect him to be there and take a particular stand. Doesn't work like that. We can disagree or hate him as we want, but that's the best move for him.
Well, if he wanted to,
it's political expediency, isn't it? Are your nose? So I don't know why it's talking like that.
Fulani key, Fulani down. So you don't expect him to come and take position like that.
It's political expediency. Ovie and one man are getting it wrong.
Right.
Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, let me give him this point. He can do it in a very mature way that will not look political. He could visit.
He didn't even have to do it at all. It serves no purpose. It serves no purpose. What purpose does it serve?
Let me tell you this.
Anything is said there will be politicized. So it
is not going to be. It's not going to be.
Of course it will. Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Okay, so it is good for his people. It is good.
It is politicized already. If you remember, what happened? That killing has become. So
it is good for his people. It is good for his people to be killed and kept quiet because you want to win the presidency.
Exactly.
And it is good. It is good for this. So it's good for him.
It is not good for his people to be killed at all. And by the way, we are not even his people. You've already said that Tinubu is a selfish interest politician. So it's a self-interest politician.
Yoruba people. That
and the people that's going to be his destruction as well.
Yes,
everything is good for him, but the Yorubas will destroy him.
All his stolen wealth is from Yoruba land. So yes, Yoruba people need to destroy him. What industry has this guy created? Can someone tell me? Can someone tell me what industry this guy has created? Why he's so wealthy? He's stolen wealth from Yoruba land, but we're supposed to.
Thank you, Ayo.
You don't agree that it's a political survey. Forget about what he stole. It's not about what he stole. All of them are.
I have never been so proud of Yoruba people for calling him out. We are not.
That is the only best chance the Yoruba people has come this election, as far as I'm concerned. Tinubu is the best bet of the Yorubas.
The only bet, the only bet.
At this point, because of Parliament 3, he's the best bet. But you guys ridicule him every fucking day.
And even if the Yorubas back him, it's still 50-50. But if we are stabbing him in the back the way we are now, he has no chance.
The problem that country is
having is they are making caricature of the only man that actually had the potential to hold us in for them.
Listen,
this is the only problem I have with Yorubas.
Ola.
Sprinkle from Tinubu. Every other man you mention among the Yoruba land, sprinkle from Tinubu.
Because you're being small-minded.
Ola. If people are kids, who's he going to rule over on? Is he going to rule over the bushes?
That's a cheap emotional point. Now today, how many people can kill? There was the killing. Listen. He has a better chance as a president to put a stop to that killing.
Why would he do that? What has been?
Why you should respect Tinubu in your own space, in the Yoruba space, is that any potential presidential candidate you mention in Yoruba land is if you want to put Tinubu the political dynasty.
Okay, the best way to establish what this person is going to do forward is to look at his history. What has Tinubu ever done that would make anyone think he's the Messiah for anyone? Not
all right,
even
let me
mention
answer it by
Yoruba
saying
people in
that.
Nigeria. What has
Who
he
are
done?
you going to measure in Yoruba land today that stand a chance to become Nigerian president?
Who cares?
I'm asking a question. Who?
So even though it's a team,
can you please let me
Can you just
respond
answer
to
that
him?
question? Who?
See, there is a difference
Nobody who
between
call in Yoruba land today that has no
now.
Tinubu political dynasty. None. Yoruba
if you guys
has a chance
listen,
today.
if you guys want to remain one country, which it sounds like most people on this platform do, then you shouldn't be looking at whether we want a Yoruba guy there because he's the best hope for Yoruba people. If you want to split, that's a whole different story. If you want to stay together, and then you're going to put together, you're going to push that person
from Yoruba land that has a chance. Mention another person.
Even though he has demonstrated time.
One man, please. I want to ask you a question, please.
Ayo, mention another name outside Tinubu that stand a chance completely among the Yoruba.
I would prefer 100%. I would prefer 100%. My primary choice would be Showore. And then I would even prefer Oshibajo. Anyone.
Who is Oshibajo? Is it not Tinubu?
Is what?
Oshibajo is Tinubu. Fashola is Tinubu. Anybody you mention within the Yoruba space, they are all Tinubus.
Then Delegiwa then. Yeah, no, Dele Mamadou.
That is his legacy. Anybody you mention in Yoruba land today, speak up from Tinubu political dynasty. So why would you treat that man like that? It's the only best chance.
Because he gave them. Listen,
but you guys are making fool of him.
No one is being righteous here.
One man, I have a question for you, please.
How is that smart?
No one is being righteous. And no one is saying that. No one is saying that.
The only person. Even if you want to say let him support whoever I want to support, he is the only person at this moment, and he's
the only person I want. And we know what he's going to do, so it doesn't matter.
No, but you don't, though. What do you mean you know what he's going to do? How so?
He's going to
hold on.
He's going to try and personalize Nigerian assets. He's going to try and make them his.
Come on. What do you take Nigeria for God's sake? Nigeria is not Ghana. What do you take Nigeria for?
Well, all right. Thank you, V. Let's hear from Thomas. Thomas, you wanted to say.
One man. Thank you, everyone. One man. But why are we criminalized if anybody came out and support Tinubu? It's their opinion.
No, this is it now. Is that
yes, why?
Why? Some straw man argument.
Yes, it's their opinion.
All right. So let's hear from Ola, who's been wanting to come in. So Ola, you wanted to add,
No, even where I wanted to speak the other time was even on that Ibarapa and all those things. Yeah, right. The thing is this. Even before Buhari got to that power, he was speaking for his people. Now, we know that Tinubu truly, that if he has spoken against Fulani that time, that will affect him. Perfect. But when people are saying this guy is anti-Yoruba, we should just accept the fact that this guy is going against Yoruba for the purpose of actualizing his ambitions. And that's a fact. Whether we agree with it 100% is another thing entirely.
What makes it a fact? Because he did not speak on Ibarapa, is that what it is?
Okay, see, Tinubu has a very good history of working against the Yorubas. Now, he was accused of approaching Abacha to make him a commissioner in Lagos State, even when we all believe that he was even a strong voice behind Radia Kubirat, all those Nadeko, and all those at that time. Abiola family accused him, but they judge accused this guy. Now, when that's one thing, right? We all see Falaye as one of the leaders of Yoruba land. This guy came out and presented the way all these Fulani cattle destroy his farm, and he was doing this thing, right? He didn't talk. When they now murder,
he didn't talk. Is this?
Wait now. Because all those things that Tinubu has been doing, when they murder Mrs. Olakunrin,
you are not saying anything. You cannot say it's anti-Yoruba because of.
Because
you are not going to recount all this.
Everything he was doing, he was going against those people that brought him to power.
All right.
Because this guy wrote on Afenifere and Nadeko and what did they call it? AG to get to power, and he crashed everything after getting to that place for selfish interest. So all his antecedents.
It's not all his antecedents. This you are putting a spin on. But I don't want to labor that space too much.
Okay, say all those things that I've said are false.
It's just going to spiral. You are saying that he did not go out to speak on the Barapa situation when it wasn't politically expedient to do that for a greater ambition. You are saying he went to Abacha to become a commissioner in Lagos when it serves his own political trajectory at that time. So you're just
at the expense of his people. At the expense of his people.
How is it that was the politics? Oh, but sorry. No, that is not what that is. What you are saying
for personal interest, not Yoruba interest. You said
all right. Well, that is your interpretation.
Becoming president is for Yoruba. It's for personal.
All right, that is your interpretation. You know, anybody can do that. You know, this is like a curated narrative. Somebody that has a vast political backlog, you can do this with any politician, by the way, what you are trying to do. You can pick elements of their political antecedents to paint a particular story, which is what you're doing. But let's just leave it there. Let's go back to Ajanle Koko to round of thought so that we can progress the conversation. So Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Well, what I can say here, what Ola just said was actually true.
Well, it's not true.
Hold on. Let me speak. One man, please.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
You know, this platform, we are using this platform to inform people, and we can verify if we are lying. But when we are pointing to a fact, let us accept it. Don't let us just push back because it doesn't fit your own narrative or it doesn't chime with what you want to hear. Look.
Okay, carry on.
Abiola's son confirmed this. Call Abiola. He said most of these politicians that push his father or that appears to be behind his father were actually negotiating behind with Abacha. And they come to the public and shout Abiola and this thing. And he mentions specifically Tinubu's name. He mentions specifically Tinubu's name that you know, when his father was in jail, they said they are fighting against Aga, and he was negotiating with Abiola to be sole administrator of Lagos State. So look, when you see, and you have heard a lot that he did with that Baba, what do you call it, Baba,
Body George.
Baba Oyebanjo said. Look. We must not promote, we shouldn't promote people that are unworthy, people that never stand for their people. We shouldn't promote them.
No, that's from your perspective, though. If people find him unworthy, they would not be promoting him.
Yeah, we should not promote them. We that knows better. We knows better. You knows better, one man.
No, I don't, though. I see Tinubu as the best hope for the Yoruba race. I do.
Okay. You say you do.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, but we have seen everything that he has done. We have antecedent of him. We have just mentioned everything that he has done, contrary to the interests of Yoruba people.
No, he's not done anything contrary to the. You've not said any single thing that he has done contrary to the interest of the Yoruba people.
Have you been listening?
Did you hear
the Abacha? I have been listening.
Did you hear the Abacha case I mentioned? Is it not contrary to the interest of Yoruba people?
How is it contrary to the Yoruba people?
Okay. Why is contrary to Yoruba people is that when they were fighting this thing, anti-Abacha, and he was negotiating behind with Abacha to get appointment, and he was chanting Abiola in the public. Is that not a treacherous move?
That is not a treacherous. And I'm going by your say so. By the way,
I am surprised.
I'm going by your say so. I'm going by your say so because I don't know that to be the fact.
This way.
No,
I am surprised you are talking this way. I am surprised you are defending indefensible. What you are defending is indefensible. This is what Abiola said.
Well,
is just a
Abiola
fact to
son
this
can say
effect.
anything. I
And
don't know that
no, you
to be
can't
the
just
case,
say, how can you just say just anything of what you know that somebody did against the interests of your dad? You will not say it. It got a fact to this effect. I mean, it got a fact to all this, the misdeed of this man.
Right.
So, and we told you about the formation of Alliance for Democracy, what it did to kill that party, the party that stands for the interests of Yoruba people.
Right.
And we told you the one of Igogon. There are so many things that this man
okay. So
have
let's
done.
go. Let's
Even during the time, during the time of Obasanjo, there are a lot of things that he did against Obasanjo. Obasanjo, like, he was, some people still see Obasanjo today as a person that championed, if not in totality, he still stood for the whole nation, among which is Yoruba people interest.
Is Obasanjo anti-Yoruba?
It's not anti-Yoruba. He has never done anything wrong against the interest of Yoruba people.
Did he come out to speak on the Igangan?
No, well, he doesn't need to, though. He doesn't need to. Obasanjo, I think Obasanjo's political legacy has been cemented. We know Obasanjo is pro-one Nigeria.
All right.
And every single Yoruba person knows.
But he did not come out to speak on the Igangan.
He spoke strongly against security failure of this administration. He spoke strongly against the administration. I mean, the insecurity.
The fulanization.
He talked about fulanization. Yes. He talked about Islamization of Nigeria. This man spoke, but Abiola, Tinubu
has never
was aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
Because of his ambition, because he wants to be president.
All right. That is your language. That is your view.
Yeah. Let me tell you finally. Yeah. Let me tell you finally on this man. Or let me ask you a question, one man.
Right.
In Britain, if you have a party in Britain that run British or Britain the way APC have done, would the British people vote for that party to go back to power?
Where are you leading me to?
You cannot even answer the question.
I want to know where you're leading me to.
No, don't worry. No, I just asked a question. Just answer. Would the British people vote for such party?
No, that's a leading question. So take me to where you want to.
No. I don't need to tell you where I'm leading to. Yeah. And just a question.
No, I can answer that. Please, sir. What Ajani Koko says, sir, is that when the Buhari government was so bad, why should he come back in 2019? If they would know that everything was
no. That's not what I'm saying. My question is that if in Britain,
century of British, when they are in this our state, yes, they will.
If Ovie, I'm not put. That's your own. Okay.
One man. Today.
In Britain, if one of your parties there run British or Britain the way Nigeria state being run by this administration, will the British people vote that party into power again?
I don't understand that question. I don't understand it.
But it's rhetorical. But the issue is this. Listen,
look,
I know
and to Allah as well. If you have a political party in Britain that fail woefully, fail on the economy, fail on security, and fail woefully in the management of the country, will the British people or American people or Canadian people, will they vote, return that party into power in the next election cycle? Will they?
The difference is this, though, Ajanle Koko, because most of these parties are based on ideology. Nigerian parties are not.
Wait, forget about ideology. We are talking about political party this time. Forget about ideology. Don't go to ideology. When you are talking about ideology, you are going too far.
What you said comparing the Nigerian polity with
no. It's the concept here. It's the concept I'm talking about.
Right.
The concept of voting. what is the concept? Do we normally vote for failure, or we vote for political parties that have done well?
But that's what I'm
How is it
saying.
done?
Angelico, I think we're saying the same thing, but you're not hearing what I'm saying. Political parties in the West are based on ideology. So yes, we know what the Conservatives or Labour stands for in UK. We know what the Republicans or the Democrats stand for in the US. Nigerian political parties have no ideology. It is driven by the individual who is in power. So you can't really compare. You can't make an apples to apples comparison by saying, well, yes, are you going to vote for someone? Are you going to vote APC in power again when Buhari was APC? They don't have any coherent ideology. So it doesn't apply.
I bet you, Ayo,
what I was going to say is this: if someone like Showore or Shibajo were APC in Nigeria today, and they were the foremost running candidates, that they were sort of like in Tinubu's position right now, then it will make complete sense to support these guys, knowing the Nigerian political system is not based on ideology, it's based on the individual, but they're not. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is in what party. It doesn't matter. I could vote for someone in APC, PDP. It makes no difference whatsoever, because it is the individual who becomes president that dictates the policy and the direction of that country in Nigeria. And it's always been that way, and it's probably going to remain that way until these old guys die out and this younger, more progressive generation comes in.
I agree with you. For that individual mindset, that individual self-interest is what gave birth to Oshibanjo, is what gave birth to
right. I know people
all
the
men in that region. That's what gave birth to them.
So but the thing is, destroy
the mother of those political children without looking at what they actually done, what they stand for. It's just, I don't see where you guys are helping.
But the thing is this: people like to. I don't see what Shibajo has done that has made him. What has Shibajo done that has made him null and void as the next president? What? He's done nothing.
Okay, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Ayo. In Nigeria, both parties have manifesto. I believe everybody agree with me. And manifesto. Hold on. What is on paper? Is it not practical?
Like Nigerian laws are on paper, but there's no law in the country.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What you have on paper should be practicalized, isn't it?
Yeah, but should be. That's the key word.
Yes.
That's the key word. You said should be.
No, hold on, Ayo. I mean, what I'm saying here is that they have their manifesto, and that manifesto, is driven by political ideology. But you have people.
You're very politically savvy. Hold
on. But because you have irresponsible in position of power that cannot really drive the ideology of their party, to better the life of the people. And that is why you can see it look like they have this thing in book that they're supposed to implement, but they fail. What they are implementing there is, just looting. Spree. That's
right. Exactly.
The
last time Nigeria had political parties with ideology was in the 1980 election, when everyone knew UPN was for free education at all levels. That's an ideology. That is policy that you can propel and you can get people behind. It doesn't have to be for, but right now, please, what is PDP's ideology? What is APC's platform? They have none.
You don't try to understand me.
I think we're saying
PDP share the money. I know that for sure.
You don't try to understand what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say here, both parties have their manifesto.
Yes, I'm not saying they don't have ideology on paper, but
yes,
practical,
what you
but they don't stick to it. They don't stick to it. They don't stick to it.
Yeah, that is why even the constitution, they don't keep to the constitution. It's a lawless country.
Can you tell me what is APC's foremost platform agenda? Because I don't know.
Thank
Can
you.
you tell me?
Yes. Either unemployment problem or whatever.
No. Tony, let Ajani Koko respond.
Change.
Please, what is APC's foremost platform agenda? What is their primary policy?
Change.
I don't know. I don't know it because they don't promote it.
So you don't
they
know
don't promote
exactly.
it. They are lawless people. They want to go there, grab power, and then loot the resources and
Ayo, let me explain to Ajani Koko in a very simple language. Ajani Koko, political parties ideologies are what they stand for. Like we are pro
understand.
employment. No, pro industry, pro education. Let me finish that. Then no matter what happens, wait. They will never jump for this party to another party. They will not jump from another party to another party because they believe in this ideology, ideological, of the other party. They will never move. So what they have in Nigeria is that there's no political ideology because they move from party to party like a grasshoppers. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he's saying. So but in the UPN, they stand for free education, free medical care, and blah blah blah. Then the NPN stands for also. Then there's some other political ideologies in Germany here that where political party don't believe in having foreigners to come into the country. That would be their own. That would be their own ideology. The other political parties say no, we need some immigrants so that to be able to fill up our unemployment whatever. That's what we're talking about, sir.
Right.
So we are here blaming the parties that they don't have ideology.
Yes.
Look at us. Instead of us to be discussing the individual policy or party policy that are going to present before us, we are discussing where the president should come from. So, but if you are blaming the party, also blame yourself. What role are you playing to shape that ideology? Because the people that will shape the ideology. The party is the combination of me and you and the rest of people out there.
Yeah, but at least you have to
Can
I
interject? If we are not even focused on analyzing policies of individuals,
go ahead, Soli.
Party for not having ideology. Don't think we are getting it wrong somewhere.
APC has
we are not discussing Tinubu's political policies. We are not discussing any of those policies, but no, now it must come to the south, it must come to the north, it must come to the east. That's what we're discussing. Who doesn't make any sense as far as I'm concerned? And we are going to spend the rest of the year doing this.
We don't normally agree.
Let's blaming parties. We should also know why the party.
Let's Soli talk.
Yeah, Soli, go ahead.
Yes. APC has ideology. PDP have their own ideologies. Their ideologies are written in their manifestos, and you can see their manifestos.
Guys, we're talking about it as a matter of practicality. As a matter of practicality, we know they have it written on paper, just like Nigeria has a constitution on paper. We're talking about as a practicality. What is APC's policy points? What do they stand for?
They promise to bring change for the people. APC was
no. Sorry, Ayo, let me explain to Soli. Soli, manifesto is what we are going to do in this next 4 years. That's the manifesto. So vote for me. If you vote for me, I will help your child to go to this primary school or the other school for this period of time. But the ideology is based. No matter what happens, what you stand for is for that education of the average Nigerian child. For 100 years to come, for 1,000 years to come. Hold on. And then no matter what happens, you can never jump from one party to the other party. No matter. So in the USA, you see only many people have crossed carpet, and then they will be on the brim, light of the press. That why do you change? That's what we're saying, sir.
Yeah, Tony. But the thing is this. The thing is, to add insult to injury, Tinubu is trying to present himself as this forward-thinking political genius. But he's not giving us any policy positions. He's telling us that the reason we should vote for him is because he has a vision of him leading.
And he has no base. And he has no particular industry. So he has no political base with ideology.
Even his supporters, the first thing they will say to you is, Tinubu is a political genius.
They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. They are ignorant. They are ignorant. Yes, they are ignorant. They are ignorant. And then they are living.
It's almost embarrassing that Yoruba people will come on this stage and be trying to carry water for Tinubu. The guy is an embarrassment, and anyone who supports him, I wouldn't even mind if you are being paid and supporting this guy. But if you are not being paid and you're supporting this guy, man, that's
but Ayo, I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Out of everybody that is contesting, Who do you support?
Yes.
That is contesting. I'm not saying that you should bring somebody that is not contesting and say this is a good person to contest. Out of those contesting, who would you support?
Just what I know about Yoruba people as a Yoruba man. That's
not the question I asked.
I'm answering your question now. Let me answer it in the way I know how. No other Yoruba candidate is going to come forward until Tinubu steps down, which he will. And he's not going to like it, but he's going to step down. And then you will see people like Osibajo stand up. You will see other people, maybe not of the same repute or stature, stand up. And then that is when you're going to see the floodgates open in full-throated support.
Okay, but that's not the question I asked. The question I asked is those who are standing up right now before you.
No, who is standing up now? Do you know who is standing up? Because I don't. I only know Tinubu
is standing up. There are other people standing up too.
Like who? Name them.
People like Wike, people like Atiku. These are other contenders.
But you said who?
Like people that have set their agenda. People who have stated their agenda that they want to go for presidency. Who would you support?
Right now, I can't support Atiku. I can't support.
Okay, but I asked who. I didn't ask who you not support. I said who will you support?
Yeah, you haven't mentioned anyone I will support. So I'm telling you, I can't support any of the above. Atiku is just as bad.
So you don't have anybody to support.
If you could choose one, choose one.
I can't choose.
Just choose one.
If you're asking me to choose between, if you're asking me to choose between two very corrupt people, and you say I have to choose one, I'm not going to choose any.
No, it's just an hypothetical question. Let's just say we are just imagining. Who would you choose?
Between who? Between
Atiku and people that Tinubu? Everyone that has stated their intention to become president.
Has Osibajo stated or not? Because it sounds like he has, but not full-throated.
I haven't heard him verbally.
That means you are not in the political space. You are not in the political space. If you don't know, maybe Osibajo has come out.
Do you want me to mention their names? People who have declared so far.
Please go ahead. Please.
Can I help? People who have made their attention known so far is Tinubu, Rochas Okorocha, the Ebonyi State Governor, the former Senate President, Pius Anyu Pius. Atiku is close, is 90% in. Then
Bukola Saraki.
Okay, good. Okay, so yes.
People who have made their attention known.
Mention your name, mention your own brother. Dele Momodu, my friend.
Dele Momodu.
Yes.
And there's another businessman again from the Eastern Quarters who has also, I forgot his name. So yeah, those are pretty much people, about 8 of them right now.
So I'm glad you said that. So if I had to pick someone, I would hold my nose and I will pick Saraki over any of the other ones.
Why? What do you think he's going to do for Nigeria? The average Nigerian.
Because he at least understands. This guy, I think I talked about this
because he speaks grammar. He speaks grammar.
No, because
what do you believe is going to do for the average Nigerian?
He has a grasp and understanding of what Nigeria needs. He may not
actions. I'm talking about actions.
Actions,
not
let him talk now. Solely, you are too. You are.
You asked the question. You're saying with the information I have at hand. I know for a fact that Saraki understands Nigeria's problem. This guy was on a Twitter Spaces about 2 weeks ago, and he laid out everything that is ailing that country and what needs to be done. So he understands it. He's not clueless. Now that doesn't mean that he's.
But every politician knows the problem of Nigeria.
But I have not. No. I have not had Tinubu ever lay out Nigeria's problems. And whenever he tries to, he says stupid things like, I'm going to hire 50 million people and feed them agbado and corn or something. He has never.
Agbado.
So you can call him.
Sorry, Ayo, you don't make mistake. Ayo, you don't make mistake because Bukola Saraki, I used to like him to vote for crossing over. How many times? They cross to APC tomorrow, the other day PDP, the other day Tony Africa Party. Fuck these guys, No election, they are useless, all of them. Let's take one man to be the president.
You are right. You are probably right. I said he's probably useless, but I know he knows Nigeria's problems. Whether he will fix them or even care about fixing them is a whole different story. But based on what he said on that Twitter Spaces about 2 weeks ago, 100% this guy knows Nigeria's problems, and that tells me he has, if he wants to, and if he has the vision and the motivation and the foresight, he can at least attempt to fix them. I have never heard.
Yeah. I get you. Why did he stand the? Why did he stand the? The rain, come sunshine, to stay in the PDP so that he can be able to build up that political base and then believe in what he believes in. A political ideology is what you believe in. What you think your party can deliver to the people.
You are going to a different level.
We have already
what they asked. The question is that who among them, that he will choose? Don't go there. Leave him alone now. You see him. Let him talk. When you get to your turn, you will talk now.
Yeah, exactly.
So exactly. So with Z Perfect, I said I will hold my nose. I will hold my nose like I'm in front of a toilet and pick him better than anyone else. I will hold my nose and pick him. If you are forcing me to pick one of them, I will hold my nose and pick Saraki over anyone else. All these other guys are completely clueless, and they feel that their ambition should be somehow lauded by their subjects. They really think Tinubu really thinks he's a king, and it's funny because you have educated people that come on here and try to fan his
okay, but Ayo, can I give you a reason why
he's no one's king? The guy is a crook.
Can I give you a reason why people support him? Like someone like me, I'm not getting paid. They are not going to pay me to support him. But I can just give one reason. I have seen what this guy has done with the infrastructure of Lagos. I know and I believe that from what I have seen, what I have witnessed, these are physical evidences. I believe that he's going to do something for the average Nigerian, even if it's just to help their life just a little bit.
Based on
based on what I see happened in Lagos during his tenure and after his tenure. Because all that is happening in Lagos, you can call it Sanwo-Olu, you can call it Fashola, you can call it Ambode. Every single one of them followed his plan. You can go to secretariats in Lagos and you will see all these plans have been laid out for years and they are being followed step by step. This is not just mouth. This is not just ideology. This is somebody putting the infrastructure down, laying it down for your eyes to see. You will see that the people are using it, and he has created.
Forget about that. You always say that every time.
That is action to mouth. Too many politicians have promised and promised and promised and promised, and we don't see action to mouth.
Do you know what is happening in other states?
How does the statue help the but me, I'm concerned about.
You just know about Lagos State alone. Do you know about other states? What plan that other states pursuing?
Tell me how these other people that I'm asking you a question, Ajani Koko. All these other people that have contested for presidency, what have they done? Maybe I don't know, but what can you tell me that they've done for the average?
What has Tinubu done? What has Tinubu done for average Lagosian? Can you tell me specifically?
He has improved the transportation system, and they are still improving it now. There are 3 lines. They are opening Fort Milan Bridge. All these things you can see it with your eyes. These are plans for the future based on infrastructure.
This is what I'm kind of certain. This is Solely. If I can just,
he's a good man.
If I can respond to what you're saying,
but I'm saying that he's doing.
Tinubu was governor. Tinubu was governor. 2 or 3 governors ago, but somehow you are still associating what is the progress Lagos is making now with Tinubu.
To him, yeah.
Why? What about
Ambode? It is a master plan. The plan has been there before all these governors came.
Which master plan? This is the lie that they tell you people.
This is master plan. Which lie? Go to secretariat and you see it with your eyes. Did I lie?
Which secretariat? Where will you see master plan in secretariat? Okay. These are the lies that did you see it yourself? Did you go to secretariat and see?
Yes, all these plans are there. You go, you ask questions.
Are you serious?
I won't be saying.
Are you serious?
I won't be saying.
You went there specifically to ask for the master plan of Lagos. No, I'm asking you, Joe. You went to secretariat and asked for the plan of Lagos, and they show it to you.
There are master plans there.
I'm asking you, did you go?
I went to secretariat.
What is your reason? Why did you go there to ask for the master plan?
Because I know What's the name of these guys? This guy's
Solely,
father.
you're right.
I go
Lagos
there with his son. Yeah, he works for
Solely.
Lagos State government. He's
Solely, you
I
are
go
right.
there.
Solely, you are right. Lagos does have a master plan. And do you know who put that master plan there? It was Jack Conde. Who put
Yeah,
that
they
master
don't
plan
know.
there.
Most of them
Not
don't know.
Tinubu. It was Jack Conde.
They don't know, but they'll be lying for them.
Whether it's
And
the
they will carry it
monorail,
on their
whether it's the monorail or the fourth mainland bridge, all these plans were put in place by Jack Conde.
Buhari, who achieved the master plan?
Who what?
Who achieved the master plan?
Do you know who got the most done in Lagos as governor was Ambode, and he kicked him out.
You guys should just hate this man for no reason. I think I'll be campaigning for this man now. You guys are just wicked. Just hate this man for nothing. Really? Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't know what psychological hold Tinubu has over some people. But
no. It's just that is just Yoruba sentiment for you.
See it with your eyes.
You Yoruba people, you are wicked.
Talk and do.
Hausa will never do it.
Do you know how much these people are suffering?
Hausa will never do it.
Nigerians are suffering. Give them a little bit of help. All these other people are doing talk and they are not doing anything to help the average Nigerian.
For mediocrity. Would you rather be Hausa today or would you rather be Yoruba?
No,
answer my question.
I don't care about tribe. I've never cared about tribe.
You guys are just wicked.
You must care.
Wicked Yoruba.
Literally just said.
Thomas, you don't know what they are talking about. So you want us to be dogmatic and be follow, right?
Exactly.
Like those Hausa people you are talking about, we just follow what Oga say, what Baba say, what Sai Baba, and we just follow. When they say Sai Baba, and we just follow.
Can I ask you one question?
Sorry, before you hold on. Before you ask that question, can we have one voice at a time? Because we're now having 3-4 voices competing. So ask your question.
Ajale Koko, God bless you. I know you are elderly person. Will a average Hausa man
ask the question
come
without
out
doing
against
that?
Hausa man?
Don't try and use that.
No.
Whether it's an elderly person or a newly born, just ask for his opinion. Don't try and control him. Don't let him manipulate you, Ajale Koko.
No, I'm not manipulating.
What kind of question about that? What is my business with Hausa people?
Let me finish. Let me finish what I want to say. Yoruba people will always be Yoruba problem. When an average Hausa man came out and speak bad of somebody that they don't even know this route, really? Ajale Koko.
Okay, let me answer. Please let me answer.
No. Let Ajale Koko answer. You've been speaking so much, Dion. Let Ajale Koko answer me.
Let me tell you, Thomas. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm not an Hausa man. And the culture of Yoruba is different from that Hausa. And Yoruba culture, we are not follow. We ask questions.
Thank you.
We say the truth to power.
Thank you.
Challenge, even the Oba, Yoruba challenge the Obas by our tradition. So we are two different people. So you can't come. The way we Yoruba ask questions and say the truth to power, they cannot do it because their own system is different.
And we are talking about we are talking about over 200, 300, 400 years of this being how we are.
That is who we are. We didn't just develop it one day.
The Oyo Messi would remove the Alaafin if he wasn't doing the bidding of his people. But here we are seeing Tinubu.
So this is who we are. We can't just be follow or and with the level of education we have.
Exactly.
You have to be follow. We just don't ask questions. We just follow a fraudulent person because it's a Yoruba man. Oh no, we are not people like that. No.
And then you said, Hausa people will never do this to their type.
Never do this.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but I think most people would rather be on this platform Yoruba than Hausa because of where they are, because of how their leadership has handled their kin.
But you are not superior to Hausa. We are human beings. All of us are one.
I didn't say I was superior. I'm just saying that based on our worldview. Most people.
Do you think you are? Do you think you are?
I don't think I'm superior. I don't think I'm more superior than anybody. I don't think I'm more superior than anybody.
Come on
but
now.
I'm not going to support a guy who is obviously incompetent and is not fit for because he's Yoruba.
Ayo, you think you are superior to everybody. We all know that. Every single person.
I do not.
Even all of us here, you think you are superior to us.
I do not.
Oviedo, Ayo think he's superior to everybody.
I don't. Please.
Come on, Ayo.
Absolutely, yes.
We don't go here.
There's nothing wrong with that anyway.
Look at Ayo. There's nothing wrong, of course. We all do somewhat think we are better than everybody, so there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think I'm better than anybody, but
all right.
Anyway, welcome back.
I'm just pulling your legs. Yes.
Let's move the conversation, please.
All right. So let's get back to Ajanle Koko to round off thoughts, and then I want to go from Ajanle Koko to Sam O. Only because it's a new voice. I wanted to go to Flash Mankind, but I don't know if Flash is still with us. But Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Okay, one man. So, in conclusion, I would like to tell people that are chanting Tinubu that your vote for Tinubu is an acknowledgement that what Nigeria as a nation is going through today is good with you. It's an acknowledgement that you support.
How does this translate to that?
Yeah, can you just let me speak, please?
Okay, sorry.
So, your vote for Tinubu is an acknowledgement that you support the way APC has governed Nigeria, that has managed the economy of that country, the way they have violated the rule of law, and the way that they have put indebtedness the highest ever in the history of that country, that we don't know how that country is going to get out of it, and it's growing every day. It means you support all this bad governance, mismanagement of the economy, corruption that they have perpetrated. Because a reasonable person need to know that political party is a group of people that manage and drive political party, and it's the agenda that they take to governance. And this is what APC are giving to us as a nation. So if you like it, the way this country has been governed for the past 7 years, then
is it APC or is it Buhari?
It is APC.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
APC.
Can I hold on?
Tinubu included, Oshibajo included, and never speak against this misgovernance.
Okay,
they are part of this. Part of the thing. Yeah.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Can I present you something and then I'll ask that question again? You are saying it is APC, and I was asking you, is it APC or is it Buhari? So let me present you something quickly. Just mute yourself just for a moment. I lost confidence in the way Nigeria was being run by President Buhari as far back as 2017-2018. Sokoto State Governor, the Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal has expressed disappointment in the administration of President Muhammad Buhari, though Tambuwal was instrumental in the emergence of Muhammad Buhari as the president of Nigeria in 2015. The governor, who has come out to say he lost confidence in the way Buhari ran the government, let me just go to where he's speaking directly, so because that's really the part that I want you to. So let me just scroll to that space. Okay, so they were asking him about why he has defected so many parties. So this is now his response. Well, my changing political parties has been circumstantial right from my first election, which I contested on the platform of All Nigeria People's Party, ANPP, he said in an interview. Tambuwal said the Buhari government came in with a lot of expectation, but a faulty start and refusal of the president to heed advice set a bad trend of worse things to happen in his administration. He added that some of them thought that the coming of Professor Ibrahim Gambari as the chief of staff will make things better, but that was not the case. So let me go to where he speaks some more. So in his words, we participated in that process and had a very clear understanding of the need for change. And God blessed our effort, and President Buhari became president of Nigeria. Unfortunately, in the process, because of the way and nature the government was formed, some of these problems began to manifest right from the nomination and proclamation of the National Assembly and the emergence of its leadership and all of that. Suddenly, the differences of the political parties that formed the coalition to form the government became manifest, and there were squabbles. On the side of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, President Buhari was at the helm of affairs. Whilst Yemi Osinbajo was vice president, the new PDP was able to get the president of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. You could see that there was clearly a major disagreement between the legislature, mainly the Senate, and the executive arm of government. That somehow impacted on the takeoff of the administration. The delay by Mr. President in appointing his ministers also impacted negatively. He came with a very heavy goodwill and all of that. The support was there, but that delay really did not give him a good start. He continues, so let me just give you, the expectation was that the president would come up with a fantastic team of ministers. But by the time the list finally came out, people wondered why there was a delay. Again, in the process of forming the cabinet, there was not much consultation with other stakeholders to form the government. So with all these, takeoff really affected the administration. Tambuwal accused Buhari of failing to heed the initial advice by some state governors for him to appoint economic and political advisors in 2015-2016, only for him to later appoint an economic advisor in 2021. It carries on. I remember very well that a number of governors met Mr. President and advised him. I think, can you mute yourself, please? I think that's how you are. I remember very well that a number of governors met Mr. President and advised him, I think in 2015-2016, to appoint economic and political advisors. But he clearly told us that he did not need any of them. But towards the end of 2021, the president decided to appoint an economic advisor. You can see that, honestly, from the takeoff, there were some mistakes. I don't like mentioning names, but some of the principal officers of his administration had no public service experience. However, some of them were good in the private sector. They did not also have democratic governance experience, and the dynamics of democratic governance are fundamentally different, even from serving under a military dispensation, not to talk of the situation where most of them not to talk of a situation where most of them at that closer level are controlling power. They had no public service record at all, so it was a fundamental mistake. I went against the tide in the Northwest in 2018-2019 with Buhari as a sitting president. I took the risk against the tide and decided to pitch tent with the PDP because I lost confidence in the way Nigeria was being run by President Buhari as far back as 2017-2018. I had made my position known and campaigned on the basis of that in Sokoto and nationally. So that is the question. The failure of the APC administration is essentially a Buhari failure and not a party failure. You can see that from Tambuwal, steeped in the wool, dyed in the wool APC man.
It is not Buhari's alone.
Right. Well, maybe you didn't listen to that, but it sounds like it's Buhari alone.
And as listening attentively to that, let me tell you this, one man.
two arms of government. I mean, so two arms of government, the executive and legislature, drive the governance of the state. The legislative hand is dominated by APC, isn't it? And they were the one that were rubber stamping every request for loan by Mr. President. So they rubber stamp it. All their caucus in the party will meet, all the leaders will meet, discuss it at governmental level, at both executive and legislative, and they incur debt on the nation. The debt that have not transformed the economy of the country, have not, transformed to better life for the people of Nigeria. So,
can you not see? Hold on. Can you not see from what Tinubu said that at all the key points in administration, Buhari failed as an individual and not as the party, because the party tried to guide him, but he surrounded himself with people that did not have an understanding of governance, and they captured him, and they have now used him all the way through. They told him to get political advisors, he refused, that he did not need any. They told him to get economic advisors, he refused, that he did not need any. They waited for him to appoint ministers, and all of them not fit for purpose. And they tried to advise him, and he continues to falter and prove stubborn because he wants to know it all, even though he knows nothing. So, and that is the Buhari dynamic, isn't it? It's stubbornly, it's an arrogance of ignorance. This is Buhari, an arrogance of ignorance. And that is essentially a Buhari failing, not a party failing.
But one man, sir, can I just chip in something a little bit?
All right, go on.
The party is the main station for every political gladiators, whether you are a president, you are a member of the parliament or whatever. So the party chairman or whatever, the secretary, they have to call him to order. They should have called him to order.
They tried to. Did you not hear what I just?
They will remove him. They will remove him.
Is that easy? They did not try. Remember what happened to Saraki? What is it now?
One man. So let me tell you this: the party leadership in entirety failed the country, including Tinubu, Osinbajo, and all of them, because just like Tony is saying now, the party is run by a group of people. And they want the power together. And those people that are put in strategic position are party members, they are party men, and they have met together for this appointment to nominate somebody from which part of the country for one position or the other. So they were doing it together. So if he was running it wrongly, and them as stakeholder leadership in the party and couldn't speak, to caution him. I mean, they were part of him.
But they did. Ajale Koko, they did.
They didn't stop. So did they speak
what
up?
then do they do?
That is, Tambuwa was courageous and he left the party and go back to PDP, right?
Right.
But those people that remained there and they saw the path this man is taking them, is taking them to the path of ruin, is taking the country to the path of ruin. And where is the patriotism? What are they? Who are they? One man. You know what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about.
No, you're being idealistic. You're not being.
One man knows. One man is a big man.
Huh? One man. Tony, let me speak, please. Man, you know what I'm talking about.
No, you are speaking to idealism. You are not speaking to practicality.
It is party. That is the way it is. Parties in political party administration. That is the way it is. The party that run the government.
Yes.
It is the party that run the government. The one man, for God's sake.
Yes, this Tabuwa could have raised the alarm that time.
It is not one man.
It is idealism.
We are not running dictatorship. We are running a political party. We are running constitutional democracy.
We're not running a dictatorship. We are not.
That is what. So this man turned himself to a dictator. Right. And they couldn't challenge him in that party. That means they are giving him support. Yeah. They aided him and abetted him. He carried out all this destruction of the country. So we blame them together. They failed the country.
If Tinubu accidentally be the president, will you run Nigeria as Buhari as he?
Why not? Why do you think? What tells you that Tinubu will not be worse than Buhari?
Tinubu will not do better than Buhari?
What tells you? What is it? What tells you that Tinubu will not be worse than Buhari?
No. What tells you that it will be? Because from what Solly tells us, it sounds like though he will be better.
Forget about Solly. Solly just said, just forget. Just Solly masoti ejare. Just Jeko masoti tie. Bó ṣe yé mọ́ ló sọ yẹn.
Look at that.
Jeko masoti tie. Bó ṣe yé mọ́ ló sọ yẹn.
This is it. Yeah.
He said he went to Alaafin to ask for
Meanwhile, why did Tabuwa raise alarm? During that period, so that people can embrace him. The Nigeria press. The other party will support
it. That's just naive. But
no, it should have raised alarm.
That's naive. Why would they? So, what does it mean, raise alarm?
So we even though we don't like Saraki, but we like what he did as a Senate president and his team.
So a Fulani man from Mali over Tinubu, Abi, a Fulani man from Mali.
No. I'm not saying I'm supporting. No. I'm just talking about the way he represented the Senate, the way he managed the Senate. He didn't surrender the Senate or the National Assembly to Buhari. He didn't turn Senate to a rubber stamp, just like what we have now. He didn't do that. He showed patriotism to the country that no, we are not going to surrender you. We are running democracy and things have to be done well. So Saraki did that thing, but it was these Yoruba people that were shouting to hell heaven that, it's an anti-progress. He didn't want Buhari to succeed. It was this, it was that. But we saw when
was it not the Yorubas that were actually backing Saraki?
But we saw what they got now. We saw what they got now when APC finally control everything. The National Assembly that is representing our own interests surrender themselves to Buhari and rubber stamp everything that comes to their table.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, we're at the halfway point now. So let me go on from you to Sam O, who hopefully is still with us. Sam, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, please.
Brilliant. Good of you to stay. So let me take you to a different talking point, but still the same subject matter. Tinubu still speaking because Tinubu, of course, the only story within the Nigerian political space at the moment. So Tinubu still speaking and is talking tough. It says, I am ready to get dirty with anyone who tries to intimidate me. Bola Tinubu wants. So we are getting into that territory now where the gentleman's suit is taken off and the jeans and trousers of Oshodi are being worn. So Tinubu now, he sounds to that space because treachery coming at him from every space. And we saw Aregbesola try it. He's the latest incarnation to try it. And the blade was sharp and the cut was clean as he savaged Aregbesola. So he signaled that to that space. And in fact, he's signaling it still. Let me just show you now what has become of Aregbesola's career as Tinubu warns that he will brook no dissenting voice. So watch this, Sam O, and react to it. So there you have it, and it's quite pertinent. It's quite where that took place. That was in Alimosho, where Aregbeshola's political career started, and that's now where his political career now been buried. Ajekuya ni oje, and to ni no to ndeno deni Ajekuya ni oje. So to that, Samu.
Okay, thanks very much for all of what we've been saying all through since. I just want to say that there's no point being very emotional on this platform. Ayo and Ajale, I've been listening to this. I've been on this platform for over like a month and a half, so I know everybody. I know them by name. Even if I'm sleeping and I hear Tony's voice, I know when Tony jumps in. So I know
You
where
don't know me.
everybody.
You don't know me.
No, at least okay. I know where everybody's alignment is. That's what I'm trying to say. See, let's support whoever we want to support. Aregbesola made a blunder. Aregbesola actually is from Osun State. He has a strong good in Alimosho, working for Tinubu. He was a commissioner of works, I think in 1999 thereabout. Many people do not know this. Bola Tinubu is someone that concedes to superior argument all of the time. All of the time, he's someone that concedes to superior argument. Aregbesola at one point or the other will have gone to meet him. Oga, we want this to be done this way. If he disagrees with him, Aregbesola has been matured enough to concede to his boss. But because of what happened in, I think 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, where Aregbesola wanted, what's it called? I mean, what happened recently? Sorry, where Aregbesola wanted Adeoti to go ahead of the incumbent governor. In his own miscalculation, Aregbesola thought Oyetola was not popular in Osun State, and that was a political miscalculation for him. Oyetola was actually popular. Let's forget the fact that he's related to Bola Tinubu or his cousin or not. All the structures. There's this Senate spokesperson. I really love that man. So he's a PhD holder in law, Bashir or something. He really spoke my heart the other day when Shein Baloye interviewed him on Channels TV. The structure is with the governor. The structures of the states are with the governor, and that's one of those things that is killing politics in Nigeria. The governors, we have made them too popular and too powerful in the parties. And I'll quickly come back to this Aregbesola story. APC is in crisis at the moment. Even Bola Tinubu at this juncture, that's why he's saying it's a fight to finish for him, because he knows they are throwing bricks and brat at him at the moment. I mentioned earlier when I started off how they're about to change the constitution. Governors are trying to have a consensus party chairman. That's why they have not been able to, or they will not be able to do their party, their convention on the 26th in 6 days time. You have not sold form. Nobody has come forward. No committee set up for this convention. You shifted it from December to February 3rd. All of a sudden, May Balam Buni, the governor of Yobe State, went to check the INEC timetable. He saw that there was going to be a by-election on the 3rd of February. What he said to Buhari is not what he came to say to the public when they interviewed them by the journalists. He changed the date to 25th. He went back to the president to say, oh, we are not going to be able to do it on the 3rd of February again. Now it's going to be on the 26th of February for our primaries. Something is definitely fishy. Whoever they choose as their party chairman will have a lot to say on whoever becomes the president. They are not ready to zone, but they know it's going to come from the north. They know where Bola Tinubu is aligning. It's aligning to one guy from Kwara State. Mustafa something. I can't remember his full name. That's the guy Bola Tinubu actually went to visit in Kwara State. But the governors want Al Makura from Nasarawa, I believe. So there's so many things going on behind the scenes. That's why they have not been able to hold their convention. ABC is in crisis. Bola Tinubu's presidential ambition is not guaranteed. Though I support him, but I pray it works out for him, because he has built a lot of people. He has helped a lot of people, and that's not why is one of the reasons I'm supporting him. He's not entitled to it, but I believe he has been relevant. He knows when to come forward. When everybody was throwing themselves forward during the time of Yaradua, from 2007 when he handed over to Fashola till date, we never heard about him coming forward to throw himself at anything. He was strategic enough to know he knows the time to come out. So now is the time for him to come out. Now he has presented himself. Let's forget the fact that he's a Yoruba or he's from the Southwest or wherever he's from. Who in Nigeria today? Who in Nigeria today can stand for election from the South, Southwest, Southeast, South, that the Northerners will vote for? Let's note something for a fact. The bulk of these votes, whether they are Nigerian or not, the bulk of the vote comes from the North.
Okay.
The vote of Kano, the vote of Kano. Let me finish that. Let me finish that, please. The vote of Kano alone can swallow the whole of Enugu and Abia and Onisha, some 4 states or 3 states in the southeast. See, this is not the ideal politics. This is not ideal. But then, what can we do?
Okay.
You are mentioning Showore now. I know Ajale Gogo is a Showore person. I've been listening to you all along. To be honest, I have a friend I used to work together with. We're on the same team. We work for the government in the UK here. So we got talking about politics. I said, Showore might win election. That was in 2019 election. I said, we Showore. See, I'm a realist.
Yeah. Let's not deviate too much away from Tinubu. Quick question for you, Sam. I like.
Sorry, before you put your question, sorry, Ayo, let Alexander Gomez put his question, which is put in via super chat. And this question to you, Sam, it says, "Oh boy, are you Tinubu's mouthpiece? Just wondering, really, as you are doing a good job." So how much is the pay, essentially, is what Alexander is asking. So obviously you're a Tinubu spokesperson, but how much is the pay good? That's just the question, Sam.
No, I'm not a spokesperson, but by the grace of God, I'm very comfortable here, to be honest.
But you are speaking so confidently about him. You said, he's a very forgiving person. If Aregbesola has gone to him,
that's widely known, though. That's widely known that it's a forgiving person.
No, you don't know him.
Let's not derail
the conversation. What some people say on the TV, and you people just jump onto it like that.
Let's not derail the conversation. Sam is a very useful resource, and I would like to hear from him pertaining certain issues.
So he's not a Tinubu spokesperson, by the way. Let's not hang that on him.
So Sam, in your estimation, what would you say is Tinubu's greatest achievement? 1, and 2, what was his justification for removing Ambode when Ambode was probably the best governor Lagos has ever had? Just those 2.
I love your second question, but I'll start with the first question. Say, a great leader, you have to be able to build people around you. That's the greatest achievement you can do. Build people around you.
Sorry. Let me rephrase my question. What is the greatest achievement?
He's not giving you your answer.
Tinubu has done for his constituency, not for himself. I know building political people around him is for himself. What has been his greatest achievement that he has done for people, for his constituency, Lagos State, and I don't know if you want to say the country or your people at large? What has been his greatest achievement?
All right, but you have to let him answer it the way he chooses.
But he was trying to tell me what Tinubu's greatest achievement was for himself.
No, it says he builds other people. That's not for himself. But let him understand as you've understood it, Sam. Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer that question this way. His greatest achievement, first of all, is him building people. Everyone he has built from whenever till date, they're still very relevant. That's exactly one of those things that I said to the Alaafin today when he went to pay homage to him. Secondly, whether there was a template at Alausa or not, this guy was a former governor of Lagos State. Yeah, under the brutal force of Obasanjo. I know Ajale Gogo is an Obasanjo person too. How can, in a civilized environment, in a federating station, you refused the allocation for them? Yet, he didn't cry. It was an AD government before. He strategized. He navigated into Oyo State. He cornered all the 6 states in the geopolitical Southwest, didn't he? That's an achievement. Let me tell you something, AY. See,
he cornered by killing a political party of Yoruba people, right?
Please let him finish.
Wait, sir. See, I'm a realist. Bola Tinubu is a politician. See, he's a politician. All of these people we are putting forward, let's not be pushed to let's not be I'm looking for the right word. Let's not be, contract into that space where the military government will take over from this Yowore or whatever people you are trying to put forward. You need a solid person on ground.
So what is his achievement? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep us within the guardrails.
Yeah, I've mentioned two.
Okay, you said he built up some people. I'll give you that. He did actually discover a lot of technocrats, whether it was Fashola and some other people. I agree. But beyond that, what has he done for Lagos State or his constituency at large?
It will not be Lagos State government. Governor forever. It was only there for 8 years. There's only much he can do, or he could have done. He will have done much more.
What did he do? What did he do for Lagos?
My brother, everything is there in the space on the internet. Every day they are in the journals. You can go there to pick up and read.
I'm asking you. You are very knowledgeable about his achievements and this, and I'm asking you what specific.
We want to see something on the ground, my brother, not internet.
He was wait. See, you guys. He was governor for 8 years. He was governor for.
He can't answer it because he has no.
Okay, I've just popped it up slightly. On the internet. So let me just give you a quick rundown.
One man. When you are doing that, you are running this platform as if you are campaigning for Tinubu.
Exactly.
You shouldn't do that. No. That's not fair. That's not fair. You can't be pushing all that lie.
Hold on. I do that for everybody, though. I fact check everything.
Pushing it. To support your...
Are we saying to perpetrate a lie? Are we to?
But let Sam answer.
No, that paper, they can write anything they like on the paper.
No, it
doesn't mean that is what they achieve.
And I'm digging something up. Are you saying we should perpetrate a lie?
We asking Sam. Let Sam tell us.
Sam might not have the facts readily to hand, so I'll pull them up. So are we to lie? Are we saying don't want to perpetrate a lie?
He supports him now. He knows why he's supporting.
He might not have. He supports him broadly, but
he just says something that Obasanjo denied him allocation. Why did Obasanjo deny him allocation? He didn't tell us. He just said that and just move on. What was the reason behind it?
Obasanjo did try to withhold Lagos' allocation.
No. What was the reason behind it? He did something wrong against the constitution. Hold on. He did something wrong.
Within the guardrails. Please let Sam respond to what Tinubu's achievements in Lagos were.
No, let me give you a rundown of a list. No, hold on. So are we out to color this guy bad? Is this what we're doing? So are you saying that are you saying we should withhold facts so that we can color him bad?
Sam states his position now.
No, Sam doesn't have it readily to hand, but I have. Why are you resistant to facts? Why are you resistant to facts?
Because the question is for Sam.
But the facts are here. So why are you resistant to facts? You don't want to hear facts so that you can color him bad.
What's the source of your facts?
Let me read them out. Then you can debunk it. Let me read them out. 10 of them.
Can you at least let Sam respond before you read them out?
Sam doesn't have it. Sam, do you have the Tinubu facts achievement readily to hand?
Like I said, I'm not a spokesperson, so I don't have it at hand.
Okay, so I have them on my screen. Tinubu instituted a reform plan that greatly improved the welfare of judicial officers, including magistrates. That's number one. He revamped. Hold on. Let me go through the list. Okay, let me go through the list. It might not be tangible to you, but they're tangible to the people that he impacted on. Number two, he revamped the civil and criminal procedure rule, as well as creation of Citizens Mediation Center, a well-staffed and independent office of the public defender, offering legal services to the poor. So that's number two. Number three, he established additional 5 general hospitals in Lagos State. So that's number three. Number four, he upgraded facilities at the Lagos State Teaching Hospital. So that's number four. Number five,
he's still traveling abroad for medical treatment.
Okay, so that's fine. So number five, he provided free healthcare services, including free antenatal care for women, free eye treatments, and free glasses, popularly called Jiggy Bola. So that's number five. Number six, he pioneered the bus rapid transit system and LAGBUS. So that's number six. Number 7, he established the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA. So that's number 7. Number 8, reference of at least 13 matters related to principle of federalism to be tested in the Supreme Court. I don't know what that means. Number 9, Tinubu created 37 local council development areas. And number 10, he spearheaded the political merger that produced the APC. So those are so Ovie, is that part of what you wanted to say, or did you have something to add on to that, Ovie?
What is where is the empowerment of Agbero? Why that one is not there?
You see now.
Where is the empowerment of Agbero?
This guy bad to hang him. We just
where is the empowerment of Agbero?
It's actually funny because I think one man has actually proven my case for me. There's nothing
and the free education, I mean free health service, that one is a bundle of lie there. There is no free health services in Lagos. That's a lie upon lie. That's a lie.
There was no mention. There was no mention of free health service.
If there, you mentioned it.
No, I did not.
You mentioned it. The free health service and with free eyeglass services or something like that.
Yes.
Free eyeglass and treatment.
No, you're right. That's number 5. Yeah.
That is a lie. Because see free health service in Lagos. Then let me tell you this. This Lagos State transportation that is talking about. Look. We had Lagos State Transport Services before he came in. So this BRT you are talking about is just a code name. It's just a way of naming it different as if they are doing something special that has not been there before. This was there before.
Do you remember LSTC?
LSTC, Lagos State Transport Corporation. We had it. Then let me tell you, this traffic this thing, it was talking about the, what do you call this? The last man is talking about. We had it during the Jakonde time. This is what we call Mazamaja. In Lagos,
everything is back on day. Everything is back on day. Back on day. Everything is back on.
We had this Maja, we call them, we wear yellow and this thing, we call them Maja. We had it in Lagos. They introduced that to Lagos. Then it was first of its kind. So all these things that were on the ground, that this man was changing over to rename and color it as if it's the one intro. This is the fraud we are talking about. This is the fraudulent practice we are doing. We don't want somebody like this to lead us. These are fraudulent people. We know them.
The only thing that
we know them. A lot of you don't know these people.
That is widely known is that he created Alpha Beta for his own purpose, for his own personal gain.
Okay, so that's what we're doing. All right, fine. Okay, let's get back to Sam. Sam, round up. Good luck.
Empowerment for university graduate. It's empowerment for Agbero, for Ojuomo.
All right. Ajale Koko, let's hear from Sam. Sam, good luck.
Empowerment program.
All right, so let me just answer the second question AY asked about Ambode not going for the second term. Bola Tinubu was never against him, and I will explain. In Lagos State, there's a structure on ground. Bola Tinubu is not the sole proprietor of APC in Lagos State. He listens to some people. There's a Seleman in APC. I forgot. I'll remember his name before I finish now. And so many other people too in APC. Do you know that Aregbesola was part of those that did not want Ambode to go for the second term? Because he had the structure in Alimosho, and that's where the bulk of votes come from in Lagos State as well. Bola Tinubu disagreed. No, this boy must do the second term. They went to report him to the Council of Elders and APC in Lagos. They said no. He's taking the Ambode is taking practically like he's outsourcing all those contracts they give to those APC.
I'm glad you said that.
Let me finish now.
He refused to continue to give contracts to Tinubu's cronies.
Yes, that's one of it.
No, you can't say that now.
He just agreed with me now.
No, he didn't just agree with you. He was painting a narrative, and you latched on to a phrase.
Let me finish.
You are spinning it in a different direction. He can speak for himself. Yeah, go on, Sam, please.
One man.
Please, now, Ajanle Kokonu, you must let this guy speak now. Let him speak, please.
No, I just want to.
No. The next question.
No, I'm not talking to the issue. I'm not talking to the issue. There's something on the commentary section here by Enigmatis calling your nuisance. I mean, how can somebody be talking like that? That's
fine.
No. Please.
I'm not offended.
I am offended. No. Enigmatic. Everybody make yourself enigmatic. This is the last time I'm going to say, because he came here and told people to shut their mouth the last time. This is not Mushy Central. We are not doing Mushy Central here. You can hear the quality of the conversation. So please, you claim to be a lawyer. You say you live in America. So the expectation is of that of you. Just be mindful of the language, or you will be removed. So thank you, Ajani Koko. Back to you, Sam.
Okay, so as I was saying, he was not playing balls with them. He was not giving out those contracts. The PRP, Lagos was at the point like it was like that very dirty part of Abia State that I used to see on social media. He was so dirty because he refused to play balls with them. That's the longest. Can I go on?
Yes, I think someone needs to mute himself, but I think you go on, please.
Okay, so that's the long and short of it. Bola Tinubu was never against him. Bola Tinubu actually wanted him to finish his second term, but the Council of APC leaders in Lagos, they said no. And Bola Tinubu said something the other day. I was listening to him 2 weeks ago, if I'm not wrong about the date. He said, see, I don't make up the party. I have followers. The reason why I'm a leader is because I listen to them. If they say no, I can't go further. If they say yes, they will go with me. There are two factions. I won't say they are factions. There's two groups in APC in Lagos. They call themselves Mandate Group, and the other one, I've forgotten what they call themselves by name. The other group is the group Areboshola belongs to, and they are a very strong factor in Lagos State. Now they are carrying his corpse, the RIP casket, all over in Alimosho now, saying, see, an end has come. Because what he did was, it was treacherous, to be honest. You don't do that to, you're a Yoruba man. You shouldn't do that to a fellow that you're from the same place with. We don't do that to our leaders. And you actually confirmed and agreed that this guy is my leader. Why now? That's a political miscalculation. Forget whoever is behind him, whether the presidency is talking to him as a minister that no, go and disrupt him. Bola Tinubu, he said he's going to fight dirty. And he knows this is the last option that he has. He knows it. So this is the time for him to fight dirty. And if he doesn't get it, then so be it. If it's Fashola, we're happy with it. If it's anybody from the East, we're happy with it. But what I don't want us to sit on this platform is to sit down and say, it must go to the Southeast because we're entitled to it. We have never been. No, power does not come a la carte. It doesn't come to you like that. You go for it.
I agree.
Something happened in 2007. Let me just round off with this one. Afikuyomi, I know you know Afikuyomi. If you don't know, one of the politicians in Lagos State as well. The guy disagreed with Bola Tinubu. Bola Tinubu was going to bring in Fashola there. Afikuyomi left angrily and joined AMPP. AMPP were pushing Afikuyomi forward. He was campaigning, running up and down, gathering momentum. It was a movement then. Bola Tinubu was actually scared. Do you know what happened? At the dying minute, Afikuyomi left AMPP a day before the election and came back to join was it AD then? Can't remember the party again. Afikuyomi himself was the electoral officer in Yaba, counting a vote for Fashola when Fashola became governor because they were going to compete. See, politics is about playing balls. It's not ideal. Yeah, there's no morals in politics. When he went and came back again, didn't Bola Tinubu receive him back? He has a large heart. That's why he's still relevant. He doesn't fight to finish like, oh, I'm going to be your enemy forever. No, he opens that door for people to come back.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think Tinubu's political skill is in question. I don't think anyone on this platform, both his detractors and his supporters, we all agree that the guy is very politically savvy. My primary beef with Tinubu is that, given his gift, he has shown no impact on the progress of his people or the people he claims to represent. He's shown absolutely no impact. None.
It's amazing, you know.
No, I'll respond to that. I'll respond to that with the
right. So that is my primary beef, and then when people like to, it almost seems like when people start to bring in the fact that he's Yoruba man and I'm not supporting him because he's Yoruba, then you've pretty much just lost the argument. So what we are saying is that this guy who has so much skill and has he's so close to power that he couldn't have done a better job in at least alleviating the base fears of Yoruba people. The base fears of Yoruba people, at least about a year ago, was them being annihilated by these Fulani people that were coming from the north, and he would not stand up to address the base fears of his people.
I was gonna respond to that. I was gonna respond to that when you mentioned it.
All of that.
Yeah, let him respond. I think you've made the point. Let him respond.
Right. Yeah, of course, I'm not letting him respond. I'm just trying to tell you what my position is.
No, we know where you stand. You feel he should now. Go on, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, moderator, for protecting me. Yeah, so
I'm not protecting you. Look, you are on your own. No. Because even now, mother fire, people are saying that
man, you are protect. You are Tinubu protector today.
No. I want a Yoruba man to be president. This is what I want. So if it's
look for a better Yoruba man, not a fraudulent Yoruba man.
Exactly. Yeah. We have better choices. But please finish your point, Sam.
Let me finish. Let me finish that one. So when you mentioned earlier with Ajale Koko that he didn't speak to what happened in the Parapa or anything, say for the optics, political expediency, it was better for him to keep quiet. Was it ideal? No. We all agree it's no. But do you know if he had gone to meet Buhari behind and speak to him? Let me tell you something, Nigerians, please. Bola Tinubu, it may not be perfect, but he's a leader, or he will be a leader that I think will be a listening type. Not like Buhari that doesn't listen. Bola Tinubu is a pliable person. You'll be able to, it's not like you're going to be able to manipulate him, but you'll be able to, all of this Biafra and this noise that you're hearing up and down. He can, see, there are some things as a politician that you don't say out. Don't let your intentions be known to people. He wants the vote of the North. That's why he's keeping quiet. If he's blabbing and going up and down, somebody said Buhari was speaking that time before Jonathan was the president, for Christ's sake. They were not in the same party. But Bola Tinubu knows he has an ambition. He will not shoot himself in the foot. That was why he was keeping quiet. He knew it wasn't good.
It's so obvious, isn't it? It's just political expediency.
He's going to kill himself if he says anything now.
I don't even understand. Yeah.
But if he wants to play Switzerland, why don't just play Switzerland across the board? Why did he have to go to the north to give the Hausa people
because it's political expediency? You know, Ayo, you're a highly calibrated person.
Let me finish this way.
Pretending like you don't know.
The reason why he's going to the north is just to form alliance. See,
this
guys,
is it now. I'm
coming out. All the Yoruba states that he hasn't been to. Election have not started. Campaign have not started. All this manifesto, this thing you are speaking up and down. Everybody will lay it on the table. The Saraki that they are trying to push forward to us. We all knew how Saraki became Senate president, for Christ's sake. Sleeping in the car. Sleeping. No, I'm just saying, see, that somebody speaks good English doesn't mean he will be a good leader. Saraki is a medical doctor.
I think Ayo is seduced by language. He likes people that are well spoken.
Well, at least I think your language is somewhat of a view into your mind. You can't really sort of like express yourself in a comprehensive way that people know what you're saying, and it's hard for people to imagine that you have coherent thoughts.
No, he speaks in broad strokes. He speaks in broad strokes.
But I mean, if we don't have much to go by, typically with Nigerian politicians, you don't really have much to go by. So you try to build on the little they give you. Tinubu cannot express himself coherently, at least not anymore.
That's an assumption.
In the past, yes, maybe in the past,
they are out to hang that guy. Yeah.
But in the past, maybe he was able to. But he is definitely in mental decline. It's very obvious.
Wow,
that's not fair.
That's not fair. You can't go. You are as you are now. You can't go there and challenge him just like that. He has all the facts in his mind.
I will run circles around him.
If you have no evidence, you will never beat him. Even now, you will never beat him. If you cannot bring evidence forth towards him right now, he will beat you hands down.
What are you talking about? Evidence of what? Evidence of video evidence of him wetting himself. Video evidence of him saying he wants to hire 50 million people and feed them Agbado. What evidence to see
right now? You will lose all arguments against him. That's what I'm telling you. He's not a dullard. He's not somebody.
Can I say this lastly?
Why do you think he hasn't gone down? Do you think other people have not tried?
All right. Let Sam round off. So yes, Sam, back to you.
So I'm gonna round off this way. And tonight, I've got work to do in the morning, please. I saw a video on YouTube. I saw a video on YouTube about this MC Oluomo, all those national guys in Lagos. Do you know all the noise we are making on social media ends on social media here? The guys that actually vote, they're on ground in Nigeria. The guys that vote are the ones roaming about without internet on their phone. So we can speak we can use all the phraseologies we like in the world on this platform.
I think you're wrong. I think the social media moves the political space.
Thank you.
Hold on. Barack Obama was a social media president. Goodluck Jonathan was a social media president. Donald Trump, a social media president. The social media moves the political space, including in Nigeria.
Yeah, hold on. One man show is being listened to by Governor Obaseki. You remember we discussed about Yahoo last week. Now Obaseki is not trying to work with Yahoo boys in Benin City now. He said that they want to tap their intelligence. Which means
that is every Benin man though. I did not know Yahoo in Benin.
No, because we did a show about it last week. Remember we talked about it, and then now I guess that Obaseki has listened to my voice because he has gone to the north now to collect money and allow people to kill our people there now.
Are we back to kill our people? Are we?
Yeah.
All right, let's just get back to Sam.
I think you showed your
card last week. About people that vote.
No. Sam can say for himself if you let him. So Sam, back to you because he has to go to work.
Yeah. So in 2 minutes, there's this saying: politics is local. Yeah. We can campaign in poetry and govern in prose. Yeah. That's politics for you. That's just what I want us to know tonight. It's not an ideal thing. If it's for the faint-hearted, every one of us will go there. It is not. Oluomo and the guys in Lagos, they're already strategizing, working for Bola Tinubu. And one thing they said that really pricked me was like they're going all through the southwestern states, all their national guys, they are trying to solicit for their support as well. They are already working on behalf of this guy. And we are social.
I'm not saying when he empowered them.
Is that a bad thing?
That are not empowered.
No, you keep throwing that at him.
But you empowered Agbero, and you saying that you not campaign for him or not work for him.
No. Hold on. You keep saying that as though it's a bad thing. You are saying he's standardized and formalized the transport sector, and you're throwing that at him as a bad thing. How is that a bad thing? That is standardized.
No. He didn't standardize anything. He did not standardize anything. He didn't standardize anything.
He did not put a structure to it. He did not put a. What do you mean empower? Is that not a structure?
He empowered them to molest, harass, and extort money from transporter across Lagos State. And when you refuse, they might even kill you. They kill a lot of people.
Yes, one man. That is true.
Even private vehicle, they harass private vehicle too. Once they notice that you have like 5 people in your vehicle, in a private vehicle, they will say, "Oh, Ongbero, before you know, they break your glass or they break your mirror." What are you talking about, one man?
All right, that's your narrative. I'm not sure. That predates Tinubu. That criminality predates Tinubu. I think we're trying to create a boogeyman.
No, he empowered them. They were not like that before, but when he came in, they were not like that before. They were not empowered like this before.
Tinubu brought Agbero to Lagos.
Agbero was there, but they were not empowered like this before.
They were well behaved before Tinubu came in.
No, they were not empowered like this before.
They were well behaved before Tinubu came in.
Yeah, they are not that. They were not that political. The way this guy has empowered them politically, honor them, empower them more than ever before in the history of the country. And he uses them to terrorize his political opponents. He uses them to terrorize his political opponents and go after their political opponents and even kill their political opponents sometimes. So we know all this, man. One man, we should say it.
All right, thank you.
It's not good in our society. We should say it now.
Ajanle Koko, just try and condense it more so that, only for Sam to round off and then I can go on to VA. So Sam round off, then I go on to VA.
Yeah, so like I said, I'll just end it here. Politics is local. We have to be on ground. I remember the other day someone was asking how many people have PVCs on this line, and only one person had it. I've never been to Nigeria ever since 2010.
Right. Okay, so there you are. So here you are, saying big grammar, and you don't even have big. Look at this.
Championing as
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You let yourself down just at the last minute. You
No,
don't have
no,
PVC,
see,
and you are.
no. That I don't have a PVC does not mean I don't have a voice.
Sam,
well,
let me tell
your
you something.
PVC is your voice, though.
Sam,
I have parents,
do you regard
brothers
us,
and sisters? Yeah.
Sam, do you regard us, all of us in diaspora, as second-class citizens in Nigeria? Tinubu and his people should have been fighting for us and fight for our interests.
So it's Tinubu's fault again that you can't vote? Tinubu's fault? Come on, man.
Why can't he and his people? Why can't they fight for our right to vote?
So Tinubu should be fighting for your right to vote.
Yes.
That's also Tinubu.
That is how he neglected us. We are second-class citizens. He cannot fight for us.
What did Patience Jonathan say? Now only you can come. There is God. There is God.
You can't feed your children. It is Tinubu. You cannot do anything.
What is happening is the creation of a boogeyman. We are creating a boogeyman right here and just in front of our very eyes.
Unfortunately, the more we talk about him, the more popular he becomes. So it's better we stop talking about him.
We have to keep talking. It resonates what we are saying here about him. We are saying the truth, and we will not stop saying the truth.
But without stopping, if he actually becomes the president, what do we do?
Let's see if he's going to become president. Well, let's wait and see.
Yeah. You know, we've had a flash poll many times on this platform. About it? We've had a flash poll many times on this platform, asking if people support one candidate over Tinubu, and Tinubu always loses. So I don't see where this.
I've always said Tinubu.
He always loses.
Because there is no one
right
else.
now. If you support Tinubu,
type no 1.
If you support Osibajo or anyone else, type 2. He will lose here and now, but somehow we still keep on losing before.
But Ayo, one question: Why do we want Oshibanjo? Can somebody just tell me why?
I don't understand it myself.
And again, I saw something like they should go and be clicking on change to make Oshibanjo. Should we be the one to make Oshibanjo to go and start saying he wants to be president?
I still have it here.
Oshibanjo is a Yoruba man. Oshibanjo is a Yoruba man. Tinubu has sucked like a good man. Tinubu has sucked all the energy out of the Yoruba space. So Oshibanjo will definitely never ever declare until he gets Tinubu's blessing. That's why Tinubu needs to step down so that people can support someone they can.
I don't think he needs to.
I've said one thing before. You see, those guys, they are 2 steps ahead of everybody. They know what they are doing. They've planned their game, and Tinubu is a tough nut to crack. It's too late. Even I'm pitying Aregbesola and
this guy is on the brink of collapse.
He's going to be in trouble very soon.
Stand up. He's not too late. This guy can barely stand up.
He's late, my brother. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Nigerian politics is not America. This is Nigeria. Have you listened to that song by Fast? This is Nigeria. Things happen in Nigeria.
We've seen this happen before with Musa Yar'Adua, where he just died. You know,
a
couple of months into his presidency. We've seen this happen before.
Are we now wishing death on the guy now?
And we've seen the Buhari case too.
Exactly. This is what is going to happen if people supporting Tinubu don't want to wake up to reality. You think this guy is going to be? You think he's going to be president for the?
But Ayo, this is what we said about Buhari, that we died the second year. Buhari is finishing his 8 years now.
It's you that is saying that. I never.
Have you seen him?
People say that. The man will say that.
Is he dead? He's not dead.
Is he dead?
He's not dead.
But have you seen him?
Somebody who said he's stronger than most Nigerian youth.
Don't talk.
Buhari has been brain dead for a long time.
There is no president. Nigeria has no president. That is the truth of the matter. Because no president is coming out to speak when people die, when people are confused. You know, there's no president in Nigeria, my friend.
Everything you say is die. Can you change your topic, please?
I don't want to be saying that. Tonight. But Thomas, you know that they call you Omo Mommy. I believe you are Omo Baby.
It's just getting. It's just getting. I've never understood what he's talking about.
Tony, I'm very sorry for you.
No. It's fine. It's fine. Let's not go. Tony, I ask you to be mindful of the language, as I often do in almost every session. But
okay,
no.
One man. Look at your flash poll. Look at your flash poll.
Where is it?
Look at the flash poll you put up. Will
I've
Tinubu
just
make
put
a
it
good
up.
president?
Yeah.
Do you see what the numbers are? Yes, 18%. No, 82%.
Now, how many people have done it? How many people? I've just put it up now.
So far, and it's only going to stay there. This is a sample size. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, these people are led by you, though. You've led them.
Those guys that you are saying that
no, they are listening. These are your people. You are Najande Koko. These are your people.
No, at all. Though. This is a true representation of how people feel about this guy, and I'm not sure why. Smart people like yourself don't want to understand that we have better choices.
Ayo, if you want to know how people feel about Tinubu, you need to go to the markets in Nigeria, not on social media where people are commenting.
Listen, it's the same thing.
That's the truth, and that's Nigerian politics, my brother.
I don't think because of that Yaloja thing.
20,000.
They are the one that goes out to vote. Even all these allies that comes on TV to speak, they stay in their house on election day. The people that you will see queuing to vote are all these market people. The people that that use 3310 Nokia, that they can't access YouTube, they can't access anything.
People, I don't think they like Tinubu right around now because of this Yaloja thing. Because of this Yaloja thing, he put his daughter there, and that daughter has been oppressing them.
That's in Lagos.
Okay.
It's not even close.
Lagos market. Some people will still support you. Half of that market are still supporting the daughter.
You have 25 votes. This is about 20% of the people in this audience, and it's not even close. But somehow we're always propping up Tinubu.
You say they can vote against Tinubu, but they can't thumbs up. Use all these yam heads that we have. Just tell them simple thing as thumbs up. It's straight for them.
If you want to get people to thumbs up, what you need to say is, if you don't support Tinubu, thumbs up. Watch that number.
No. People are telling you have to put a thumb up to like this, so that it can be popular, so that they can be also be known across the world. When you when you push the like button, then your email address will appear worldwide. Not just for the benefit of the show.
No, that's not true. So we can't.
No. Now I want play Koto.
If you don't support Tinubu, please thumbs up. Let's get these likes to 80.
All right.
Back of not liking Tinubu, watch your numbers go up.
All right. Let's we've lost Ovie, so let's go to let's stay with you then, Ayo, and we go to the I wonder if we can take the conversation away from Tinubu somewhat, but he seems to dominate the space at the moment. So he's saying he's ready to fight dirty. So Tambuwal, you had me reread the Tambuwal space, explaining the reasons why he lost confidence in Buhari, and just exactly as we thought, this guy, he was quickly encircled by a bunch of people who we now know colloquially as the cabal, and they got stranglehold of this guy. They told him to have political advisors. He says he doesn't need any. They told him, an illiterate from Daura, to get economic advisors to run the topmost African economy. He says he doesn't need any. So if Buhari doesn't need economic advisors, then how is he going to manage the economy? Is it from his standard 2, something that he did in some locality, So essentially, the failure of this administration is really essentially a Buhari failure, not the party failure, although the party failed too in not being able to tame him.
And this was the point I was trying to make earlier, that the parties typically, Nigerian parties don't have any ideology. It's led by an individual, and it's whatever that individual wants, that's what is going to be the platform of that party. So yes, it's very popular now for people to beat up Buhari, and no one elected him for his economic knowledge or for him to turn around the economy. He was elected for one reason: to curb the security menace coming from the Sahel. That was the only reason that Tinubu was sellable to the rest of Nigeria, and he has failed on the one thing that people were hoping that he would be able to do. Because once again, he's soft pedaling with his ethnic preferences and not doing what's supposed to be done. Now, for instance, as you can see, a lot of Yoruba people are against Tinubu, even though he's a Yoruba guy. And the order of the day is ethnic politics in Nigeria. If only Buhari would see that a criminal is a criminal and wipe out all those terrorists that are coming from the Sahel and are trying to wreak havoc all over the country, we'll be in a better place today. So, sure, ethnic alliance is nothing wrong with it, but when it goes against the national interest, especially if the argument of the day is we want to remain as one country, then it just makes sense, especially with you enlightened folk, to pick a leader who is at least competent and who would at least be somewhat better than what we've had in the past. I mean, from Buhari to Tinubu is not progress. It's not. Maybe Tinubu in his heyday, maybe he was governor of Lagos and he was really young. Maybe he had good intentions. Maybe he was able to put together a lot of technocrats and he had a vision. But right now, he's morphed into something else. He's morphed into a monster that is just self-fulfilling. He just wants to, he wants to cement his legacy in Nigerian politics. And he's not, that's what he says. He says, didn't he say recently that, his main ambition is to be Nigeria's president or something? I mean, who says that? I mean, so what about the people that are looking to put food on their table? They're looking for infrastructure to be at least semi-decent, for their kids to go to the schools they want them to go to. Nigerians and this is why it's such a passionate issue for me, because Nigeria has so much potential and we have so many brilliant people all over the world that are just looking for some glimmer of a hope so we can go back home and build that country. But we'll have another old geriatric visionless leader like Tinubu that feels like it's his birthright to run the country, and then we'll be set back another 80 years. We don't have time anymore. We don't have the time for that anymore. Recently, a couple of days ago, you see Nigerians, despite the hardships they're encountering, are freaking developing $3 billion companies that are world recognized. We're steaming to go. I mean, the only thing that is hobbling that country is leadership. And how don't we see this? If we have half of a decent leader, he doesn't have to be perfect, but at least he has to have some vision and some will to at least get out of the way so that, the youth can push that country forward. But no one is talking about that. It just seems like we keep on rinsing and repeating.
That is the problem. Nobody's coming out. Nobody's coming out. Has anybody come out now? Tell me, who do you want us to vote? Aside Tinubu and Atiku that is really out there now, who do you want us to vote?
That's the thing, that these guys have sucked up all the oxygen in the room. These guys have sucked up all the oxygen. Tinubu is such a powerful political force that no one is going to take any other person from, especially the Southwest, seriously until Tinubu gets out of the way. I know Showore is a controversial figure. I know he is. A lot of people either love him or they hate him or they don't take him seriously. But at least he has been able to articulate a vision, or at least his vision for Nigeria. Why can't Tinubu at least, if he's serious about trying to win people over, why can't he at least articulate his vision for Nigeria? He said nothing. He has no policy positions, none, beyond he feels, it's...
But your campaign has not started.
Is what?
He said he will make a proper declaration soon.
Campaign has not started, so you don't know what he wants to do.
Tinubu has been running for president for the last 8 years. Why is it a secret what he's for? It should be a secret.
When did he come out for president? When?
Maybe not officially, but everyone knows the reason he pushed Buhari into power was because his intention was to take over after 8 years of Buhari. So this guy knows this isn't some recent development with him that all of a sudden he has this urge to become president. He's been wanting to be president for at least the last 10 years. And I think everyone knows this.
So obviously,
he's not hiding it. He said it's his whole lifelong ambition.
He's not hiding it.
Exactly. So what is his?
But there's nothing wrong with that. So just speak to his capacity.
There's nothing wrong with that, but it can't be the only reason. I mean, surely he's going to want to deliver for. Let's just forget about Yoruba people. He must at least have some intention of delivering for the nation. Now, no one knows his position on anything. Is he for restructuring or not? Is he for state police?
You have to
or
not?
What
he
is
said he will declare.
You know, to be fair to him, he said he'll make a proper declaration soon.
He said
so what he just did was to inform the president. So I think we have to wait down for him to unravel his plan, and then we can critique it. But for now, he hasn't. I agree with you, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't. So there's still time, and the main campaign has not even started. So they're still trying to get their parties together and get their. For now, all of them are aspirants. Nobody is a candidate yet.
Right, but Tinubu is definitely sucking all the oxygen out of the room, and this is why. And this is keeping a lot of. And this is keeping a lot of potential viable candidates at bay because they don't want to be don't want to be minimized by Tinubu's presence.
You know, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not particularly a fan of Tinubu's strategies and how he just rubs the whole from his antecedent in Lagos State. I think he didn't do as much as he could have with such a state like that. But that aside, speaking politically, Tinubu, you can call him a genius. Politically, you see, politics is not about morals or how good or bad you are as a person. You know, that's up to our imams, pastors to decide. Politics is a different school, you know, and you have to look at not just capacity to lead, you have to look at capacity to win elections. They are two different things, completely different. So Tinubu has shown that capacity to win elections. Now, do I personally agree with his governance style? Absolutely not. I don't agree with it. I think it's archaic, and Lagos can produce better. But as for politics, you have to doff your hat to this man, Tinubu, because what he has achieved, we haven't seen any part of Africa where it has been done. And if we want to go ethnic, as we like to in Nigerian politics, Tinubu is without a doubt the best product politically. I keep emphasizing on that word, that the Yoruba people have produced. Besides Obasanjo, Obasanjo has reached his peak, so we cannot count him. Besides Obasanjo, and I'm referring to people alive right now. I'm not talking about those who have passed away.
The way you said about those alive has ever produced. You didn't say living. You didn't specify.
Well, I mean,
I'm saying it now. I'm saying alive, living.
Now I understand you.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. I think likely. I think you're right. I think like I've said a million times, no one is questioning Tinubu's genius, political genius. But he's had no impact. And people vote for impact. They vote for their own personal results.
What type of impact are you talking about? Politically, he has had the most impact.
When I say impact,
on the common people, the common man on the street. Look at that.
Okay, so you're talking about governance style.
Look at Muti
That I already said I agree with you. With the governance style. But I'm telling you, there are two. It's not just you don't win elections simply by your governance style. They also look at your capacity and ability to win elections. People always forget that part. That's why the Buhari came in. It's not like Buhari went and turned Katsina to Dubai. No, it's because they saw that this man could win elections. Looking at his history, that's why they all teamed up with him.
So winning election for what?
Has that on the side.
Blackly, winning election for what? If not towards the betterment of the people.
Don't forget, Buhari had run. Was it 2 or 3 times before he eventually won? And he was a single. He won for a single reason. He won because everyone, including myself, thought he would be the best to address the security issue Nigeria was having at that point in time, and he made it worse by ethnicizing everything. So
but I think he won. I think he
really
won because
Tinubu.
people want change from PDP. That was why he
it
won.
doesn't matter if they even change parties, because once again, we've established the parties mean nothing in Nigeria. There's no ideology. It's all the same thing. But the thing is, it's the same thing with Tinubu. I really want to support him, but he's done nothing. And the best way to predict what a man is going to do in his future is to look at what he's done in his past. He's not going to all of a sudden, whether you want to debate whether he's 80 or 70, we all know he's a geriatric guy. There's no way this guy is going to get the bright idea in his mind that, okay, I really want to start leading these people to the promised land because I have this bright idea. Nothing that we haven't seen him do in the past. So he's really just a mute point. And for everyone that keeps on ragging on Oshibajo is the vice president. His job is to support the president and step in if he needs to. He can't have any position on anything. And this is pretty much anywhere around the world where you have a vice president. So I don't know why everyone keeps on saying Oshibajo can't say this or he didn't come out and say that. He can't take positions on many things that you would want him to because of his job. His job is to support Buhari no matter what. And he's been very good at doing that. So if the choices, or if my choices are, let's give Tinubu, who has a track record of executive leadership as the governor of Lagos, who has a political track record, and let's choose Oshibajo, who, at least at this point, he's sort of like a gray area, but we don't really know if he's going to be good or not. It's a very easy choice for me. Oshibajo is the safer, the more sane.
But Ayo, can 2 times Buhari has went on medical treatment when Oshibajo take control of the country. That was the thing.
Yeah, he took control. I think he did a few good things. Didn't he fire that guy?
Yes, people testify to it.
Exactly.
During that time, the man did a good job.
Right.
And the dollar even went down.
Exactly. So, I mean, yeah, and it shows that he has courage. He wasn't, I remember when Yaradua died and Jonathan was hiding in the shadows because he didn't want to rock the boat. Oshibajo fired a very powerful guy like that. The guy was trying to control the Senate or whatever. I can't remember his exact name or whatever. And he acted with confidence. He acted with someone who understood the power that he wields. He wasn't hiding in the shadows. So clearly, I would think, and none of these guys are saints, they're all pretty much cut from the same cloth. But in the absence of any great choice, Oshibajo just makes so much more sense. He makes, at least he's definitely someone you can project your hope onto. You can't project your hope onto Tinubu now.
Ayo, I'm curious. How do you even know Oshibajo?
How do I know him?
Yes,
just
how do
like
you know
you
him?
do. He's the vice president of Nigeria. I don't know him.
Okay, if it's the same way as how I know him, I knew him through Tinubu.
Right.
In terms of politics, you cannot know Oshibajo without the Tinubu. So this praises to high heavens you're heaping on Oshibajo is linked to Tinubu, whether you agree with it or not.
So I think we've had this argument before. I know Tinubu has been able to, and I said this even earlier on today, he's been able to I don't want to say resuscitate, but he's been able to resurrect a few good technocrats. Whether it is, I even like Shomolu as governor of the current governor of Lagos, whether it was Oshibajo or Fashola, yes, Tinubu has been able to identify and put some really good technocrats into power. But it doesn't mean.
So I'm saying give him credit and don't run him down because.
Sorry.
Because he has shown you that he's able to raise phenomenal individuals like Fashola or Shimbajo. Also, he has shown capacity and ability to win elections, which is key in the Nigerian state as we find it today. Your ability to win elections. So the only man that can do that right now from the south of Nigeria is Tinubu. The pedigree Tinubu has in politics. Now they say the northerners are politically superior because they've been in power more. But if you take pedigree, there's nobody in the North that has Tinubu's pedigree in politics. I'm telling you this, and I'm from the North.
Right.
So, and if you look at it, really, Tinubu's main opposition is with his own people, because you will not see, you won't see you won't see the narrative in the North that Tinubu did this in his pants or pampas, or you never hear that narrative in the North. Never. Well, it would benefit them to go with that narrative to break down the South, but they don't. Why? They understand political alignments. So it's almost scary when you see that it's the South that's actually bringing up this narrative.
It's usually the Yorubas. It's Yorubas. We're notorious for treachery. We're treacherous.
I don't, I disagree strongly. This is not treachery.
Are we not notorious for treachery in Yoruba land? Are we not treacherous?
We are notorious, one man.
Yeah.
Very notorious.
Yeah. This is not treachery. Treachery would be me supporting Tinubu, knowing that he's incompetent. Knowing that he's incompetent.
But you've just described his competence. You are dabbing him for good deeds. You are saying that he built up people who are the topmost of achievers within the Nigerian political space as we speak. And Black League is telling you that, and correct me if I'm putting words in your mouth, Black League is telling you that this guy has capacity to win elections and he's a good talent spotter. So what do you need from a president other than to put the right people in the right places? Even Babangida said so. That's just all of the job of a president, to put the right people in the right places. And you have said he has the capacity to identify talent, and you are saying that damns him. Yes. How is he damned by being able to identify good people?
He does have the capacity to identify smart technocrats and put them in key positions.
Right. So how does that damn him?
However, his greater strength is enriching himself with the taxes of the people, with the resources of the people, with institutions that belong to the people.
And where are you getting
this
from?
Yes, but that aside, speak to his ability to win elections.
Okay, let's even speak to that. Where are you getting this from, that he enriched himself from the taxes of people? Let's go to their space, because you say it often. So expand on that.
Didn't you have a session? I think, was it about 2 months ago, about Sanwo-Olu raising Alpha Beta's take from 5% to 10%? Didn't you have that recently?
No, it went from 800 million to 2.5 billion.
Okay.
I don't know what
there was an increase, right?
Yes.
So why was that? Why do you think? Why do you think there was an increase in
what do you think Alpha Beta is? Let's start from there. What do you think?
Alpha Beta is a tax collection or tax collecting agency that was founded by Tinubu. Now, the reason he fell out with Ambode is Ambode said, "Over my dead body, will you..."
Where you're getting that from? Where you getting that from?
Now, this is Ambode saying this himself a couple of months ago.
No, it never did. It never. Come on.
Okay, let me go.
Oh no! One man. He said it. He said it. One man.
Ambode said, "Over my dead body, will you increase your take from 5% to 10%?
Right.
This money belongs to the citizens of Lagos, and I'm not going to let you get a penny more." He wasn't saying he was removing what Tinubu was already getting. No, he said, "I'm going to prevent you from taking more." And then Tinubu, that was what pretty much.
Ambode never said that, but I'm not going to label that. But let me go. It did not. But let me go back to the original thing that you said, that they increased the consultancy fee for Alpha Beta.
Consultancy fee.
So what is it? What is it?
It's a take. It's a take. It's a rent.
How is it? They don't render? Do they render a service? Do they render a service?
They render. Please tell me what industry? What viable industry that is legal and thriving increases their take threefold?
No. Let's start. No. You
businesses
said,
do that. Businesses do that.
Hold on. No, Ayo is a business savvy man, so he's just trying to hide away because he wants to follow Tinubu.
So let's just say let's just say
what services does Alpha do they render a service? One, let's start from there. Alpha, Beta, do they
I think
render
they've
a
established
service?
they render a service.
They
They
do
tax
render a
collecting
service.
agency. They
Okay.
collect
So
taxes.
why then would their consultancy fee go from 800 million to 2.5 billion?
Okay,
If you set aside corruption,
this is
what
what
other logical
Inflation.
I have to respond to this. This
Yeah,
is
go
what
on.
percentage. This is what a percentage fee is.
Right.
The percentage fee. If I'm taking 5%
Yeah.
of whatever you're collecting overall, that never
Right.
changes.
What
That
do
never
you?
changes.
No,
If you
you
collect
must be
1 million
joking.
this year,
Then you are not in business.
No,
What do you
no,
mean it
no.
never
Let me
changes?
finish
What are you
now.
talking about?
Let me finish. Your rate, the amount you will take may change. The percentage never changes. The percentage never, as a vendor, your percentage
that's
never
a
changes.
total. In fact, that's not only false. That's almost a lie. But of
What
course
are
it
you talking about?
changes.
If you're
Look,
taking
okay, let me
5%,
tell you how it works because you clearly have a different understanding of how it works. When you have a consultancy fee that you set a
it's
particular
not a
task.
fee, it's a percentage. It's a percentage.
Okay, let's go with the word fee and then we'll land on percentage. Well, let me walk you through how this thing works, or how I understand it. Let me not adopt that tone of voice. If you have a consultancy arrangement with somebody, that arrangement is performance related. Is a performance related arrangement that is staggered over different tiers. So if you hit a certain threshold, then it recalibrates to a new understanding. And if you hit another threshold, it recalibrates to a different understanding. So let's say you start off from 5% and you hit a threshold, which then triggers it to 7.5%, and you hit another threshold, which triggers it. That is how they layer agreements. Is that not how they layer agreements?
Let me see if I can explain
What are we talking? What are we talking about here?
The way you would understand.
No, you understand. He just wants to obfuscate.
No, let me see if I can explain this in the way you would understand. So, say I'm a sports agent, and let's say, I don't know, pick your greatest footballer who is hot in Nigeria right now. Let's say Igalo, one of those
senior man.
No. Pick a man from my team, Newcastle. Pick Treppier, who's on.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go Africa. Let's go Africa, woman, please.
No, please. I said from my team, so that is just an example now.
All right. So let's.
Or don't speak anything. It doesn't matter.
So yeah.
Obafemi Martins.
Let's say Martins.
And by the way, Obafemi Martins did play for my team. He used to play for my team. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Obafemi Martins' agent, right? And my fee for finding endorsements for him, no matter what, is 10%. So this year, 2020, I find $2 million worth of investment for this guy. My fee from Obafemi Martins is $200,000 because I found him endorsements worth $2 million. The next year, I found him investments or endorsements worth $3 million. My take is $300,000, but the percentage does not change. This is how percentage rent works.
Ayo, one simple question: why did Facebook go through legal battle? Was it not because of percentage changes? What are you saying?
No, percentages and football agents is just a localized. We're talking about a sophisticated tax-related mass money.
But we're even talking about. We're not even talking about.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Right.
You see, the primary objective of this alphabet,
yes, is to loot money.
Is to put a structure in place that will be taken over or transferred to the Lagos Inland Revenue. That was the primary objective when Tinubu brought this thing in.
How do you know that? What authority do you have on that?
Yeah, I know this. I know this. So the primary objective is, okay, these are private bodies that can annex the place and, put a structure on the ground for the state, and the state agent or revenue service will not take it over in the future. So let them practice it. They went into action. They improved on the revenue generating drive, and
the primary objective to transit or transfer it to the state agency to take over. They didn't leave it. They continue because it's
that's
a
on
cash
your
cow
say
for
so,
them.
though. No, that's on your say so because
No, that is not my say so. That's what I know.
Yeah, no. On what
That's what
authority,
I know.
though? No, you can't say that's what you know now. On what authority are you saying that?
I am saying.
But even beyond that, think about this.
I'm saying it. Hold on one man. Hold on one man.
Yeah.
I am not going to reveal everything about myself.
All right.
I'm not going to reveal everything about myself. So this is what I know in Lagos. This is the idea behind it. The private sector, let us that know about this collection of this thing, let us give it to them, let them do it. And for some years, let's see how it's going to work. And then they will put down the structure and the state agent. What is the purpose of Lagos State Revenue Service, for God's sake?
Exactly.
What is the purpose of it?
Oh, okay. So if the private
structure is there,
okay,
the structure is on the ground now, and they've refused because they are making money, billions.
That's
every month.
That's his primary source of income.
They are killing the government service. They killed the government agency. They didn't allow the government agency to work.
Do you know that through harmonization and through applying principles of best principles, Alpha Beta has quadrupled the Lagos internally generated revenue, if not tenfold.
And that means they would have quadrupled their own take without increasing the percentage, which they did, which is
you don't understand how these things work.
No.
Oh God.
The structure. Why can't they give the structure to the state revenue service?
Okay. If the state revenue service feels that that particular space is best handled by Alpha Beta,
no, that is
who have demonstrably shown.
No. The state revenue service have experienced people. They have.
Well, they had it prior to Alpha Beta coming in. Why didn't they increase the internally generated revenue? Why didn't they do that if they had all this?
Wait, one man. Whether we like it or not, we have to give it to Tinubu that he came out with this idea of.
Oh, right. Is he getting a credit from you? Look at that. He's getting a credit from you. Look at that.
Hold on. We have to say the truth all the time. This is the truth I'm talking, and I'm telling you what I know about the idea of this.
But yes,
let's
give it to one man. Let's give it to one man. Let's just say private enterprise is definitely more efficient than government.
Of course.
We know this.
No. Hold on. No. Don't give it to one man. We are talking about the structure. We are talking about this. These people, they have annexed that space, and they have been able to put that structure ground. All they need to do is to transfer it and then train the state revenue service personnel so that they can
already. So why should they do that instead of continuing to run it efficiently?
The state is never going to be as efficient as a private enterprise.
I mean, come on now,
I think we all know this. The state is never going to run as efficiently as a private enterprise. The issue here is this guy is. Can you imagine a private company dictating to its government, its primary client, how much it's going to take as in their fee? And we're not talking about a percentage or 2 percentage points. We're talking about his quadrupling, his tripling his normal fee, and no one is saying anything about this in Lagos. No one is saying anything. And this is the guy.
The matter went to court. And I think they finally decided to settle it out of court.
Okay, which means what? Settle it out of
court. Which means an agreement. An agreement happened, and they decided to settle it outside of the courthouse.
This isn't two private entities.
If we start to interrogate all the things that you throw against this guy, they don't hold water. Now we are interrogating this Alpha Beta space. When everybody just say an Alpha Beta, and you see now it's a consultancy service offered to Lagos State that has tenfold the income of the state, and the entitlement in that agreement, the percentage that they get.
It's a consultant
what is the percentage? We are talking of several billions, and you see them.
And what are they generating for Lagos State?
And we're talking about taxes that belong to the people. We're not talking about.
You know it's performance related. You know it's performance related.
First of all,
hold on,
what is the staff strength?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Do you concede, or are you of the understanding that their percentage, their fees is performance related? Do you know that? Do you concede that?
They have just the fact that they're getting a percentage. It's
performance related now.
It's by default performance related.
You are begrudging enterprise. Is this what we are doing? We're begrudging enterprise.
I'm a full-blooded capitalist.
So this is capitalism in its purest form.
No, this is not capitalism. You can't increase your take.
Look at this guy.
But one man, the government, the private sector, the private people have no business in revenue collection. They can train the people, as Ajani Koko said, like the consultancy. They can take the people and train them, and these people will be working. Just like we have Ministry of Work, like in Ibadan we have Kappa, the Abeto. The Ministry of Work will give them contract. Then and then the Ministry of Work staff will still be working there. The same thing with TIMIPRE or whatever in Lagos. So private people collecting taxes on behalf of the government is very bad.
Do you know why what you just described doesn't work, Tony? But you have to listen. I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
Ayo just said rightly that private enterprise will always run better than government enterprise. Government enterprise, they have no stake in profit because whatever happens, they get whatever is due them. But private enterprise, they have to continually generate that value in order for them to profiteer. So if they hand it, if they hand it to the civil service, they will just run it to the ground as they run it to the ground before our family. Of course they will. When has civil service ever done anything?
Would they deliver everything to the state? Whatever they collected, because this also is happening in Edo State. That is what promotes agberoism. Because people that go to the marketplaces, taxing those women in rags, people that are suffering, people that have no light, at home, and then they will go to the market, to the bush and buy tomato or fish from Ekpe. Then they bring to the market. People are still taxing them. No wonder this man was crying. Governor Yade in a Cross River City was crying. I mean, this is not good.
One man, enough is enough. They're supposed to transfer that structure to the state government. In the country where we live, you can say civil and hold on. You can say civil. They're not going to Ayo. In the country where we live here, you don't have private organization taking taxes for the government.
Never.
You don't have it.
We have
to have it. You don't have it.
We have to be realistic.
No. Hold on, Ayo, man. What is all this realistic you're talking about? It is the government service. It is the government revenue service that collect revenue for the government in this country where we live.
Yeah.
So hold on. You just need to develop a system where you have. Oh God, what are you people talking about? What are you talking that cannot be efficient? All you just need to do.
People are going to just give them bribes and they won't collect it. And this
you develop, you use technology. What are you talking about?
Come on.
Use technology how does the private people? How does it? What is realistic? How is it done in this country? I pay my taxes from my business every time, but I don't need to be monitored. But the system is there. The system is there that monitors me.
You
put that structure in place. Use technology, and technology. You use technology to achieve results. These people doesn't want to use it. They don't want to train their people, and you keep telling them that government will not. It's the failure on their side. When they hate government and the government doesn't work, it's a failure on them. Give it to them that they fail.
I get your argument, but there is this guy in Alpha Beta that took Tinubu to court sometimes about
something Ajara,
that kind of thing. Do you know now that Lagos State is ranked 5th in Africa? Even other states in Nigeria and in other African countries are inviting Alpha Beta to come and work for them. I get what you are saying, but if what Alpha Beta is doing for the government is good enough for the government, they would rather stick to them if they know they are getting more.
Why would they hand it to civil servants to run it to the ground?
When you go in a MOU agreement with all these things,
so that man should continue making that money, right? You support that one man.
Are you begrudging I don't begrudge enterprise. Are you begrudging enterprise?
Not by fraudulent means.
When they review,
enterprise that is put in place to loot our resources. I'm not in support of that.
An example would be like in the States currently, you had NASA and their space program became defunct. It became debilitated because it was getting too expensive. And then SpaceX, a private enterprise.
No, you are using the wrong analogy. You go on the taxes collection in the United States. Don't go to NASA.
I understand why Johnny Coco is saying you're referring to the IRS in America.
And it takes a lot of investment into that. So just go into government service, the way government service is run there, the way they use technology to run government service. Why can't we do it over there?
There are government services that are conceded to private enterprises, from health services.
Not taxes.
It doesn't matter. There are government services. The essential point is that government services are conceded to private enterprises for reasons of efficiency that Ayo has so eloquently described.
Yeah, but let's stick to taxes. Let's stick to taxes that we are talking about.
Because we want to beat Tinubu, because we want to beat Tinubu.
No, let's stick to taxes.
You want to narrow the field. You want to narrow the field.
Let us block that. Let us block it. Let us block it and use that money for the benefit of the people. Don't be speaking in favor of these people. They work. Why can't it work? You have people that are educated, that are graduates there.
What do you mean? They are graduates. They were graduates before Alpha Beta came to rescue them.
They are the head of civil service. They are the government. They are the one in place. They can make it work if they are dedicated to make it work. They don't want to make it work so that they can continue to loot your resources. We know the game, man. They don't want to make it work.
A better option for Alpha Beta would be to try to expand to other states as opposed to trying to increase.
But this is what DOG was just saying. Not other states, including other countries. They are consulting it.
So that is where they should. That is where they should.
Let's acknowledge engineer who continues to munch on whatever is munching on. That Arab babe that is always coming here to chase you. She's been here again, So I'm giving her your Instagram, So I'm giving her your Instagram something so that you can come and harass you on Instagram.
I'm waiting. I was asking if you're single earlier. I said you're single and searching.
No, engineer. What do you mean?
Engineer,
engineer has 10 kids. What do you mean? Engineer, you still have body to carry more.
There's only one.
Look at that.
My precious daughter.
Your precious daughter,
Yeah.
Well done.
Engineer for run, say thank you. If I go join the
all right. So we are doing Tinubu bashing as usual, but it looks as though that guy.
Today is for Tinubu.
Tinubu bashing, yes.
One man, I hate to beat you on the head when you're down, but look at your flash pool. Look at your flash pool.
These are your people now. You and Ajane Koko. These are they follow you. They follow your people now. They follow your people. So they follow your people now.
I think
these are your people. If Ajane Koko was arguing for Tinubu, then the reverse would be because everybody they always follow what Ajane Koko says. This is what
you know that at the end of the day, who are these people collecting taxes from? It's from the poor people because the companies are vacating Nigeria, as a result of no basic, no enabling environment.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah, this tax. They are sucking the poor people's blood. All this money they are taking.
What are you talking about now? They collect taxes from people who are earning or in business.
If you are not working, you are not paying taxes.
What are you talking about now?
And no government offices, because like me, I get letters every year. then you have to get a letter, then you have to go to your auditor or whatever, and then those people who are who are employed are pay as you earn. I mean, why should the private people be involved in going to the marketplaces and motor parks to be or the streets to be collecting money?
Your lawyer should not. Do you know how wealthy your lawyer is? What are you talking about?
No,
do you know how wealthy they are? They should not
but
pay taxes.
No, they should not pay because they are already suffering. Because there's no infrastructure there. There's no social services for them. No hospitals to go.
No, hold on. Let me say what you just said back to you, so you hear it as I'm hearing it. People in business, you are saying they should not pay taxes. Is this what you're saying?
No, not people in business. People in the marketplaces. They are not in business at all. They are fighting for survival.
They are not in business.
They are fighting for survival. Look at the marketplaces. Look at the environment.
Just unbelievable sometimes.
Yeah, look at Ajegule. Look at
when were you last in Ajegule? When were you last in Oshodi?
No, I didn't see the picture now.
No. You did look at this guy. Come on, man, Tony, man. Come on.
People suffer for home.
No, don't please now.
Tony, round up. Let the Northerners go.
Yes. It doesn't amuse me. I think it does because the space is now somewhat a prime space now. People wanting to come in. So if that's just the sum total of everything, then maybe you should just let somebody else come in that has to add on to what we can't just continue to recite here. No.
Okay, Black League is there. Black League is there, man. Welcome, sir. Black League. Right on.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. You discombobulated me as always. So let me take you to a saner space. Ayo, did you hear my rendition about the man from Kenya who left home to search for greener pastures? 42 years, he couldn't do anything. Came back home to find that his home had been ravaged. Did you hear my narration of that?
I did. I did.
Yeah. So speak to that.
I'm not clear on certain things, though. You said he left for 42 years and he had no contact with his family for 42 years?
Yes, essentially. That's how we read.
Why?
Maybe they moved and then he moved. I think he was ashamed that he wasn't able to achieve what he had set out to do. And he kept on deferring it till he lost all contact with his family.
I think that would be expected. I mean, were they supposed to just sit there waiting for him to come in for 42 years? I mean, his wife and I suppose his kids. I don't think he can be surprised that he would come back to. I mean, he's practically a stranger at that point. I mean, you lose touch with anyone for 42 years without at least keeping that relationship going somewhat. You're going to be a stranger whenever you reunite. So I don't.
The tragedy of it is he lost contact. The family were searching for him. They couldn't find him.
Right.
But some pastor then picked him up as he went about his ministry, heard his story, and then via social media was able to make the reconnect. But when he made and this man, he stayed dedicated to his family. He ended up in Tanzania. He tried a bit of mining. That did not work. He tried a bit of farming. It did not really get much together. But he tried to stay true. He never remarried or anything. So when he went back, he discovered that his wife had died years ago, and two of his sons had died as well. But the primary purpose of him leaving home was not achieved. And the whole thing, a tragedy. But it opens up that space then of people who leave home under this drumbeat of greener pastures. They don't attain that greener pasture, but that journey back home becomes impossible. Is it a familiar story? It's almost a Nigerian story, isn't it? Not everybody that goes abroad gets to pick up that dollar on the streets that they told us is everywhere,
Yeah, I mean, I think some things are more important than money. I think your family, maintaining a relationship with your family, your wife and your kids, are, at least in my opinion, I think it's more important than money. So I don't understand why he was completely incommunicado for 42 years with his family, unless you're talking about 100 years ago, which I'm certain you're not. I mean, he could have.
No, this is fairly recent, yeah.
Right, he could have called his family or emailed them. There's just no reason. It seems like he made the decision to, for whatever reason, to cut his family off and then at some point he decided he wanted to reconnect, but his wife had died, and apparently his kid or a couple of his kids had died too. So, do I feel sorry for him? I don't know. I mean, because I would never abandon my family like that. So it's kind of hard to feel sorry for him. I just don't see why he wouldn't have maintained some sort of relationship with his family.
It's a 94-year-old man, though, so I think you may be speaking to a different space.
I see. Okay.
So that left him around about 40 something, 50 thereabout, to say no, now or never. But then it proved to be never.
Yeah, it's a tragic story. It's definitely a tragic story all the way around. I suppose for him and for his kids, and if he has any living relatives, I guess. But where did he go to, by the way? Did you see Tanzania?
He ended up in Tanzania. Tried to mine for gems. It didn't really succeed. Then tried to a bit of chickenry, and that's never really, it was able just to survive on it, but not enough to justify that greener pasture narrative he left home with.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tragic. I feel sorry for the guy and obviously his family as well. But 42 years is a super long time to. It's a super long time to dissociate from your family, and like you said, he probably had his reasons. Maybe he was embarrassed or he felt ashamed, or maybe he started another family. I don't know, but. It just seems like there's a lot more information that might be missing in that story.
All right. Nigerians should not blame us for fuel scarcity. Buhari regime. So they are saying then that the blame is not really for them. Buhari, of course, the Minister of Petroleum, you know that. Petroleum scarcity, a recurring decimal within the Nigerian space, you know that. Nigeria, the fifth largest oil exporting country in the world, you know that. So how do those two known facts, those several known facts, marry together for petroleum scarcity to be in the country and the person that is the minister of petroleum abdicating responsibility? How do you marry all of those together, Ayo?
I think it would be more shocking if he took responsibility. I don't know anything that Buhari has taken responsibility for. We're an oil-producing country, and we're not just like we're a sizable petroleum producing country. So this recurrent problem obviously just shows either a lack of will or just a lack of good governance, where we have no refining capacity. Hopefully that will come to an end once Dangote refinery comes online, but who knows, that might that seems to be wanting to create its own demons down the road from what I've been hearing. But it's just a silly problem, and a country that is blessed with that natural resource, and for some reason we just can't seem to refine the oil we need, even though we have some refineries in the country, probably because vested interests that are importing petroleum have the policymakers and the decision makers in their pocket, one reason or the other. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have any insight as to why this seems to be a chronic problem Nigeria can just not solve. But it's very perplexing that government after government and leadership after leadership isn't able to fix this seemingly simple problem. I mean, I know isn't the Kaduna refinery, isn't it working somewhat? I think it is, right? Or is it the one in Warri? So I mean, it just seems like a chronic problem that, for whatever reason, just persists, and everyone is hoping for the Dangote refinery to fix things, which, I mean, it kind of should, being that it's private enterprise. And so I had some people saying the reason they were trying to remove the subsidy is because they're trying to remove it before the Dangote refinery comes online, so that he can recoup as much profit as possible. Who knows? But it just seems like such a silly problem to keep on having in a country as blessed as Nigeria. Once again, the bane of our problems is obviously our leadership.
Would you believe, Ayo, that there are more people voting for the Tinubu poll than there are turned up to the platform? So when I say these people are yam heads,
No, actually, they're not.
Unfortunately, the platform is being followed by
You have to
yam heads.
you have to change your strategy.
One man,
You
you're
have to
saying
change
Tinubu people are
your
yam head.
strategy.
Huh?
You have to
No,
change your.
how can you? I was even under the impression that people don't want to make the effort to get up to click on something. But if they are clicking on Tinubu poll, that means no effort is required. So that just tells you that these are pickpockets. These are
No,
pickpockets. They just come here
one
to
you have to
steal.
change your strategy.
They just come here to steal from us.
Yeah,
These
you
are
have to
pickpockets.
try not to
Don't worry
speak for
about.
Tinubu. Yeah, try not to speak for
No,
Tinubu. Just
thank
be
you.
a moderator.
Tony, for the last time, let me moderate the. No, Tony, man, you have to cooperate with me because I know your voice is popular, but it's
You're my
not.
brother now.
Hold on, I'm not your brother. I know your
You're my
voice is
brother.
popular on the platform, but it's not popular with me. Let me tell you that now.
Yes.
But I facilitate for every voice, but just work with me, man. Because you jar me. You jar me somewhat. I have to say that.
No, Remy,
No,
I
just
love you
say
too much.
no,
I love you too much.
don't
Only
love
that
me. That is the job of my
when you
wife.
ask a
Don't worry
question,
about that.
when you ask, let us express our mind. Why you watch it?
No, you let me run the platform how I deem fit. Please, let me run it how I deem fit. Please, with
Okay,
your
sir.
permission. So thank
No,
you.
thank you. Okay, sir.
Guys, if you are not in support of Tinubu, please give it a like. Give the like a thumbs up. Only if you dislike Tinubu. If you like him, don't press anything. But if you dislike him,
It's all these yam
please
heads from
Like it
the.
regardless. Thumbs up
No,
regardless.
it's these people from the east. It's all these people from some
What
people.
is Tinubu wrong now?
Wow, man, you want to
It-
open
They
another.
are coming for you. They are coming for you.
no, they are suspects. But
They are coming for
Stop,
you.
stop, just stop.
what's that?
Man, come on, man.
No,
I said
I mean,
stop.
I have my suspicions, because why would you not turn up? It's usually people who come here to say I'm Igbo hater. This is all these idiots, all these people,
You see,
So,
yeah. See, now you're losing. Now you're losing votes. You better be careful, one man. You can't
all
castigate a
right.
whole bunch of people like that.
All right. It just frustrates me. No, there's nobody that loves the Igbo more than me, but they are decided to make up their mind that I'm an. Okay. Let me move on swiftly on before I get myself into even more trouble. Let me move on to Solly. Thank you, Ayo. So let me go on to Solly and put him a position. Solly, you are steeped in the wool, Yoruba man. The endorsement of the Alaafin invoking Shokono, Obatala, Yemoja, Shango, that all of these deities are certain that Tinubu will be the president. Fait accompli, president-elect. If the Alaafin speaks, the world shakes. So the Alaafin has spoken, Solly. After all that build-up, sorry, you're not even. All right, let me go there to Thomas. So Thomas, can you take that on? Are you there, Thomas?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm good. One man, Ajalo could disagree with you the other time that the Oba is speaking for himself. But if the Oba is speaking for himself, he has followership as well. He has many people following him. If we propel them to support Tinubu, who will go against them? Nobody will go against them. Do you think Alaafin of Oyo, my Royal Majesty, will come out and say people should vote for Tinubu, and people will not vote for him? People will vote for him outrightly, even though I'm not Tinubu supporter, but people will vote for him. For a whole Oba to come out and say that, woman, it means a lot. It may not mean a lot to so many people, but it means a lot in Yoruba land. It means a lot. And he even said, you came first, then I give you my blessing. And there
Yeah,
is
he
a
said
first blessing.
my real blessing.
Yes.
This is what he said,
And we know the story in the Bible when the brothers steal their blessing. The father said, I've given you my blessing. There's no more blessing. So I think Allah has given Tinubu his blessing. I know many people will still go there to solicit for his vote.
And this was in the palace, by the way. The palace essentially a shrine, because all of the Yoruba deities, they are all in that palace. That is what moves the Alaafin's word so potently when he speaks, especially in the palace. So when he's speaking in the palace with all of the deities are there, the potency of that, and it's telling you that this is the real prayer. So essentially,
and even Alaafin, even Alaafin is not the one talking. It's the deity in the palace that is
there you are.
That blessing to Tinubu. With one man, I said it every time. I said something. I don't know what will stop this man. It's only his health that can stop it. Tinubu has worked his hard off, even though I'm not his supporter. But one man, mention one Yoruba man has came out in Southwest to say that I want to go for presidency. That man is holding that.
Ile Agbemini now. Any Yoruba man that comes out to say he wants to be Ile Agbemini now. You saw what happened to Aregbe. Hold on. Did you see what happened to Aregbe Shola?
Yes, I did. Yoruba even coming to back him left, right, and center.
Yes.
So I've never seen anyone that will come out unless that man. There you go. So unless that man really says I'm stepping down for someone, no Yoruba will come out, and Yoruba has not come out. And I'm even challenging Yoruba. If they don't want this man, people should come out from Yoruba land.
This guy is saying, Rahim, he's saying, because we've debunked that alpha beta narrative, and we're debunking a lot of things tonight. This Rahim Ibrahim is saying, what about Dele Mamadou? Dele Mamadou is not a Yoruba man. He's not a.
He's an Edo man.
He has told you that himself. So why are you saying, well,
it's a Yoruba man? It's a Yoruba man also, because your mother is from Yoruba. What is that, man?
No,
Wama, what are you promoting here?
Hold on. Dele Mamadou himself told us that he's not a Yoruba man. So do you know him better than himself?
So what
he's a Yoruba man. Before, but his daddy is from Edo State. But he's part of Edo State. He's part of the. Hold on. He's part of Edo State. Is has a boundary with Ondo State. So that is the Ora and all this Sobe area.
He himself said is not Yoruba. So he said that. So I don't know what your argument is.
No, he's Yoruba. So now, is Edo State not a Yoruba state?
The man said he.
What are you saying?
What is your argument now? Okay, so just carry on now.
What are you saying?
Don't worry. Let's leave Tony alone.
Dele Mamadou is not a Yoruba man. He's an Edo man. His father is from Edo man. He even said it himself that he's from Edo.
So your mother's place is not your place?
Oh God.
Oh my
God. Thomas. Okay. All right. Thank you, Thomas. So let me go on from Thomas to Ovie, because I think. I said.
Tell Tony to stop picking.
No, I told you to move on from, because if you hold Tony to that space, you know what he will do. So just move on to your contributions, or let me move on.
He should stop talking and let me have the.
He's not going to stop talking now. When I tell you, okay, just please carry on.
Yeah. So for Alaafin or for the Royal Majesty to come out and pray for Tinubu, I think it speaks a big volume in that space. I'm even challenging more Yorubas, full-blood Yorubas to come out. If they don't want this man, they should come out and challenge him, so that the space will be more open. People will know that they are not going with this man. So if more Yorubas are not coming out, people are saying that people will still come out. Election is less than 1 year now. So when are they coming out? They said Oshibaju has never come out, even though people are campaigning for him underground. Oshibaju has never come out himself that I'm vibing from this vote for this post. So
he's waiting for us to vote on change.
Yes, that is it. So come 2023, Tinubu is your president of Nigeria. If nobody is coming out to tackle him, and I don't even think somebody will tackle him in the primary, because I have never seen any Yoruba or southern or southeast that is even viable to tackle that man in that space. So let more Yoruba come out and tackle this man, and so that we will know that we have alternative. But for now, there is no alternative. That's my submission.
Oh, all right, thank you. So let's go on from you, Thomas, on to Black League. Let's go to Black League because he's been waiting here for a while. So Black League, we come to you, and we're presenting you with Tinubu talking tough. He says, "I am ready to get dirty with anyone who tries to intimidate me." So I think it's coming off the back of the Aregbesola narrative to speak to the future because he knows what is coming. They say Nigerian presidency no be bean, so they will come at him hard and fast, and he is saying to them that he's ready. So Tinubu is in quite a vulnerable space at the moment because he's campaigning now for that ticket. So essentially, he doesn't have the party structures to back him, and he doesn't really have all the heavyweights that can coming behind him at the moment because they are holding steady to see how the political space unfurls. But he has seen what is coming just via what came in via Ocean State, and he's signaling to the space that, look, I do want this thing, and if you come for me, I'll come harder for you. I'm ready to fight dirty, Tinubu speaks. What are you making of that, Black League?
Yeah, I think he showed that in Osun State with the election, the APC gubernatorial election results in Osun State. So I wasn't surprised. On this platform before the elections, I told you Aregbesola is really fighting for relevance within the national space. It's not really about Osun State. He knows for a fact Tinubu controls that region, especially Osun State. Why? Because originally Tinubu is from Osun State, so that's really his home state. And we saw your man Aregbesola losing his local government to Tinubu's mastery of politics. So, but that does not speak to whether Tinubu would really clinch the APC ticket. That just speaks to his dominance of the southwest region with a few exceptions. And I think
But does
Tinubu
that not signal a strength and potency to the political space? He has used Aregbesola essentially to send a message to the political space that, look, bring it on.
Sure. I think even Aregbesola knew he was going to lose. For Aregbesola to go all out and say the things he said against his own benefactor, you know that he had already done his own political calculations. He either is not a novice in the political game. So I believe Aregbesola was about to lose. That's why he came out so fiercely against Tinubu. He's targeting relevance within the national politics.
All right. And did you hear me read out the narration from Tambuwal? I lost confidence in the way Nigeria was being run by President Buhari since 2017. So did you hear me read it out? And do you sort of align yourself with his reasoning?
Yes, I do. I did hear you read it out, but I don't align with him. Yes, Buhari didn't do as much as we thought he would do. All the areas, the key areas he stressed on, I don't think he has done well in any of them. Anti-corruption, economy, security. I don't think we can rate him too highly. Instead, we may rate him fairly in things like infrastructure and the likes. But Tambuwal was originally in the PDP before he moved to the APC and back to the PDP. He moved to the APC with the likes of Saraki, Kwankwaso, Rotimi Amechi, and the governors that left PDP to go to APC to defeat Goodluck Jonathan. He was one of them. Before then, he was speaker. PDP made him speaker. So he's just back home now and he's trying to get the support of the PDP because he's very much interested in running for president. That's why he's coming out to say, look at my credentials. I've done a lot for the party. Yes, I went away, but I came right back at a very difficult time, at a time where Buhari held sway in the north. I, from Sokoto State, they call it the seat of the caliphate. I chose to go against Buhari, against all odds, and I think I should be favored to go for president. That's really what that statement is.
Oh, all right, thank you. The seat of the caliphate. There's a series I'm watching on Netflix at the moment. Sons of the Caliphate. It's decent, but not. It's not as good as King of Boys, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen. But let me take you to another talking point. Black League, still within that Tinubu politics, but this is what he's saying. He says you can only become president after I become one. So Tinubu speaking to the youths who are agitating for the power transiting to a younger paradigm. So he's saying you have to wait for me to go through first. So that opens up that space that what realistic age can a person attain the presidency in Nigeria? What realistic age? Given the political journey that will make you viable, what do you think the realistic age is of a person to be sufficiently rounded off to aspire to be president in Nigeria? Not any age is possible. We know that every age is possible, but you understand the question now, Black League.
Yes, I think from 45 upwards, you've gathered enough experience in your personal life, in your place of work, or if you started a business, you've at least created a track record on which you can be assessed.
At 45?
Yes.
You know, 45 is essentially a 20-year work experience if you leave aside education, if you take out the educational years. So 20 years experience is enough to...
Yes, it's enough to run the country.
Right.
That's definitely enough.
That's what you think?
That's what I think personally, because we've seen presidents younger than that. We've seen presidents way older than that. So I don't really think age matters. It's about your experience and what you actually achieved before. Then we can assess you on that. It's not just about age. You can have someone who's old.
I don't see anybody under the age of 62 to 65 really having any real realistic expectations of being the president of Nigeria. Because the president, by my thinking, should have had at least sufficiently enough, maybe a 2-term as governor, maybe a ministerial portfolio even, and then a good rounding off in private enterprise, all of that, and he would have tried and failed at several attempts. So just all of that rounding is just like a 30 to 35 year apprenticeship. So if you add on age 23 to 25 in education and you tag that on, then you're taking early to mid 60s before you have a realistic chance of thrusting towards as a rock.
Yes, I was speaking more in ideal terms. I was speaking more in ideal terms. Ideally, 45, you must have garnered enough experience to vie for the position. Now, to actually win elections, yes, I agree with you. You have to be 65 and above for the current Nigeria we see. If you're younger than that, you have to have the backing of those who have that experience, that's 65 and above. I don't see it working any other way but that. I always stress on winning elections. That's why I doff my hat any day. He can win elections. In terms of his style of governance or what he did in office, 1999 to 2007, I'm not a big fan of it. But I understand the leverage game politics. He has a lot of leverage to bring in terms of winning election.
All right, they're dipping in and out somewhat. But finally, any thoughts on the Kenyan man that left home for 42 years for greener pastures, but all he came across was like barren lands? So what are you making then of the tragic story of the 94-year-old Kenyan man?
Yes, that happens. That happens a lot, especially in Africa. But I don't know whether he traveled outside of Africa or was within Africa he traveled,
He went to,
besides Tanzania.
I think he just ended up in Tanzania. He didn't venture far.
Yes, that's one of those unfortunate stories, you know. It happens, it's part of life. Though it's rather unfortunate that he wasn't able to see his family or connect with his family. All we can do is speculate as to why someone would just lose contact with their family for that long. But as individuals, we all have our own peculiarities. So no one can really know the actual story but him. So it's just one of those things. Just to add to that, that notion about Africans leaving Africa for places like Europe, I think is blown out of proportion in terms of the illegality of it. You know, there's this notion on mass media that Africans keep traveling to Europe because Africa is bad and this and that. Yes, Africa is bad, but we'll have to understand that those narratives are pushed for political reasons, and usually is against Africa's interest. Because when you look at Europe as a whole, most Africans living there are living there legally, but people don't report. Only about 4%, and I just got this information recently, only about 4 to 5% of Africans in the whole of Europe are there illegally. So that number is almost negligible for how much outcry. So I was just hoping that that man wasn't one of that statistic. They're pushing out that.
No, he's 94, so I think he's out of that loop. But thank you, Black League. So from Black League, let's go on to Tony. And Tony, let's take you back to Oyo State and Tinubu's visits to the Alaafin. So Alaafin invokes the traditional deities of Yoruba land to bestow blessings on Tinubu and his ambitions. So the gods are now in favor of Tinubu. This is what they are laughing asserts. What says you, Tony?
No, the man is a joker. He's a joker. The man is a joker. Tinubu can never be a president, So let's move to the next topic, sir.
All right, we're still staying with Tinubu because he seems to be dominating today's topics, unfortunately. So he says, you can only become president after I become president, says 69-year-old Tinubu. So he's saying that to the Nigerian youths that I go first and then you come after me. And then he opened up that space to that conversation I was having with Black League, that what realistic, not the age that you would fancy, but speaking to realism of politics, what age would have sufficiently rounded off a person to have a realistic ambition of becoming the president of Nigeria? So by your reckoning, what age do you think somebody can realistically then have that ambition and look to fulfill it, Tony?
No, any age, sir, even if it's 100 years or with primary school, but with good heart, somebody with good heart, nothing to do with age or education.
Right.
So, but Tinubu, so far, even judging by the poll you just made now, you see that judging by the result of the polls, that Tinubu is not okay because, he has taken all the whole money. He has stolen the money from the youth and made the youth hungry.
Tony, did you hear my question, Tony?
Oh yes, sir. The age and the
what was the question? Explain my question back to me.
The age bar. If there's any age bar that a president should.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was that, so Tinubu is saying you can only become president after I become one, says 69-year-old Tinubu. So off the back of that question, we were now discussing the age that somebody should have attained to have a realistic ambition to become president. So what age would they have gathered enough experience and been through the political mill sufficiently enough and had that name recognition attached to achievement sufficiently enough to realistically hope to become president? So what age would you say a person, what minimum age would you say a person would have to be to have sufficiently been rounded off to have a realistic ambition at being president? So that was the question.
Yeah, 30 years is okay. From 30 years it's okay to
30
100.
years. 30
Yes.
years. Somebody will 30-year-old will be rounded off to be president.
Yeah, as long as you finish your, you finish your education, and then you are kind-hearted,
From NYSC to Aso Rock. Is this from NYSC?
Politicians are born. Politicians are not made. You don't have to go to political science.
Okay, you did not understand the question. Okay,
I understand the question.
No, you don't now, because you're not responding to the question.
Politicians are made, sir. They are not trained. So when somebody is born, you have to born. You have to be born a leader, not rulers like we are having in Africa right now.
No. You see, even if you are born with a talent, you still have to harness it. It still has to be harnessed. So
you have to. Sorry, sir. Right on.
No, don't say sorry, sir, man. I'm not really interested in this act.
But one man, 1 minute. One man, you ask him a question and he's giving you his view. He's
not giving me the view now, because anyway. Okay, thank you, Tony. Let me put you another question. Do you want to speak to the Kenyan man that left home for 42 years?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so speak to that.
Yes, and that is why we are fighting this war right now. That sometimes you don't allow them to speak. That we want to go back home today. Like yesterday. So let us fix let our country be okay, so we can go back. So we don't have to be. People don't have to be 60 years, 55 years, 70 years before they go back home. It's because things are getting worse in Europe. Once you make 100 euro, you have to pay taxes of maybe 80 euro, sometimes, unless you have to be stubborn. Because like myself, I'm very stubborn, so I've got a lot of letters that I don't attend to. So let us our country that we can go back home to tell our people.
Sorry, can you mute yourself, please, Thomas? Tony, that again was not the question, because the guy did not go to Europe. He went to Tanzania, which is right next door to his country.
Yes. Yes.
So the only narrative was that he was somewhat embarrassed because he did not achieve what he had intended to achieve, and he felt too embarrassed to go back home, to the point that he lost touch with his wife and children. And by the time that he was able to then reacquaint with his family, his wife had died and 2 of his sons. So that's the narrative. It's not, he didn't go to Europe.
It's the same thing. The same thing, one man. The same thing. Even in Europe here, there is even it's more it's more worse here. People are dying here. You know what I say? Older people, the older people that people are dying here because they can't afford the air ticket or whatever, or their papers are not yet organized. Then they'll be hoping for tomorrow. The same situation, the same scenario. So it's a pity. But that guy did not marry somebody else or whatever. I can't believe that. Probably, home is home. Let us fix our country so that we can go back home, so that we can be doing this show from Nigeria. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you, Tony. So from Tony, let's go on to DOG. And DOG, can you speak to the Alaafin space and the invoking of the deities?
Yeah. I just think Alaafin has actually looked around and thought, okay, this guy seems like the only person that seems viable for this position. So why not? Why won't he give him his blessing? And obviously, that blessing is gonna bring a lot of millions to his pocket. And Baba is using Baba is using Agidewe now. Baba still wants to marry a lot of wives.
So what is he doing with those? What is he doing with those girls?
That man, I don't understand. I don't understand. I've actually dated one of the daughter before, but I don't understand that man, man. I don't understand man.
We should ask you, one man. You are from Oyo. You should know better now.
You know, all these girls, they are running away from the palace to Lagos to go and be doing WhatsApp and with the Instagram boys. You know, 2 of the Oloris, they are now Instagram babes.
Yeah, of course, in Lagos. One of them even having something with Oluomo's clique or something.
Look at that. So, and there was one that was with Wasiu Ayinde was coming to the palace to come and, you know,
Come
do with
on.
Obama.
Peperepe.
To go out Peperepe. I love that Alaafin, but he needs to drop that woman and go. Nobody sees him as a playboy anymore. He's some 90 something.
That's why the Baba keep going now. That's why he keep waxing strong. He have young lady around him all the time. You think who want leave young lady? Who want die? When you get young lady around you.
Look at that. But
make you tell me now. You get young ladies every day, 24 hours around you. You think say that not gonna come now.
It's a bit unfair though, isn't it, really, to those girls, A lot of them graduates, by the way, they're not illiterate, so
one man, they are not there against their will. So
are you sure?
Don't say
are you sure?
With all those smiles on Instagram.
Some of those women don't believe them. They are there for
Baba even said it before that most of those ladies, they are the ones that came to him and told him they want marry him. And he just accepted them.
I think his latest acquisition is an Igbo bride. I think that because they were saying we have the first Igbo Olori in
but
look at that. No, that's the nonsense, isn't it? There's Agbaya, then Agbaya.
Wọ́n máa ń sọ pé wọn lè máa bá ìyàwó ọba ṣe irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn náà. How come it's now possible? Ṣáwọn ancestor yẹn
That is old something. You go do and nothing go happen.
Do you want to test yourself doing it? You want to test,
yes, I can try it.
You will do for the rest
that one are old. That one are old.
GOG, why must you use Yoruba in that part?
No,
what to hear. Boju, you are doing boju here.
No, sorry, Jiro.
Tell him. Okay, say so that you understand.
To ask.
So what he's saying is that is not, you don't get to. There's no way to put it not to be crude, but you don't get to mount essentially an Olori either
the queen.
Either current or
whether the president or the head.
Today we are in digital world, so everything has changed.
So all those ancestors,
when you see Olori on Instagram, Olori on Facebook, what do you expect? Everything has changed now. So,
you know that Edo woman that the Oni married and then divorced. She had to leave the country to go and find a man. I think she ended up with some Arab or something.
Zainab something.
Yeah.
No, that one he had been married. He had a Lebanese guy before he married the Onio. There was some Lebanese guy in her life. Before he married, maybe he went back to that guy, or he went for another person.
But do you think that the Yoruba man alive that would make bold to go after an ex or Olori of Ife? Would the Yoruba man do that?
People that doesn't know the culture. What are you talking? A lot of these young people we have doesn't know the culture. They don't know the implication of it. So
when it starts to bark like a dog, then when it starts to bark like a dog,
that may know they work again.
Go and try it now. Go and try it now.
All those Alaafin wives.
Did you not see the Oni's wife stepping over blood did you see those pictures when that Naomi was
I saw it. But all those Alaafin wives that went back to Lagos, you won't tell me say nobody they bam them.
No, those ones are not proper. Those are just those are not wives now. Those are not wives. Yeah. Those are just all right. So thank you. So let me take you next to have you spoken on Tinubu's comments to the youth to say that go and get some more training? That is still in play. What are you making of Tinubu?
It's a way of telling the youth, like, I can give you a chance after me. So vote me in, then you can get a chance after me. That's the way I see what he's trying to say there.
Turn by Turn Nigeria Limited. And to Tambuwell's commentaries about Buhari's administration style, Buhari's governance style. What are you making of that?
Yeah, the guy was factual. I know what he was talking about. And if you look at it, is Buhari's administration, because some other people do what they need to do, but it's Buhari's regime that we will all refer to. So he has a point in pointing it out like Buhari is Buhari's regime because, like now, if you have an organization, some people might be doing their job well. If you are doing your job well and you know your stuff, it's okay if you call people out. So I think he's just calling Buhari out. But the problem with that is in the Nigerian space, people don't even pay attention to things like that. A lot of people didn't know that guy even said that. So that's why people come out and say, "Oh, why is Tinubu looking at this person? Why is because it's the party. The guy is the president at the moment. Most people won't talk. If you have an ambition, I won't go to Igbo and be fighting Fulani when I know I will need Fulani votes
Yeah,
later.
what did you make of that whole conversation about Tinubu?
That thing, I don't see why
Yeah.
people are blaming Tinubu because the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba self didn't he let Igboho down. It's part of the people that let Igboho down. Nobody is calling him out. How many of the Yoruba Obas came out to say anything in particular about that incident? Nobody. Was even Igboho that was fronting for every Yoruba people. None of those Obas. Now we are now calling Tinubu. What's Tinubu's issue with that? Is he a Oba? Did they give him any position in Yoruba land to say, okay, oh, you are the Iron of Kakanfo? What is Gani Adams? What has Gani Adams done till today? He betrayed Igboho. He betrayed Igboho. He was part of the people that betrayed Igboho. That Gani Adams.
You know
Nobody is
that
calling
that
them out.
Tinubu space is a very complex space because people are saying they don't want him, and then they're querying that he's not speaking up for them. So are they saying they are not? They don't
It's
want him
just
because he's not
excuse. I
speaking
think
up
people
for
are
them?
looking for excuse. I
Yes,
understand their
I
pain.
think give a dog a bad
People
name
like
is yeah.
people like Ayo, what Ajanle Koko Ayo were saying. I understand their pain, but you see, this Nigerian politics, it's how it is, and we don't have a choice. That's the way it is, and that's why when we came here the other time, and I was really Demin Showori because I think it would have been somebody that would have propelled us in that direction of the youth. But you won't expect Tinubu to now say, "Oh, go and bring Showori. I want to support him to go for president under APC." When he has Fashola, has all those lack of people. You think if they push Showori down and Fashola down, I won't go and vote for Fashola. I'll go and vote for Showori because Showori comes out and tell me how he can be selling weed, make weed legal and all that. And I say, oh, he
To
has
raise
an
just the peacock now is
I'm
it's
telling
just a
you, but
peacock.
people
It's
just see
just
him.
it's a
If
poser. That's
he's
all. Yeah.
if you really know what he's doing, he won't be where he
D
is today.
D
To be
D
honest,
D D D.
sir.
They are saying what is Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò? What is all this? Do you know that those politicians are more powerful than all these our traditional king? Do you know that
But
the
as at that
Alaafin?
time,
Hold on. Do
as
you
at
know
that
that the
now,
Alaafin,
now we are saying Alaafin.
by the
Tinubu went to
constitution,
Alaafin.
all the Oba, by the constitution of Nigeria, they are under the local government chairman. Do you know that? So,
Yeah.
but all these politicians that represent us, that we voted for, that govern the place and couldn't speak, including Tinubu, that is a political leader of Yoruba land. And why do you say we should not blame
But
them? We have to blame them
Ajali Kuku, we
for
can't
failing
blame
us.
him. We can't blame Tinubu for that.
Why,
I
why,
would
why,
rather
why,
blame.
why?
I rather blame the Oba of Ibarapa, blame the Alaafin of Oyo, that those Alaafin of Ife. I
Oba
will point
Ibarapa
hands to
fault.
them.
You see what they did to him by
Even wait,
going to burn
Ajali
down
Kuku,
his
wait.
this thing.
If you've listened to this guy very well, Sunday Igboho, before they picked him up, he was complaining. None of the Obas were supporting him. And that was part of why he was even really reluctant to make some move. Even he went to Gani Adams to
He even
beg him
insulted the
that they
Oni
should
at the
sort whatever
time
is
that
between them.
that it was a
That
dollar. Yeah.
Gani Adams didn't want to do anything with the guy. They betrayed him. They are the one that betrayed that guy. Nobody else. All those Obas.
You
And
are looking
nobody's
at
calling
it
them out.
one-sided. You are looking,
Now,
look, let
because
us,
Tinubu
you
wants
are
to
looking at
go,
it one-sided.
we are now using
Traditional
the
leaders
Ibarapa. We can now
have
use
their
the
own role.
Ibarapa incident
Can you
because
hear?
he's a politician. It's just like if you have kids in the house, as the father in the house, if one is wrong, there is a way you will play and not make one feel, oh, like I love you more than the other if you are a good father. And Tinubu being a politician, obviously, We always say, oh, we want somebody that can unite everybody. If Nigeria will still be Nigeria, he won't come out and be as if, oh, it's the Arakanko of Yoruba and be speaking for the Yorubas and be being as if he's on their side. He might be cautioning his friend, Buhari, guy, you need to do something about this Fulani, this security issue. But he won't come out to start saying, wanting they are killing our people. He won't do that.
Do you hear me, D?
I'm listening.
Look, don't let us look at this thing one-sided. You are looking at it one-sided. That politicians should not be blamed, but the traditional people, traditional king. We have to blame. They are our leaders.
So if I want to blame a politician, I will blame the governor for your state. If I want to blame people on that, I will blame the governor for your state on that.
Do you know what Tinubu represents?
How many times, Ajani Koko, how many times at National Assembly has the Barakba, the senator from that constituency, raised any major issue in National Assembly? How many times did he emphasize? How many times did he mention it in that platform there in the National Assembly? How many times? So you now want to call somebody that is just there because he's the leader. He will now come out and go and behead himself.
Do you know the position of leadership of Tinubu in Yoruba land?
What's his position?
Do you know his political position in Yoruba land?
What's his political position?
Do you know he's the foremost politician in Yoruba land today? Do you agree that with me?
I agree with you.
Okay, so when you see a political situation that affects your people and you don't speak to it, so why is he a political leader in Yoruba land?
Yeah, sometimes you can't say he didn't speak to you. Because of his position. That's what you are saying. That is position that you are referring to.
Hold on, D. Sorry, D. Let me put a question to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, is Tinubu a Yoruba politician or a politician of Yoruba extraction? So is he a Yoruba politician or a politician of Yoruba extraction?
It's a Yoruba politician. Yoruba land is his constituency.
Right.
Yes.
So it's a Yoruba. So is that his politics? Yoruba first. Is that his politics?
No. Hold on.
No, is that his politics now?
Wait, Yoruba is his constituency. If it does not have Yoruba land,
you know his politics. Is that his politics? Is he a Yoruba first politician?
No.
Wait.
So then
one man.
One man. You know the answer now. Okay.
One man. We know
that.
But that question,
hold on. You know what that means?
When he was speaking, when he said he changed
charity begins at home. You don't have home, you cannot say anything outside. Home base, every politics is local. You don't have a base. You can't propel to national politics. So it starts from Yoruba land. That is his politics. So
it didn't work for
presidency does not mean that it doesn't mean that you have to jeopardize the interests of your people because you are going for national position. No, you don't do that.
Ajanle Koko, charity didn't begin at home for Obasanjo in 99 when he won.
Those are military now. They just impose themselves or no. What are you talking about?
Okay. You know let's actually make that a round-robin question, and then we'll go back to D to round off his thought. So that question that Ajanle Koko dodged, let's start off with Thomas. And understand the question, so you speak to it directly. Is Tinubu a Yoruba politician? That means that he leads with his Yoruba-ness, or is he just a politician of Yoruba extraction? So, Thomas, just quickly.
There is a politician from a Yoruba extraction.
Okay, brilliant. And DOG?
Yeah, it's a politician of Yoruba extraction. I think Ajanle Koko has already answered that when he was speaking earlier, and when he mentioned him changing AD, that is a Yoruba party, to join the Awusas, that the AD is always for Yoruba people. I think that answers his question. So that says he's not a Yoruba politician, and that is what got him national power. If not, AD will just be ruling Southwest.
No, AD.
Hold on.
You got me wrong, though.
All right.
I said he was treacherous against AD. He killed AD to strengthen his political stronghold. Hold on. To strengthen his political stronghold in Yoruba land, he formed ACP, or what is the name of this party?
And that's why
and before he joined.
Extraction.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're 5 hours in, so let me just rapid it. So engineer, are you there? I don't think we have engineer. So Black League, you heard the question. Black League.
He started off as Yoruba first, but now he's a politician of Yoruba extraction.
All right. I was going to push you on that space, but I'll let you get away with that one. But maybe I won't, but I'll still come back to you on that one. But Ejiro, the question, how you understand it. Tinubu, is he a Yoruba politician or a politician of Yoruba extraction?
Yeah, he is. He's a politician of Yoruba extraction. Yep.
All right. Okay. So Ajan Lekoko, just briefly, just to that, Yoruba politician or a politician of Yoruba extraction?
Yeah, his root is Yoruba land. He started everything from Yoruba, and his base is still Yoruba land. So if they are zoning this thing to Southwest now, it will jump up from the Southwest that, yes, I am the one. If they zone it, if their parties zone it to the Southeast, he cannot show his face. So his politics, his root, his political root is Yoruba land, though he's going for national position, but his base is Yoruba land.
All right. To Ovie, the question.
I think I will go with what Ajale could say earlier on by crediting him for not even having a good relationship with Zinedeko, the tic-tac of Yoruba. So, of course, he's a politician of Yoruba extraction.
Okay, brilliant. And to you, Tony, the question, though, just to the question, Tony, is Tinubu a Yoruba politician or a politician of Yoruba extraction?
Yes, both. Anything that happens in the old Western region, it should go there, not fight, to calm the situation down. Hello, my people. We are taking care of the situation.
No, that's all. No. All right. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Tony. All right. So just back to you, D. You know.
One man, now you find trouble now. Now you go find trouble.
No, but okay, let me just address that. You know, I know it's entertaining for a lot of people, but it's frustrating for me because I am trying to have, really very detailed and engaging conversations about very important matters. So if all that we're going to get from Tony is just this, I don't know, then what is really the point? So, but I know it's entertaining for some, but it just frustrates me sometimes. But there it is. Everybody entitled to their opinion. But back to you, D, and your thoughts.
Yeah. So Tinubu, Alaafin for you. As we speak, that's what I was saying to Ayo the other time. The Nigerian politics, the space. Now, when you look at it, the only person you can see is Tinubu. I've never seen, and for me, somebody was mentioning Bukola Saraki. You won't put Saraki down, put Tinubu down. You expect me to go and vote for Saraki because he's young and he speaks grammar. I won't vote for Saraki because he's not a full Yoruba man, and I can't trust him. I can never trust him. I'd rather vote for Tinubu that I think, in a way, might be useful with the people he's going to put in places, which is what really Nigeria really means, because it's not the president that will be powerful.
Is Saraki not even from Mali? Have we not had
exactly?
Enough
Yeah,
of a foreigner? We have Buhari
even
from
a foreigner,
Nigerian Republic
there's
now
even
building
half of
in
the
his
story
own.
that says the foreigner. There's the half of the story that says a Fulani man. There's half of the story that says from Ilorin. So he's not
from Ilorin now. He's from Mali.
He's not even from Ilorin. I know he's not from Ilorin, but that's what they claim eventually. But so I can't trust him with what we've seen.
Is it the next railway now? They'll build it to Mali because Buhari has built one to, so it now be next from Niger Delta oil. In Mali.
So we just need to wake up to the reality of things right now. Tinubu is the one we have at hand. If I have a better option, I would choose it. But if it's the one available, They say when the available is desirable is not available, the available becomes desirable. We don't have a choice now.
Look at that. Look at that.
You know,
That education
Tinubu
is
is the one
coming
that
in
is that
from.
Tinubu is the one that is available to us. I would rather support him if he's the only one on ground. So, and I won't go and vote for Atiku. I won't do it. I don't know of anybody else, maybe for your aid for Tinubu. You just say, okay, let me go and cast my vote for Atiku. And if you look at things properly, you can see this man has done his groundwork properly. People are blaming, oh, he's the one financing Agbero. Let me tell you, without Agbero, you can't even win election because they are the ones that will go and shout out there. They are the ones that will convince their people. Their people are the ones that go out to vote. Their wife are the yalogers. Their daughters are the ones selling things, going about, doing all those things. So they are the ones, they are the locals that really undo what the voting people are. All these people that we see on TV, oh, get your PVC, we need to vote these people out. Most of them don't go out of their house on election day. They stay in their government reserved area, enjoy and watch election on TV. What
One man.
destroys it, you know? So, yeah.
One man.
Yeah, Ajale Koko.
Let me correct D there. So Agbero does not mobilize for election. We know what Agbero does.
I'm saying their caucus, they are the one that did Paraga woman. The Paraga woman has thousands of people.
The way you are narrating it,
I'm telling you the way it is. I'm telling you the way it is. Even half of the people.
That is not the way it is, please, for God's sake.
Ajale Koko, you don't go to Nigeria to vote. You don't have PVC. You can't tell me how it is. We've already said it here. When last have you been to Nigeria to vote? What party are you? As I am, I can show you. I'm a registered party member of APC in my local government. Are you a registered member? So I'm just telling you. So most of these things we know. I go to grassroots meeting. I go to grassroots meeting.
You go to grassroots meeting. So it is Agbero that drive that grassroots meeting. Is that what you are telling me?
Is all that grassroots meeting driven by entirely Agbero? Not entirely Agbero, but all the caucus of the people that goes out to vote. All these market people. They are the one dating. They are the wife to the Agbero people.
Don't narrate what you don't know. What you are narrating.
I'm narrating what I know. False. It is you don't attack what you don't know. Let me say what I know. You say what you know. Ajale Koko, you've always said this.
Okay, let me say what I know. You don't want me to talk now.
I'm the one talking.
You said what I know.
You are the one that jumped into my conversation. Ajale Koko, you jumped into my conversation.
Can you let me interject you?
You didn't interject. You just jumped into it.
Can't I interject you?
Okay, go on. Interject.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Agbero, we know what Agbero represent in our politics in Nigeria. They are not actually the grassroots mobilizer. They are not actually the grassroots people that drive the campaign. What they do is they are tokenism and to molest people and to deny some people their vote where they know that the stronghold of the opponent of their supporter, they can go and disrupt the election there. They can go and carry ballot boxes there. They can go and intimidate ballot. That is what they do. But the real politicians,
the right word is voter suppression. They do it here in America too. Even where you are, Memphis, voter suppression. So no, it's not new.
What Ajale people don't understand is, you see these people that you're calling Agbero, they are the same people that are close to grassroots. They will sit down in their office. Let me tell you something. This Agbero, they will sit down in their office. Iyaloja, that his son is sick, will come to their office. They will give them money to go and take care of their family. They will give all these people money. Alhaji Tokyo is the chairman, National Youth of Oyo State. I know him too very well. All these people, they help all these people, all these local people. They help them a lot. Just like Babade Dibu does too. People will go to his house. He will give them things every Friday. They will go to his house for problem. He will give them money. His wife, Bosse, they will help people, market people too. Those are the people they are helping. They are the ones that vote. Even though they will still use thuggery to undo things when it matters, because Nigerian politics is dirty. And that is why Tinubu is building with those people. You think he will have those grants if you don't have all those people? They would have bullied them away. So he knows what the politics of Nigeria is, and that's the sad part. That's why I said earlier, I even said on the comment section before I joined, like, I understand your pain, you and Ayo, but it's sad. The problem with Nigerian politics, that is it. You don't have a choice. That's how they play it. And if you can play it
Sorry,
well,
who's playing the music? Who's playing the music?
it will be hard to beat it, you know. So with the way Nigerian politics is, all these things you say,
whoever is playing the music, please put a headphone on for yourself. Otherwise, you'll get me copyright struck.
All these things you are saying in Nigerian politics, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. That is the way it's played, and it's sad. But back in the days, Babade Dibu will say if he's sweating, he's eating amalagbono. His next move was to put his son as the governor of Oyo State before, I don't want to mention, before they killed him. Before who killed him, you know? Because I don't understand how you pay millions of naira for his treatment. He was coming from the treatment, that's when he slummed, you know? So all this story. So when people come here, Sam was saying some things. People come here, you've been living abroad. Some people are into politicians, and we have some information that some people living abroad don't even know anything about. So when people are saying some things, don't just think they are saying it from their head. Nobody thinks those things from their head sometimes. They are giving you facts, what they know. And there are things like that in politics, and that is Nigerian politics. It's sad, but that is it. It's very dirty. And that is how he's played. Now they are carrying coffin, Aregbesola. You think Aregbesola won't be peeing in his pants on his side, thinking, with the way this man is going, because they've probably pushed him to be doing what he's doing. Now he's thinking, the way this man is going, you will see before you know it, Aregbesola will go and look for people to go and beg Tinubu. Tinubu will use him. He will take him back, use him to achieve what he wants to achieve and deal with him if he wants to deal with him. That is Nigerian politics. People just don't come here and say things sometimes. People are telling you what they know, and what they know, that's the truth. It's not as if they are thinking about it. It's different from what we read in the dailies. It's what we know, information we know, things that is going on. This game is dirty. That is it.
All right, thank you, D. So from D, let's go on to engineer and interrupt his sleep.
Mama, can I just add something to what D just said?
Yeah, but we're now coming up 5.5 hours, so I'm going to speed it through, but quickly if you want to insert, yeah.
On that Agbero side, if you want to register Trisliking business in Lagos and you owe your money sharp to be intact, your Trisliking should be running well. Now Agbero they in charge. You're chairman. If you register with them, you are safe. So they are not just Agbero for nothing. They help everybody from small scale business owner to Mama Put as you call her.
That's an organized setup now. That is that's streamlining. So they are taking them from thuggery to a streamlined organization, and people are saying this is a bad thing. But I think engineer may well have gone to sleep. So we'll stay with you, Ovie, as we hope engineer doesn't start to snore. So to you then, Ovie, and to the words of Tambuwal as he damns Buhari, not even with faint praise, but with words of condemnation. So Tambuwal and his politics, and he's also saying he's willing to yield to a vice presidential slot. So Tambuwal speaks, but what are you making of his utterances?
I'm not surprised that he's speaking that way at all. I mean, it's a man who is behind the scenes from day one. I think I've said it before. At this point, Buhari, apart from you are in APC, nobody cares about what Buhari stands for now. Everybody will take a shot. Everybody can do whatever say whatever I want to him because they know he's going. That's why I say we should not stop talking about him. He's going. So for him to be coming to that route is appeasing to, there are some particular people that is appeasing to the yes, I can do a better job than him. All his failure, quote unquote, that he can do better. So I'm not surprised that he's speaking, that way. And again, him saying that, well, even do number one seat, no sure, Mona give me second seat. I mean, it's also a good way to start ahead of his compatriot within that zone, the co-pursuit and the co. I'm not surprised. Taking shot at Bora this time, in fact, you score a political point if you wait well or say at the right time at the right place. So it's allowed. Now the time is that nobody will not be, doesn't have time now to bewitch anybody, but rather than to, well, now consensus period with it anyway. So you see, know how you could take talk around them, because at the end of the day, they will eventually come to you to support whoever they choose as their consensus, starting from the convention that might be postponed, for another 2 weeks. They want to have a consensus chairmanship. So those who are taking short know why they are doing it. So I'm not surprised. Now the season.
All right.
So
Thank you, V.
consensus will start from a national convention. That's what they are looking at. The governors will be meeting on Tuesday with the president to choose and impose somebody on the party and eventually on the country.
All right, and we
sorry, one man,
yeah.
Ove, to buttress your point, you see these guys, I say something, you see, most of them are 2 steps ahead of us. Some of them come out to say things that there is something they are trying to propel. They are like, that thing they are saying is like a catalyst to propel something, to start something somewhere in one corner. But we will just say, like, they come to say things. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense to us, but they know what they are doing. Yeah, I want to be president. Forget it. Don't want to be president. They know what they are doing. Politics is funny. Anyway, carry on, one man.
Ovie, just quickly, let me go to engineer now that is woken up before he nods off again. So, engineer, we were talking about the Alaafin invoking the gods of our Yoruba land to come and back Tinubu's presidential ambition. So it's got into that level now, shop or no, with the voting card. So are you ready to queue behind Shogo in your queue to stamp your your preference at the ballot box? The Alaafin of all your words, engineer.
Yeah, greetings. And well, when you come to politics, as Ove always says, everything is politics or not politics. I'm very, very disappointed with the Oni of Alaafin. What a disgrace to Yoruba people. Because the reason why I'm saying it's a disgrace.
Which one be Oni of Alaafin again?
I don't know. They say this is it
sorry.
now. All of that, they'll just use Yoruba
people. Just wake
now.
up from sleep, begin talk anyhow.
Look at that.
No, not really. Not really. Well, whether it's Oni or I'm a bit kind of shocked and disgrace, because when Sunday Igboho, they caught him, and I don't see reason why people like that should come out and voice, But it's unfortunate that that the title of the tradition they call Yoruba is just people who practice that dictionary of that language. I think there are few on earth on earth. So when it comes to things like this, it's very sad. Instead of he's chasing money instead of chasing dignity. That's what is happening, and it's so sad. It's very sad, one man.
All right, thank you, engineer. And did you hear the narrative of the Kenyan man that left home to seek his fortune, but never found the fortune and never could make his way back home?
There's more ahead to go. He needs to go cycle all Africans to find what he's looking for, because he left home for nearly 40 years, isn't he? So
yeah, 42, yeah.
42.
Well, is that not a familiar story, is what I'm asking? Because people leave home amidst so much fanfare to say that, oh, yes, he's going abroad. Oh, yes, he's going XYZ to go and make something of himself. So if he then fails to make something of himself, how difficult then is that journey back home? Is it even impossible in some instances for some people?
Yeah, it's impossible for some people. Maybe they will be thinking they lost their family entirely. And because it's happening, one man, because if you go to America, I know of 2 to 3 people who left Nigeria nearly at their early age, but they're up to 60 something, 50 something right now. You see, It's just it depends on how the future leads you to and how you want to achieve it. That's all I can say for that. But all the best for the man. I think he needs to go and research more. He's researching. That's just the truth. He's chasing something.
He's managed to make his way back home via a pastor that picked him up on the roadside, metaphorically speaking. But when he went back home, his wife had passed away and two of his children.
Wow. It's sad.
And it was already 94, so it's just it's just a wasted. It's a tragic tale. So and finally to this engineer, you can only become president after I become one. 69-year-old Tinubu tells Nigerian youth. So we're speaking to the age when somebody could realistically expect to become president in Nigeria. And we could not decide. Tony was even telling us that a 30-year-old can realistically become the president. But what age do you think realistically somebody can have a real expectation to become president in Nigeria?
50 to 55.
Okay, yes, I think I can concede that. Maybe, yeah. Because I think at that age, you'd have done enough and you've been known enough and you would have been beaten enough and you would have won enough for you to have been formed fully, but not at 30, you know.
No, at 30, you just making noise. You don't know what
at
you want.
30, most people have not even left home in Nigeria because their dad will just cut them boys' quarters and then they move you to boys' quarters so that you can be.
They're still feeding them at the age of 30. Some are being fed. That's just the truth. And well, when it comes to that,
you can't win councillor.
You look at that. Where will you get the money? You that are struggling to buy beer amongst your friends. You know.
So, at 30, nah, never. It's not in Africa. It's not gonna happen.
All right, thank you, engineer. So, engineer, let's go back to Ovie, who yielded the space. It's just because you've been waiting for so long. I've watched you sleep at least 2-3 times. I know you've always had a long day before you come and join us. So we all understand that. So let's get back to Ovie then.
Thank you, Ovie.
And to that question that engineer was tackling about the Tinubu's narrative that I go first, then you can come after me. And then to my add-on question that what realistic age would somebody have been sufficiently rounded off to have a realistic thrust at the Aso Rock seat?
I think, well, for me, for once, I don't believe being the president is, I think it's a teamwork. It's very much like a cabal, as they say. It's a movement. It's just as it is in America. It's run by corporate corporation come together and all that. So based on that, I think 35-40 can easily run the country once you have the right men who bring you in. We see Obama, we see Donald Trump. Now people package them. So it's all about packaging. I think I believe there's too much emphasis on the president doing this now. Now who they bring them in? That's what we should be worried about. What is their interest? That's what we should be more worried about, not really the individual, how old or his capability. This is the kind of politics we decide to run in our country. So it doesn't, I think 40 years, but 35 if you get the men will get the country behind you, we think you do excellently well. Ajane Koko, they always like use Soludo as an example. And even when I had to say that Soludo did very well during his time because of Obasanjo. That's the word there, because of Obasanjo. So even the current guy who is in Bank of our former Minister of Agriculture, young man with the Bank of Africa or wherever it is now. Now men will bring them to the limelight. Now then you go thank for their exploits. And that's why it baffles me when I see Yoruba people, they ridicule the only chance they have at all to come to presidency at this point, based on the fact that our Eastern people decide to do back turn and run away from the country. If not, Yoruba should not be in the conversation, but because of Tinubu foresight, today they will say, nah, them. And not just because of him, every person that you can pinpoint at this point that has a chance or even dream of becoming a president come 2023 within that Yoruba axis, they are all Tinubu children, political children, all of them. So I'm kind of surprised why they treat him like this. His video going viral everywhere, say they wet in pints. That's ridiculous. So that they kill Yoruba people at this point, man, they're still so low. Even though personally, I'm kind of disappointed in Tinubu for even throwing his heart out there, but I still, if you come out tomorrow and say, okay, he is not going, I won't be surprised. But if you're actually going all out as he's doing now, I'm kind of disappointed because he knows, he become president of Nigeria. He knows. So, but why he's doing it, maybe time will tell. But the Yorubas at this point, they got it wrong. At their brightest chance, the man has done well. I mean, we are speaking of Yoruba in this equation now because of Tinubu, whether we like it or not. Is the man. Yes, is he that smart at national level? That is yet to be, it's yet to be witnessed. We'll see how he end up. But I'm kind of disappointed with my Yoruba part, as a great grandson of Ojo, son of Agbaje. I'm also a Yoruba man. I'm kind of disappointed. I expect she deserve better treatment than one he's getting now from his own people. That's just why I'm kind of. The man has done well politically. If not, we're not supposed to be talking about it after our passenger.
Can I interject?
Thanks to Tinubu himself.
Can I interject, Ove?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to interject, my brother. They were talking about Tinubu, how he's kind of like dropping some water from his body, and it's quite unfortunate that if they said Tinubu is dropping water, and if it is true, I must be honest, it's high time for his family member to tell the man to just step down, man, because he has done his best and he has helped people. He has did what I think he got almost everything he's looking for. He got it, but like I said again, if he is genuinely maybe not well or a little bit sick in that terms of dropping water on his body, I think it's high time for the man to just step down. Because I said this time with that number, when you chase money and if care is not taken, that money you keep chasing it till you lost everything. So that's all I say.
All right, thank you, engineer. Let me just draw attention to the thumbs up, which is not going up as much as it should. Because I've always said there's about 100 to 110 people that consistently for months and months and months come on this platform built into their daily routine. So at least every single one of you should be thumbing it up, but that is not showing up in the figures. I'm not going to label it and I'm not going to just to do it, just click some lousy button. It's just a ridiculousness. But sorry, back to you over here. Yeah.
Sorry to interject, one man.
Yeah.
I think what you need to do, because most people, if they go into the channel, I don't think they go through like they just go straight to the chat room. They don't go straight to they don't cancel that the chat room, because I think that's one of the reasons maybe people they just go straight to the chat room. That's why I see one of the reasons, because I've noticed something that once the platform is on, it's straight to the chat room.
Yeah, I think it's a different. There's two spaces. I think you're right.
Yeah.
There are two spaces here. There are people that just have their own interactions in the chat room. They formed relationship and they have their ongoing conversation. And our voices are just background noise to them as they engage with their friends in the chat room. But then there are others that actually come for the content. So it's just the mix of everything. But even if they are in the chat room, they can still thumbs up. Is that what's stopping them from doing that?
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Maybe we'll
Yes,
start
yes,
giving.
yes, 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 yes. Because
We'll,
like me today I have to thumb up when when the program was upcoming. You can also thumb up there. You know before the program starts.
Yeah,
You,
that's what I'm just recommending to people.
yeah,
As you're
so,
just coming on, just do it. Then you don't have to make an effort to do it
no,
later. And I've
even
I've
before you
already
start,
explained.
before one man start, before you start, when it's
Yeah,
upcoming, the notification is there.
yeah,
So you just click on that program and thumb up immediately. You
yeah.
know, otherwise,
If it wasn't important, I wouldn't be
uh,
pushing it so aggressively. So just
I know,
do
I know, I
that.
know. Otherwise,
So
people, my
so
people, my people, my people, my people. When you finish it watching or before you go to bed, as you are ending the program, also as you are
yeah.
going back, then you can also just push the like button.
All
It
right.
doesn't
So,
cause
so,
it.
so nobody is attacking your wallet. Nobody is asking you to dust the cobwebs off your wallet and part with money. Just click some lousy button. How is that a difficulty to
I
click
don't
some
know.
and
lousy to click?
one
Uh,
man,
yeah,
one of the ladies in the house,
yeah.
she's asking, is it possible for she to come out and speak for the 2 minutes so she can
Who's
whip
that? Who's that?
Ajale Coco? It's Sally.
Oh, Sally. Oh, dear. Sally, you can always come in. Why is Sally even asking for permission? Sally, the platform is entirely for you. So why don't you just come in?
Ajale Coco should be ready. She's coming to whip him now. That's
All right. I think Sally has beef with Ajanle Koko because she feels Ajanle Koko was somewhat abrupt with her the last time. So, back to Ovie. Ovie, just rescue us before Ruffle starts.
One man, I think
Yeah,
Ayo has given you a clue. Just say
yeah.
anybody we no want to know as president should like it.
No, I think. Unfortunately, our audience they're just yam heads. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah.
for real, I'm kind of disappointed the way the Yorubas are treating Tinubu, which is very the man as I said, we are talking about them and the president now because of him, single-handedly, because of him. All the people will say better nine children. So I don't it deserve more, it deserve more. Even though there's a way to discourage him or to tell him not to contest, but not that the way they are going after him, assassinating his character. And Yoruba people for that matter. So for that, it's just sad. Him saying Nigerian youth should wait. I mean, as if they have a choice, they get choice. We are not even ready. Everybody there everywhere. Everybody don't scatter. We are forming already formed team now. Team Ashuwaju, team Saraki, team Tabawa. And that's what
Let
we
me
are
see.
doing now. So
Ovie.
there's money there. I don't. That's where the 2 billion that they quote unquote say will cost to be the Nigerian president. Now there they go, and that's the same
Ovie.
I'm seeing. Your Alaafin on your about go cashing good.
All right. So sorry, Ajale Koko. Let me just put one more question to Ovie, and then I want to start to round off because we're now approaching 6 hours. So Ovie, to the narrative of the Kenyan man that left home 42 years ago, does that story sound familiar? Not to your personal experience, but that is the story for the grace of God. Every one of us.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, I did. I be home now. I'm talking to you from Mara Beach in South Carolina. They asked me where are you going
Are you
home?
on the run? Are you on the run? What have you done? Is the law after you, Ovie?
Say I'm on a run.
How
Ajale
can you?
Koko, I'll be in your state in next 48 hours. No, I'm not on
Ajale
the
Koko,
run.
leave town. You can go on holiday when Ovie is saying this coming to your town. All right.
Tennessee, man. I live for Nigeria for Tennessee. I know the always fan, but I know where Ajale Koko live is about 4 to 5 hours to where part of Tennessee that I'm going. That's
Okay.
why I know the border.
Yeah, seek him out now so you can meet him
Yeah,
personally.
now work they carry me up and down. I love to travel, man. I mean, I like to move around. I don't think Dallas is the only place I stayed more than a year for the past maybe 17 years, other than when I did school. So I like to travel. So I find a job that does that for me, pay my hotel bills and all that. So why
Oh,
not?
I was going to ask that. So long as the hotel bills are paid, that's
It
the main
depends.
thing.
Right now, I'm in North Carolina with a beach house. So
Mm.
Tennessee hotel in Miami is going to be beach house and all that. So it just depends on the location and so yeah. So anyway, I did. My guys they asked me, "Where are you? Are you going home?" I said, "Come, I'm home." Anyway, I did not be home. So maybe he has that mentality, but 90 somethings, 90
Do you have roots? Do you have roots somewhere?
roots as in what do you mean?
Edo State now, Edo State,
No,
your
no,
village.
no, not your village. In America, do
Tony,
you
calm
have
down.
do you have a base? Do you have somewhere?
No, I think I left my base since November. I've been on the road since November
No,
last year.
can I encourage you to try and acquire property somewhere? Yeah,
No.
can I encourage you to do that? Huh?
No, I live my mama they teach me one thing. They say what you eat in your stomach is yours. And nothing you will have that is consumable that will last forever. So
No,
I
forget all
share
that.
it as I go along.
Just reflect on that.
No,
Try and acquire just maybe an apartment or really a standalone property that has its own grounds.
Why?
Then it gives you a base. It gives you a central point.
One man is 2022. Why would I have to have a base? My next exploration now Asia. I don't go Europe,
but
Africa.
Even when you go to Asia, when you go to have a permanent address. Just think about it anyway. Huh?
Why? I don't want to. Because in my village. If you say
you can sell it again. You can sell it again. It's very to avoid the payment, payment of rentage. Of rent to landlords.
It's an information age. Why will I lock myself in one place?
Me, I don't have neighbors. I don't have too much neighbors. I like to have a peaceful environment.
All right, thank you. So to the Kenyan man of here.
Yeah, so I mean it's 94 years, so that man has seen a lot. So I don't know. I think that's now. I wish one can sit down with him and get a lot from him, but I don't know what will, because the world became smaller from 90 years ago to now. The world has become smaller. So telling me you cannot reach your family, I don't know. It's ridiculous. I'm not saying even go fast. You can literally walk. If he start trekking to his village when he was 70, must have gotten there before he be 80 years or something. So I won't say it's a tragic story because I don't know. Maybe my personal choice. Maybe he enjoy he lived his life. We're all waiting to die anyway. 100 years from now, nobody will know we've existed unless you make meaning out of your life. So I don't really.
People would know you existed if you pass your genes on.
It's doesn't guarantee that it will last forever. You don't know when that your gene will end, where they will kill the person. I'm not saying that it will die before it start producing. I always use one common phrase. When I come this world, nobody tell me. I don't know. I don't find myself here, and I'm learning how to figure it out. Where I'm going after here is none of my business. So I just will live and die. That's it for me. I know that myself like that.
No. You are born, you live, and then you die. But then, in between being born and being dead, there's living.
Yeah.
So make what you can of that space. So I don't know where your cynicism is coming from.
No. One man.
You think you are speaking to reality, but you're just being cynical.
I'm just telling you how I see life, how I'm living it.
I'm saying to you, see life differently. Look at it differently.
One man encouraged me to give meaning to my life. Having property, all these things, those are when you give.
That gives meaning. If you own property, it gives you a central base. It does. It gives you a central base. So you know that wherever you are in the world, you have a home. You say you have your village, but you really say you have a home. And then within that home, then you start to form ideas of filling that home, and then that comes that narrative of family and growth. This is don't worry about digital age and ding dong ding. Not ding dong ding.
No, I'm not disagreeing with your view about life and how you understand and live it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you how this is my own day that I live my life.
No, and I'm saying that you have we have to recalibrate your thinking.
Can I interject, please?
One man, you ask me, how do I give meaning to my life?
No, I didn't ask you that. I'm just saying buy property. That's all I'm saying.
That's for me.
One man. You see the bottom line of what one man is telling you.
Yeah.
That I can understand. you can still move around. But when you invest on property now, it's like you are investing in the future. If you buy a house of 200,000 today, I bet you in the next 10 years, that house could worth like 800,000. So you don't need, you can still continue doing what you are doing. But when you invest in it, somehow you have a sense of, a kind of home setting that,
yes,
I
you
have
have to
my
have
home
a home.
somewhere.
Yes.
Even though you are traveling, the job is taking you around, but you know that at any time,
don't worry about the problem you have.
you can still go
Listen to
back to
people that
somewhere.
are older than you telling you, forget all this ding dong ding. Forget ding dong. Look at this guy, man.
You are trying to tell me to live the way you understand life. That's you.
The way I understand life, the
One
way
man,
life is, not the way I
Ajali
understand
Kuku.
life, the way life is, the way
Ajali
life is,
Kuku.
My
the way
brother,
life
Can I,
we are
is.
still going to tell you.
Ove, can I chip in?
Maybe he's thinking about crypto. Crypto
Can I
assets.
chip
So
in?
he can just be on the move.
Nobody's coming out of this life
No,
alive. That's one thing I
One
understand.
man,
nobody.
one man,
Look at that wisdom. Nobody is coming out of this life alive.
one man,
That's wisdom. Okay, obvious,
Yeah, you
man.
are
one man.
waiting to die. That's what we are waiting for.
Okay,
You don't know
all right.
how or when.
But 200,000 home is too expensive. You can just get some for
One man,
40,000 just to
one
be
man.
landlord by yourself.
Investing in other people's life.
One man is giving a very good counsel here. One man is a good man.
Tony, calm down.
Let's move on.
Ovie thinks it's all this psychedelic ding dong ding.
You are paying so much money.
Very soon, and in a very, very short time, no more than 3 years, you will come out of this psychedelic mindset. It all happens to everybody, it will happen to you. You know, you come out of this psychedelic mindset.
You want me to live the way you see it. I know this
not the way I see it, the way life is.
Can I interject, please?
No, how life is. How life is.
Okay.
Can I interject?
That's my recommendation to you. Anyway, but of course, that's my recommendation. I don't
Can I
know.
chip in?
Do you eat that? Do you eat it with fufu?
Our life is
What
different.
Everybody
Can I chip in, one man?
We are going to die, all of us.
All right.
I'm not worried about
Ove,
all right.
one man, Ajali
Kuku,
am I happy?
Am I enjoying the life I'm living? That's what you should worry about for me. If you want to worry about me, just ask me and I'll tell you.
If you say you are, I would not believe you. But let's hear from engineer.
There's difference between what we call house and home. So Ove is a tourist, and he is someone who moves around. He wants to study the future first before he's make up his mind. So that's why he said he has a home. That's something with it's a parable.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a parable.
All right. Thank you. Ovie is coming from a good place, but I will shut up now. It's just I just wanted to recommend that to you. Yeah. So it was just I wasn't having a go at you. I was just trying to encourage you. But who am I?
But thank you, Waman. Thank you very much, Waman. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Tony.
All right. Let's hear from Celibis and then I'll start to round off because we are now hitting the 6-hour mark.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to those I haven't said Happy New Year to.
Thank you.
So I'm here.
Welcome.
And, so much has been said, and the program, I would say, commend and say that it's progressing. So we just have to continue, bit by bit, and then try and increase the viewers. I don't really have anything to say about this particular issue of today, to be quite honest. I'm not interested. I don't waste my time talking about people that have already failed us, To me, it's a waste of time. So I'll rather just move on to the issues within the house in the way that we moderate these conversations, because it's important to me. I invite people to come here to this show, and some of them are quite,
objective people, people who really want to, progressive, who want to make things work out in the country. So sometimes they might be listening. We don't know. They might not be chatting like others do. So we just have to know how we address people. For instance, I think that was Friday night. Was it Friday night or morning that was in one of the shows? And I did not appreciate the way Ajale Koko addressed me. Because most times when I come to the show, I use my actual name, so everyone knows me, And so I'm not like hiding my face or anything. I'm hiding my face only because I was like almost in bed. You can hear the way I'm talking. I'm already tired, So, but I was just enjoying the show, But there's one thing I don't like. Ajale Koko cannot just be talking down at people, and yelling at people, that manner of talking. Now that day he spent about 3 different occasions when he called me lying. She's lying to herself. Lying to herself. Lying to herself. How many times did he say that? Lying to herself. How many women come to this show? You're telling me I'm lying to myself. If I'm lying to myself, I won't even come to this show. Because there are many other ways I can lie to myself. The truth is that I have some kind of passion for my country, and that's the reason why I come to the show. So I can never be lying to myself, and you cannot call me a liar. That's defamation of character. That was just too personal and just too below the belt or above, wherever. You don't talk to women like that. It's wrong. Because a lot of women are frightened of coming to talk in public. It's not easy, but we are in a movement to actualize some serious issues in our country. Whether we are breaking, where we are staying, whatever we do, we have to be together in one voice, one way or the other. And we just have to be nice to each other, because not really easy to come up to this show, It's very nerve, because I don't know who's watching me. It can be anyone. So, and I'm using my real name. So you can't be going on and saying I'm lying. And then you went on and on about Obasanjo. I did not, you even took me out of context. But what I said Obasanjo finally failed Nigeria. Listen to it in an academic manner. Obasanjo finally failed Nigeria. It can be before, sometime in between, one way, by one knot or the other knot, we don't know. And then you said casting me and calling me Jonathan's sister. I bet you know my surname. I don't think I'm here with my kinsman, because we're from the same communities, but doesn't mean that he's my brother per se. And then you go on, he's my brother, and then you start casting him. So what is all that? What was all that about? I'm really sorry, but I was so disappointed. And I just said, I'm not going to come up to show. It's only because the engineer, wanted to make things mend, and he said, okay, come. Just say these things. And that's why I'm, in.
All right, thank you, Sally. Sally, I do remember that it was a couple of days ago, and I think you highlighted it in the comment section, and I addressed it with Ajanle Koko, but I think I may well have been jocular in the manner that I addressed it, because I did not know that you felt somewhat miffed that much by it. So firstly, I have to apologize on behalf of the platform. You know that you are one of the foremost and most valued voices on this platform. The platform would not be the same without your presence. You know that, and I think we all know that. So apologies, but then also, you follow the platform long enough to know that the language sometimes runs away by itself, just from the passion and just from the length of time that the sessions last. That is not an excuse, but a reason. So apologies if you were offended, because I try to stay on top of the language. I don't know if you've noticed or not. I try to stay on top of language just as much as I can, and especially the ones that are dearest to me, like yourself, or the OGs, the people that have been through the platform all the way through, from when we were just 3 of us, even gathered. You have always been. So certainly, I would not stand by and have offense caused on your person. So apologies for that. And I'm not sure if Ajale Koko is around to address that briefly, but yeah, Ajale Koko.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Celibi, I want you to know I respect women a lot. And I always give my respect to women. Because my mother is a woman, my wife is a woman, and I have sisters. But the way you narrate this thing now sounds as if I disrespect you, or I don't like to give women a chance. I think your comment in the commentary section was that day was what I was responding to. You said Obasanjo who failed Nigeria or something like that. That's the one that brought us into this problem or something like that.
An adjective to it. Obasanjo finally failed Nigeria.
Okay.
It was just one sentence and it ended there.
Yeah. And
you would have asked me, what do I mean?
Okay. And to me, I think Obasanjo did not fail Nigeria. It was Jonathan that failed Nigeria.
Jonathan who finally failed Nigeria then, in your own mind? Who finally failed Nigeria?
All right. Jonathan so just make good, and let's, because it's 6 o'clock now. So it's 6 hours now. So I just want to just make good so that we can all go to bed. Yeah.
So for the benefit of our listener, that is why I responded that it wasn't Obasanjo that failed Nigeria, but Jonathan failed Nigeria, and that ushered in Buhari to be where it is today and brought us down as a country and brought us to a state of division among ourselves in that country today. So I was just trying to...
What if Obasanjo failed because he brought in Jonathan? What if Obasanjo failed? You see, you're not being mathematical, and I don't like conversations like this. Because when somebody says something, you don't have to take it out of context. Because first of all, there are things that what was expected of Obasanjo in the first place. First of all, Lagos. Let's not even go there. And then
don't let us argue.
Hold on. You made your point already. The whole world heard you when you made your point. Can I make mine? Yeah, I should be able to make mine. You made your point on the full broadcast, so can I make mine?
So when Obasanjo was instrumental to Jonathan to be president of Nigeria,
let Celibi have a say, because she's come on deliberately to, purposely to have a say. So let her have a say. Celibi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so in that simple sentence, there is a plus or minus. So you just can't jump out and take it out of context, because in the first place, if we go close again to the metrics, we'll find out that it was Obasanjo who brought in Buhari. And then if we go back again to your argument, we'll find out again that it was Obasanjo again who brought in Goodluck Jonathan. But the issue that I wanted to talk about was his opportunity as a man from the military and all the strength and for all the efforts that we all did. You are talking about Obasanjo. Do you know how many times we wrote letters here, went on whatever, all this NSAS stuff that we were doing here in London to make sure that they were released to do this and do that in the House of Commons? So I've done my own part, and I just won't allow anyone to just talk down at me, because I know exactly what I'm saying. Because if you go back again, that opportunity he had, it just could have changed everything. He just could have even created a new country. Whatever he wanted to do, he could have done, because everyone was on the alert at the time. So he didn't do it. He got the second year. Then he wanted to go on the third term. And then everything started falling apart. And then he decided to bring certain people, which were his own choice. It was not the choice of the job people. But that was the person he chose. And then we said, well, okay, we'll just go with it. Just like now, we all want to go with Tinubu. Bit by bit, we all want to go with Tinubu. And that's probably what's going to happen. But let's just see. Because for me, as a woman, my own is to protect my own children and my generation. So whatever men want to do, men will now decide what they want to do. We just stand back.
All right. Thank you, Celis. And thank you, Celis, for doing that, because that is just to the quality that is you. You're not one to hold a grudge, but if something sort of offends you somewhat, you come forward and say it. That is my expectation of you, and that is exactly what you have done, because how else is the air cleared if opinions are not brought up? So you've brought it up now to Ajale Koko that just the tonality, never mind the disagreement in our views, but the tonality was something that you did not especially care for. And I think Lord Michael says this to you as well via super chat. So Lord Michael says this. He said, and this is a warning to you, Ajale Koko. This is Lord Michael, though, and you know that is a boxing promoter. So this is I don't know how to fight, or I only talk. So Lord Michael now says, anybody we vex celibis, don't vex me, oh. My dear sister, I beg, no vex. Take like with kule mind. And then is the lapa. So what is Ozi lapa? What is Ozi lapa? I think that is your what is Ozi lapa?
Ozi lapa.
Yeah, wait on be that one now. Is that some food item? Yeah, is this a food item?
Ozi lapa. I think it's Igbo.
What does that mean? You don't know.
One man, I'm just sharpening my koboko now to go to America because
let me say this before I go.
Yeah.
Look, I want to tell Salibi that in a public space and as somebody that want to represent people, you have to develop thick skin to receive jab.
So, no. Ajan Lekoko, it's apologies really that you should be making.
What I said I'm just saying this in a public space. You should be ready to receive jab, and then you should be ready to jab back as well in a public space. So, but if what I said really don't go well with you, I apologize. In a public space, we should be ready to we should develop a thick skin.
I know that. I've been a broadcaster, so I understand that. All I'm saying is between the two of us, we should be having some. It shouldn't go that far.
All right. On behalf of Ajan Lekoko, because he would not do it on behalf of himself, I unreservedly apologize to Celibis without any qualification or equivocation. So there it is.
I just use the photo and send the
all right. We start to round off here to land on Celibis because she's coming last. So we kick off from Tony to land on Celis. Tony, just words.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So tonight was a very nice one. So, but let us not care about what this guy was saying. This what is his name? The new man, Sam. That our discussion here ends here. That is very discouraging. You know what I say? We should continue the fight. There should be no election. Then South Nigeria should work together because Biafra alone cannot make it. Oduwa cannot make it because Somaliland cannot make it. So Somaliland 20 years they cannot make it. So to South Nigeria together. Good night, everybody. Good night, my brother from the north, engineer, and this guy, Black League.
All right. Thank you. All right. So that was Tony. So from Tony to DOG to you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for coming. If you've not clicked the like button, please click the like button, subscribe. And for the people shouting on the comment section that for Yoruba Nation and this and that, I'm not supporting Tinubu because I have to support Tinubu. I'm not basing my vote based on tribe. But I won't leave somebody else and go and vote a Fulani man that I don't know what next is going to give us for another 8 years with what you say with the Fulani man at hand now. So yes, thank you everyone. Salibi, I say sorry on behalf of Ajale Koko if you're hungry, but Ajale Koko is not that kind of man. So I was even really surprised. So I'm sorry on his behalf too. He didn't mean it that way. So everybody, let's thumbs up and give it like. One man, kudos to you. You are doing a great job. I don't imagine what kind of energy you have.
Don't worry.
Kudos to you.
Your blood. Thank you, DOG. So from DOG we go on to engineer. Engineer, to you.
Thank you, one. Well, first and foremost, Sally, I would love to get the postcode so I can buy apology cards and apology flower to post it. That's number one. Number two, you see, Black League. I know you guys are from America, and I think they said the spirit of Trump is now passing through each and every one of you guys, and I would love to take permission from Majale Koko, so I'll come and whip some people over there, because sometimes we do things a bit kind of naughty, but anyway, we love each other, and that's how life it is. And also, thank you, one man. Thank you, guys. And when it comes to 2023 presidency, if people are hoping on our Tinubu, well, all the best. But we should remember he will be watering Nigeria properly. That's all I can say. And have a good night.
There you are. There you are. That it will never leave that one down. So thank you, engineer. Thank you for staying. I know you've had quite a full day. So that was engineer. So from engineer, we go on to Ovie. Ovie, you have to buy a property before the end of this year. I'm setting that to you as a task. So that is my task to you before December.
You just want me trapped. You want me get trapped.
Yeah.
I wake up every morning, they think of my property.
Don't worry, you rent it out and then you forget
it. I think about the good things ahead.
All right. So your work.
Watch out, man. I'll be
actually, right. Let me just make one confession. I think a week before I was commenting, and one of my comments was highlighted, and I think it was Thomas. Thomas, this funny guy. What's his name again? Thomas, isn't it? The one that always talks.
It's Tony,
very funny guy, yeah. So, he was saying a lot of really nice things, very funny things. So it was so funny, and I was just laughing and I was giving him all the thumbs up. And I don't know what Ajanle Koko said. I can't remember. And I said, no, I don't agree with you. I think on this note, this, Thomas won or something like that. It was highlighted. Oh, now I know. Because Ajanle Koko always.
Oh, you mean it's been holding eternal? It's been holding eternal.
And he was like, okay, I'm gonna give it to her again because I've been staying. I've been staying on the charts more or less nowadays. Because I use my phone or something. I just. So maybe now waiting convex Ajanle Koko. Usually he says nice things to me. To be honest, I was really shocked. Like. He was that.
That's all right. Ajanle Koko is only human. This is what we're
finding out. Sorry about that. But I was just enjoying the way Thomas was, Tony was making everybody laugh. He makes everyone laugh.
Since my relationship, since my relationship with BI is now getting fruitful, I think one man, and I owe you responsible for that. But at this point, I want who's on the screen, Black League, and one man. Please, we should encourage Mr. and Mrs. Ajanle Koko, Miss Celebi Ajanle Koko. It must happen. I know Ajanle Koko is single and Celebi is single, so.
Yeah, no, Ajanle Koko is a Muslim anyway, so he's entitled to four. So,
this guy is not serious. Okay, not serious.
Maybe Oga need more.
Let's get to work.
You know what they say in the UK? The farmer needs a wife. The farmer needs a wife.
So we are going to make it happen. The wedding will take place on election day.
Say that's where they start.
That's where they start. Ajanle Koko and I'm strong politician.
Yeah, because it's unlike Ajanle Koko, so there must be something.
No, it's that school ground thing. When you like the girl and then you go and pull her hair, and is this hair pulling? Is this what we're seeing there?
Hair pulling. Ajale go choose violence. Then she just come with calmness. You don't worry.
Okay,
I get
maybe
it.
I'm lying. I'm lying to myself. Oh, maybe I'm lying to myself. Sorry.
I say what she said. Well, I get it. Ajale go calm down. Let's put it on the platform and see and hear their vote. We second it. We put more emotion, and we'll see what's going to happen. On that note, let's look forward to Mr. and Mrs. Ajale Koko and Salibi.
There you are. You know where there's you know Becca Ortiz and some there might well be a woman went to more wedding, that might very well happen, but we'll see how that plays out. But
I'll fly in. I'll fly in.
Yeah,
That will give you 100 million, 100 million views.
We'll make it happen
for that.
What a wedding would that be from the West and the creeks?
Yeah,
sounds of the creek.
All right.
That is where that's starting to Kumbo, and what's his name?
Asari has to be there. Asari must be there.
And then get plenty money for the creeks. So that's where the oil is. So yeah. So thank you, Ovie. So we press on. So from Ovie, we go on to Black League. Black League to you.
I second Ovie's motion in this parliament. And one man, you have to bang the gavel.
Okay, this.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, the years have it. But there's been a good discussion today, and I think Ajanle Koko has been superhuman on this platform, so he just tried to show us now that he's also human, and he has apologized. And Celibis, I'm also apologizing on behalf of my gender, so because we need you on this platform, and please keep bringing people on, especially more women like you. We need you on this platform too. So with that, I say good night to everyone and see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. So Black League, I don't know if you are checking your Instagram, but I did send you a note. I owe you £10 and I'm determined to pay. So please contact me via Instagram. I did send. Did you see my Instagram? Did you see my?
No, I actually haven't been on Instagram, and I have a couple pages, so I'll go check.
Yeah, go check. So yeah. So I was just asking for your PayPal so I can send you, the bet. But that's our Black League. So from Black League we go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, just a short. All right, we don't appear to have Ajanle Koko. I think you've finally knocked Ajanle Koko out. So the final word then, yours, Celibis. So Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Oh, okay. Is it? Are you okay? I didn't know that you.
I was coming to you. Yeah.
All right. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. You all contributed meaningfully, and really appreciate woman as well. I want to thank Celibi as well for bringing to my notice, or to the notice of the platform, that what I said to her did not go down well with her. You see, I really appreciate that, because I appreciate that for keeping malice or keeping it in your heart. It's the best way, to act when we have love for each other. When we love each other, we should be able to say to each other whenever we do anything wrong to each other. We should be able to say it out and bring it to the notice of each other. And the purpose of that is to correct that wrongdoing, so that such thing will not happen again. So I would like to apologize to you again that I didn't mean to offend you, or treat you badly in the public. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I do give respect to women. So it's just that sometimes
We are not perfect. We can do something wrong, but it's good to always bring it to each other notice. So I really appreciate that. And our guys behind the scene, I would like to thank you all for being with us, chatting since the beginning to this time of the day. I will appreciate you if you can love. I mean, if you can like, share, and subscribe if you have not done so. Please press that like button. Is very, very important. That is going to promote this platform. It will help the algorithm of this platform on YouTube. Please like it, share, and subscribe, and hit the notification button so that anytime One Man Went to More is going on live, you will get notified. One Man, I really thank you. Tomorrow, we will continue the struggle.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Ever the gentleman. So well said, Ajanle Koko. Yes, but you get the final word. But to what Ajanle Koko said about the thumbs up, just be encouraged to do that, because if you go back on the platform and you look at the sequence of videos, you can see the views progressively getting higher and higher, and that is off the back of the thumbs up. So that's just what we're trying to achieve. We want to build a movement, and that movement requires numbers, and those numbers come via recommendations from the YouTube thing, and the recommendation comes via your interaction with the session, which is why we are pushing just the thumbs up and the like buttons. So just do that. Just don't click a lousy button. So the final word yours are Celibes, the silky tones.
Yeah, I went very well after all, because I must say that, within my private self, I was quite furious about it at first, but it didn't, I just, said maybe I should speak to someone. I spoke to engineer, and, basically he just put this together, and that's life, So when we're in this movement, can't be carrying malice, because we are all here to make sure that we're all safeguarded as well, especially if we've been contributing towards this cause in a positive manner, then it should just continue like that. I mean, we might be we might have differences. I must say, for me, I'm even a decentralized Nigerian. I'm not, I'm not like, I've been everywhere. I've been in north, south, east, west, whatever. Attempt to speak all the languages as much as I can, but you just don't point at people and say because someone is from this tribe, so therefore that person is the brother and this and that. So that was not I didn't cause that either. So that was all I just wanted to express, and just the way it is, no more, no less, And so I'll just say we should continue with this good cause. And I know we haven't got, we're not getting as much followership as I'm sure One Man Went to More would like. But perhaps we should think about one cause that we can also do. And when people are coming to donate, think of one, one good cause that we can do. When people come to donate, that you're donating money.
I'm always reluctant to do that, to go after people like money-wise. I encourage people to do even I've stopped encouraging people to do super chat and all of that, because it just sounds so, so messy. But the one thing just that's is just, so
it's not, because
I don't like to go after, because when you start to talk to people about money,
I
then
know,
it starts
but
to get
if there are causes that you think that people have come to complain to you about, you could do that little charity. It doesn't have to be over there or here.
Because I had ideas around sponsorship. So and what my thought was that we identify just somebody that is rural as within our communities, and then we adopt that person, maybe a girl or two girls, and we adopt their but then the commitment of it, so we adopt them, maybe like a 10, 12-year-old, and then we face them through an educational process and try to impact. So all sorts of those sort of things. But yeah.
And then again, because you're actually on, you're on media, you think about it. How many people that would have loved to watch you in one village or the other, just to also hear what people are saying. Ordinary
No,
people
my voice is
coming.
not for the villages. Or do I sound like? Do you think
Okay, but
the
how
village
many
people will
people in
resonate
some of
with
the
me? They will just see
no,
me
no,
as
no,
some
no, no.
fool.
This is
Yeah.
you cannot separate this, because there are quite a lot of people of all classes that come in here. Doesn't mean that it's for a certain class.
No, but I wonder if the language of the platform is too elitist. There was a guy that came here several months ago to come and attack us, especially me, Rowley. He was just saying, what sort of gibbery nonsense are you talking about? Or I don't even understand what you're saying. And I was trying to explain to him, and communication could not be effected. And he was trying to, he said, okay, make you break them down for the thing we understand. And I wonder if the language is
So
just.
make you break them down for the thing we ain't understand.
Yes, they say how my mama for village go understand them. And I was saying to him that no, I'm not sure that my reach can reach to mama in village. I don't have the language for mama in village. So Yeah.
You are posh now. You
No,
acting.
I'm not posh, but I can't gather the language to speak, and that is where the mass is. So that's why I've just surrendered that we are almost certainly going to be a niche platform.
Okay,
Because
because you're not good at speaking pidgin English.
No, I can speak pidgin English, but it will sound false and insincere.
Why? Did you not grow up in Nigeria?
I grew up in Lagos now, but Lagos was never a pidgin language. This wasn't the language of conversation amongst me and my peers.
Well, you hear people speak it. Of course.
Yeah.
Your parents don't allow it. This is the thing.
So it's not.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you grew up at Ikoyi or some of these places.
All right.
They won't let you. Ajebota.
No, I grew up in Oregon, not Ikoyi, not Ajebota, really, but But do you think our language is it for the mass? We don't speak the language of the masses, do we, Sally?
It's a little bit high.
Yeah.
Sometimes high, but sometimes some people struggle with it, but they just get by anyway. They're able to express, in any way what they're trying to say. And so I don't really, I'm not one, that actually condemns. As long as I'm able to understand what the person is saying, I'm not so bothered about how they said it. I will not laugh at them. I take the message.
I'll take the message too, but will they get my message is the thing.
They will.
Okay, so that's the thing then.
They should actually. If you just speak more slowly or repeat yourself. Many times I hear you repeating yourself. So many times repeating the question, so people will understand. So I think you're well on that attitude. So that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so are we all friends now again, Celibis?
Oh, no problem. It's gone.
All you people from the creeks, you are so sensitive. What is it?
No, because we don't harm anyone. We're just free. We're free. We're free with other people. We're happy for other people to come. We don't build walls.
All right. So this message to Black League. So I've been saying that I contacted Black League via Instagram. So the person I contacted is now saying I am not Black League. Just listening to you now about the betting with Black League on the platform. My own name is it goes on to say Sheung, a daily regular viewer of Woman Went to Mo. So Black League, I think you might have to send me a text on Instagram or something, because the person that I thought was you is not you. But because when I told you to contact me via Instagram was when this guy contacted me, so I thought it was you. So Black League, don't. Otherwise, I'll just take your £10 to the beer parlor and give it a good home there. So thank you, Celis. And join us more regularly. Yeah, all right. So the silky tones off, that is the elegance, that is Celibis. So that is Celibis rounding things off for us, and it all ends in our love, just the way we like it to end. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.